attention. I've been getting a phone call from this little short dude named Ben Argueta. My little buddy I play golf with that sucks in golf.
Yeah, shout out to Ben.
He's been riding me about the Commanders, but he was at the Commanders game on Sunday. And then I haven't heard from him since Sunday because he told me they were going to lose that game.
They won that game.
He told me they were going to lose. And then he was talking trash about the Ravens, and they got their tails kicked.
Just hold on real quick.
Where's
Ben? Let me confirm. Yep, they won. Washington won 41-24.
What's up, Ben? Make a phone call, text something, bro. I mean, your golf game is worse than Jeff's, but, all that trash talk, you got to follow it up.
Dude, I mean, what loss is worse for the Ravens? Week 1 against the Bills where they cough up the late lead, or this one where they had to chase Detroit the whole night? Baltimore took the lead early in the third quarter. Lions immediately responded. What's the state of the Baltimore Ravens right now, B?
I just think their defense is in shambles. You said some guy was missing.
I think his name's Matabuke.
Matabuke, is he a pass rusher or is he a run stopper?
I believe he's a run stopper.
Okay, because that's what they're missing. Because they were running straight. I saw one time, I think dude was number 96. Big boy. Bruh, when you come off the ball and your head is going the other direction that you started it from, that means that somebody just they straight destroyed you.
Matabuke was out and Kyle Van Noy's out. Now Van
Noy's 96.
I got you making me find the right.
All I know, he fired off the ball and it looked like somebody just shot him out of a cannon because he was going full speed back towards their secondary.
96 had a rough night. Broderick, Washington.
Broderick, bruh. Those offensive line was destroying you, bruh.
Broderick.
Bruh. He came off the ball, and I was like, damn. I'm serious, Jay. Like, you here. And next time you look, I'm here. They destroyed him. I mean, it was awful. But they rest everything on being a very good defensive team. It's been like that since they came back to Baltimore. This defense is not doing it right now. Not what I saw last night. They may be able to get it together, but right now it's not there.
So, I mean, listen to these numbers. The Ravens have this reputation, earned, by the way, as this really impressive defensive team. Dolphins might be the worst team in football, right?
Could be.
Dolphins have given up 97 points this year in 3 games.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So have the Ravens.
Yeah. But when you score 30, you're supposed to win. I'm just saying it. What I tell you about
they
Coach
scored
Gibbs,
40 and lost.
What I say, Coach Gibbs, that tells you the defense is in straight shambles. Coach Gibbs, you always preach 3 touchdowns and a field goal, you should win the football game. They had more than that, and they lost by 8. They were favored by what, 6, 5.5?
I got it at 5.5.
So they lost by 8.
In our bet.
That's basically 13.5. So it's like now, I don't know, man.
I actually won some money on the Lions last night. I won $100, and all that did was cover my losses from the weekend. I got another stat for you.
Uh-huh.
Yards per game allowed this season.
Okay.
Cowboys' defense is terrible, right?
Yeah.
Cowboys are giving up 398 per game.
I bet you're saying that the Ravens giving up more than them.
The Giants, shout out to White Brian. He's here. Hopefully his stomach settles. The Giants are giving up 405 yards per game.
Oh, boy.
It's funny with this Giants team that they've invested so much on that D-line.
You say 500 and what?
The Giants are giving 405
I thought you said
yards.
540.
405.
What the hell?
It's funny with the Giants they've invested so much in the D-line, and they're still getting gashed defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of reminds me of the Skins when they had Chase, Montez, Allen, Payne.
But that's the thing of it, though. But the difference in that is the Giants' investment, now they have 3 outside pass rushers. And every time we discuss pass rushers, I tell you one thing that an offense should do, run directly at them. So Dexter Lawrence, the guy who we give a lot of credit to, he has an injury or something in his hand or arm or something like that. And if you got an injury and you are now trying to be a pass rusher,
and I wonder what kind of shape he's in, because he barely practiced.
Yeah, he barely practiced. But the thing of it is, like, when your whole thing is let's get to the quarterback, you forget that if they run it into your chest, then that's uncomfortable. You know what I mean? So all these teams with these great pass rushers that we give them great before they even must become it, just run at them. Because I know if the Ravens had pass rushers last night, they didn't care. Detroit did not care one bit.
Did not care.
They were saying, okay, rush the passer. We're going to put our running back helmet in your chest and see what you're all about.
I think let's not make any premature judgments, right? Eventually we're going to get to the best and worst in the league, depending on record. I'm going to guess that the Ravens are the best 1-2 team in football, but they're still 1-2.
We got which one's 1-2 right now too, aren't they?
Denver.
The Chiefs.
I might take the Ravens over.
Chiefs
the Chiefs.
ain't ready to just say bye yet.
Your faith in the Chiefs remains stronger than mine.
My faith in the Chiefs remains because they still got 15, and we saw in the last game they just had, they had somebody emerge as a possible go-to guy.
Yeah, Thornton.
And he going to keep throwing it to him.
My faith in the Ravens, they still got 8.
They got 8. But 8 can't play defense.
Nope.
That's where the problem for me with the Ravens comes.
They lost Mike McDonald 2 years ago now, the D coordinator.
Yep.
And Mike McDonald is a really, really sharp coach. They have not looked the same. And the way they got gashed last night, maybe it's just injury related, but you're going to have injuries. Injuries happen.
Yeah.
You look at that AFC North right now. The good news for the Ravens, as much as everybody thought the AFC North would be a really tough division, you've got the Bengals at the top. But with Browning now,
ain't no telling what's that.
No. You got the Steelers. The Steelers and the Bengals are tied at 2-1 for the division lead. Both have a negative point differential. The Steelers may have a formula of playing good D and Rodgers just kind of controlling it. They're not going to be explosive, but maybe that's enough. The Ravens don't have that big of a hole. Like I think the Ravens can dig out of this thing.
If they can't stop people from running the football, it's going to be hard for them to dig out of it, Jay.
Agreed. You know who the Ravens have next?
Who?
Well, I guess we'll decide who the best 1-2 team is.
They got Chiefs.
They go to Kansas City on Sunday. Andy's going to watch that tape.
Yeah.
Pacheco, Hunt.
Pacheco and Hunt going to be running down the middle.
You know who's a really efficient third down quarterback?
Patrick.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of the Ravens. They got real problems defensively. So the stat I was saying, Dallas is giving up 398 a game. Dallas's defense stinks. The Giants are giving up 405 per game. The Ravens are giving up 415 yards per game.
Damn. That's bad.
I saw a poet this morning. I had to mess with her. I said, I went to bed early. What happened in that game? She just said, don't do this to me, JP. I'm not sure I understand. At the end of the first half, Detroit honestly had a chance to really put a lot of pressure on Baltimore, and they didn't do it. Detroit gets that goal line stand at the end of the first half, which was really impressive. I mean, I think they stopped Henry 3 times and sacked Lamar once.
And sacked and made him fumble.
Detroit gets the ball there. And just, it's like 3 pass plays. And so Baltimore gets the ball back, and then they're able to score.
They went.
That was the only
They went on
sequence.
2 90-plus yard drives last night.
Crazy.
They got the ball in the 5. They went down and scored.
They had a 98-yard drive and
they
a
got on 2.
96-yard drive.
Well, 91-4 then. But I'm just like, dude, you don't want that on your resume. And I understand, like Ben is trying to blame Zach Orr. Those players got to eventually have some damn pride and start playing some ball. As I'm sitting, number 96, Zach Orr didn't tell him to run in there and get hit in the face and run out the other way, going the other direction.
Broderick.
Yeah. Come on, bro.
I can understand wanting to blame the D coordinator, especially when you see a lot of coverage busts. But, they're just lining up and running it down your throat. Is that the D coordinator?
No. That's a manhood issue right there.
Shout out to Doc. That's a manhood issue.
Yeah. That big bro, tell me.
What do you make of Detroit?
it seemed to have found something, you know. And I think the question you asked, like we asked this the other day, are they that good? Are the Ravens D-line just that bad? Because they were not running any tricks. They were just set hut and here, like power, wham, right up the middle. And there was nothing the Ravens could do about it.
I did love the touchdown run they had where they put St. Brown in the backfield with the little pitch. That was great.
That's a play we ran very similar. Back, I would line up at the fullback, and we had a tail. I get the ball handed off, and then I go around, but they went for him, and I just went on to the end zone.
Bang. You look at that NFC North now. Green Bay, Minnesota, and Detroit are all 2-1, all with positive point differentials. The Lions and the Vikings are plus 25. The Packers are plus 20. NFC North looks good. I don't know what the Vikings are, depending on how long you got to lean on Carson Wentz. I think reports of the Lions' demise by losing their coordinators might be a little premature.
Well, the thing about it, I think the Lions very much have exactly what I think Washington is trying to build upon.
Culture.
The mindset of the coach that the players are buying into, and they are not the coach pushing it, but the players really believe in it. You know what I'm saying? And when you begin to get the players believing in it, then now they begin to feel like indebted to each other. You got a world of difference. You can change up things then. But the Lions, they lost 2 coordinators, but the guy who's the straw that stirred that drink is still there. That's Dan Campbell.
That was kind of my thing with the Lions is, yeah, you lost coordinators, but Dan Campbell, I think Dan Campbell plays the meathead role very well, but I think he's actually a super smart football guy and is all about toughness. I think a lot of people, and we've pointed this out before, a lot of people believe Dan Campbell was like a linebacker or something.
Oh, he's tight end.
He was a tight end, and he came up with Parcells and Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Like those are some gifted offensive minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I think people misrepresent who Campbell is. This is a guy that won a Super Bowl. Like he's a dude, man.
See, a person that comes out and talks brash and can be a little loud at times, the person who's afraid of that has made that to a negative to people in this world. You know, normally if a person says something straight back at you, the first thing people say, well, why you got to go that way? You know, you show a lack of intelligence when you start having to scream and say different things. No, you know what I mean? You're just scared of him. If you listen to what he's saying, no matter if he's saying it loud or quiet, he's saying some intelligent stuff.
Right.
You know, so the world has been formulated by a lot of people who are just afraid of the realness of the world.
Do the Ravens have a Derrick Henry problem?
Derrick Henry has a Derrick Henry problem right now. He needs to just hold on to the ball. Because it
was a hell of a play by Hutchinson.
It was a hell of a play. But, dude, when that ball is visible like that, if he had that ball like inside and tight, Hutchinson can't knock it out. But when it's showing, they're going to take a chance and punch at it. Hell, Peanut Tillman is not big as Hutchinson, and he made a living with it. So if that ball is showing, they teach people to go for it. Tackle the ball.
Hutchinson is, listen, to me, Bosa's hurt, Mac's hurt, Garrett, Parsons, Crosby are probably the elite of the elite pass rushers in the NFL.
Yeah.
Hutchinson's, like we talked about Jayden getting his foot in the elite quarterback pool. Mm-hmm. Hutchinson's getting into that pool with the elite pass rushers. Yeah. Had a sack last night, forced a fumble, just constant pressure off the edge. The broadcast was saying they're letting him move around more now. He's also still working back from a big injury last year.
But think about it, when you have a guy with that skill set, let him move around. If you put him in one spot, they can game plan for that. When he starts moving around, all of a sudden, like, hey, coach, this left guard over here, I'm eating for lunch all day. You just start putting him inside. It's very hard to game plan when that guy is down in there. Normally, that's one-on-one. You got him on the outside, you can chip him. It's hard to chip inside.
hell of a Monday Night Football game in Baltimore. Lions go into Baltimore, win that game. Lions reminding the NFL that they're serious business. Serious business here in Washington is the quarterback position. Mariota played really well this past week. But what is the situation with Jayden Daniels? Let's discuss. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Earl Forsing, and here's what's happening Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 3 last night. Another big game, another crushing loss for the Ravens. You hate to see it, don't you? Detroit Lions go up to Baltimore, beat the Ravens 38-30. Lions defense had 7 sacks last night. Another fumble for Derrick Henry was costly late for the Ravens, who are now 1-2. Commanders 2-1. The impressive Week 3 win over the Raiders. We will see about Jayden Daniels for Sunday's game in Atlanta, 1 p.m. kickoff. Commanders a 2.5-point favorite. Head coach Dan Quinn said yesterday, JD5 is still day-to-day with the knee injury. Hopefully we should know more about his status on Wednesday. By the way, this is going to be the final 1 o'clock kickoff for the next 2 months. They have 8 straight games, not 1 p.m.s, 9 weeks overall, so get used to it. Good teams play late games, play Sunday night, play Monday night. The Commanders about to embark on that part of the schedule coming up this weekend. They'll have to do so without safety Will Harris. He went on IR with a fractured fibula Monday. Commanders signed a former Terp, safety Darnell Savage, to take his place. Final week of the baseball season. Nats are playing them out now. The final road series in Atlanta is underway. Nats beaten last night 11-5. Another one in the ATL tonight, 7:15 for Nats baseball here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What it feels like. Oh.
Whoa. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, let's have a conversation about Jayden Daniels. Marcus Mariota played against the Raiders, played well. I think there's a real expectation when Mariota steps out there that he's going to play well. I think if you think differently at this point, you're blinded by like a Netflix documentary that was unfair to a good man, or like his track record in Tennessee 11 years ago. At this point, I'm quite comfortable in Marcus Mariota. Yeah. Brian, I imagine you are too.
I am.
Dan Quinn spoke with the media. I was on the Zoom yesterday and was asked kind of, hey, what's the deal with Jayden at this point?
Still list him as day-to-day, and then as we get into Wednesday, I'll be more qualified to, hit us on what types of practice and what we can hit on to go. So he went through some things today, some more tomorrow, and that'll lead us up into Wednesday. But when we get together prior to practice, I'll have a better idea for the plan. We've not nailed that down for the week as of yet.
Okay. They're still saying he's day-to-day.
I wouldn't expect to hear anything come out of Dan's mouth but what he just said.
So later in his media session, I asked him, kind of knowing what this answer was going to be or expecting a certain answer, I just asked, Mariota played really well. Does that impact the timeline or the plan with Jayden?
I think, JP, you probably heard me talk. I was probably one of the least surprised people in the stadium that he played well. I just see him. I know what he is and how it goes. But as far as tying one to the other, that's not part of the deal. We just have a lot of trust in him and how we would go about it. But, man, we'll lean into the medical people and where we're at and what to do. But that type of preparation for him, it's just that kind of steady, consistent way. So, but they're not tied together, to answer your question.
Now, I'm going to use my mind. Do I believe that 100% to be factual? No, I don't.
Right.
I believe, yes, if we're not going to make a sole decision based off of that fact, but the fact that he played that well and your team responded that well and you're playing against a team that scored 0 points, if we felt a little bit more comfortable to go another week with my main guy sitting out and going with this guy, I have extreme confidence in it. You know what I'm saying? But if my guy is 100% ready to go, I'm letting my guy go. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I listen, I think Dan shoots it as straight as they come. But the question you asked, good question. I wouldn't, if I felt yes, it's tied with the other. The fact that he plays so well and we have so much confidence in him, yeah, I feel this make me want to. I wouldn't say it publicly either. You know what I mean? Some things are unnecessary at this point. You know, yeah, you got to write a story. You ask a question. But also, remember we used to do a little thing about what they didn't say?
Yeah.
I think that the guys that are around football enough, you know what they didn't say and you know what they wanted to say well enough to be able to take that answer and understand, look, he ain't lying to you, but he's surely not going to tell you 100% the truth.
My thought with the way Mariota is playing and frankly has played in Washington. In Washington, over the past 2 seasons, Mariota's now appeared in 4 games, started 1. He's completing 75% of his passes with 5 touchdowns against 0 picks.
Yeah.
Like, I think because of the faith and confidence they have in Mariota, I think if they had, you look around the league this past Sunday and you see some of the backup quarterback play. Jake Browning, there was some bad quarterback play,
totally,
right?
Totally.
I think if that was the situation here and Jaden's at 85%, we're ready to go. But I think because of Mariota, it's like, all right, let's get Jaden to 100. Let's get Jaden to 98%. Let's get him to the healthiest he's going to be in the middle of an NFL season. So I do think that allows some leeway. The internet's going a little crazy this morning. I haven't heard the audio, but Bickle this morning on the Junkies said somebody he's talked to said that this Jaden thing is actually going to be a few more weeks. I'm trying to. So EB said on the Junks this morning, Jaden's wearing a brace and that the injury could be more than a 1-2 week thing. The brace, I mean, that's kind of been openly discussed.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even consider a brace particularly like alarming at this point. I don't really think of that as a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you get to a situation where he misses 2 weeks, yeah, I guess that is more than a 1 to 2 week thing. You know what I mean? That's a 2 week thing. I guess some folks are not thrilled that DQ keeps saying day to day if it's longer than day to day. But I think.
But what if it's truly day to day? Okay, and he has a setback in practice or when he's out there working on stuff, and it goes another week. We had a doctor come on this show, and he said, no, I have not worked with Jaden. But if it's a grade 1, it could be 1 to 3 weeks. Did he not?
Yep.
So if I've already told you a possible grade 1 is 1 to 3 weeks, do I have to update the 1 to 3 weeks every time I talk? So that is where we've gotten to a point where us as laymen, and we talk on the radio. We're very good at talking on the radio, but we don't know what the hell we're talking about half the time when it comes to a medical issue. And just because somebody else says, well, man, it could be longer than that. I'm not going to dismiss what the coach is saying because the coach has a right and has a reason to protect certain information. And he may think it's going to be only a week. If they told him it's a 1 to 2 week thing, 1 to 3 weeks. And based off of that, knowing how Jaden is, we expect him to come back and play sooner. But what if something just messes up a little bit longer and if the pain is still there? You go with the guy that you have that's just healthy right now and let him go. But I don't believe in questioning everything somebody says. Because I don't think, I'm being honest with you, been around a lot of coaches, been around a lot of people. I don't think Dan Quinn comes and tell you an outright 100% lie just because.
I agree with that. I don't think Jaden's playing this week. I think last week there was some real discussion, and then they were like, all right, it's going to be Marcus. I think it's going to be Marcus again. Whether that is strictly Jaden related or if it's Marcus related, I've talked with some folks. I don't think Jaden plays this week, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not ruling it out, maybe he even practices. Maybe they want to get him back on the practice field before they get him back on the playing field.
Well, I would think that if he doesn't practice, it would be criminal to just throw him out on the football field if he doesn't practice.
Right.
So, and that is what Dan says all the time. We have a plan. And he has to get on the field and hit certain markers before we decide to put him out there. So the man he's told us every step along the way. But man, the world right now is about who comes out and say it first or whatever, and they're gonna keep looking. And there are some people who will tell you stuff and they don't must have 100% facts either. So I don't know. We'll see.
I think what Bickle said was fair. I don't. Can we play the EB? You want to play it when we come back? All right, we're coming right back. It's B. Mitch Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, a little traffic report here. We're off and running fast this morning. At 11:30, Commanders tight end John Bates will join the program. John did not play this past week. DQ kind of hinted he wouldn't, said it was a long shot. We'll ask John where he stands for the Atlanta game, plus what he thought of the run game, which was super impressive against the Raiders. At 12:30, University of Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith will join the program. Really excited to talk to Jim. He is everywhere, dude. I follow him on Instagram, and this dude is out there really, really trying to build support for the Terps. Terps are also 4-0 with a huge game against the Washington Huskies coming up. They get a bye this week, and then the Huskies. I mean, think about that. Washington Huskies coming to College Park.
Oh, boy.
I mean, Washington versus Maryland, Big Ten football.
You go up to University of Washington and you come to Maryland, it's gonna be culture shock for them.
It's going to be a different world.
Yeah.
I went to that Washington Stadium a couple years back. It's awesome.
I played at the golf course.
Right on the water. Oh, I bet the golf course
is sweet.
I bet.
Yes.
Tischler's doing a golf trip where he's going to play Duke, Carolina, and NC State's golf courses. That's a pretty cool trip.
I didn't get my invitation. I don't understand what's going on.
Hey, Mitch, B wants to go.
Yeah, man. I understand. You want to just take the guys you can just beat up on. I understand.
When the Mitchells get together on the golf course, they tend to take my money. I can tell you that. 1 o'clock, our boy Barstool Nate will join us. And at 1:30, Commandante Tequila sent us fake golf balls. We don't know what's going to happen, but we're going to send Jeff out into the alley with White Brian. Hopefully we'll be able to stream it. And Jeff's going to try to hit one of these fake golf balls. They may explode. Jeff may not generate enough torque to explode it. We're going to
hit a golf ball?
If it be the other part, if he doesn't explode it and just hits his golf ball in the alley, he could very easily break some windows.
Nah. That golf ball right there is not going hard enough to break no window. I'm telling you, it feels like a damn ping pong ball.
Yeah, I don't know.
With some sand in it.
Yeah, these are very bizarre.
Did you hit Commander and ask him again about these golf balls, Jeff? What did he tell you when you asked the question? He went, hee or something.
That's kind of his standard.
A little weird.
Voice.
Yep, he said, shh, he, have a little fun.
All right, so Jeff's going to hit an exploding golf ball at 1:30.
But it feels too light.
Yeah, because it's not a golf ball.
You know what? I think it may have a little, what's it called in here? Like, what's the stuff they put in the firecracker?
We're going to find out.
Oh, like
1:30.
powder.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
I did at least want to play Bickle's cut because I haven't heard this yet. I just saw people on the internet running with it. Let's hear what EB said this morning about Jaden.
And it was my immediate reaction when I heard right before the game that they said if this was a playoff game, he wouldn't even be close to it. There was no consideration of him playing. That's how,
right?
Like, he just wasn't close to playing.
Yep.
And then it made me think, oh, wow, it's way more than just a little minor. I mean, it may be minor relatively, but it's not just like a little boo-boo, right? I was talking to somebody yesterday this is unconfirmed stuff, but that, he was maybe walking around in a pretty big brace the other day. Mm-hmm. There's some thought that this could be beyond a 1 or 2 week thing.
Yeah, I'm expecting him not to play this weekend in Atlanta.
So, like, what Bickle said versus how people are handling it on the internet, to me, are quite different.
See, and that this is why, and I'm only saying this information because he just said what he said and we played it. I am privy to so much information that I never ever bring to the airways because you know what? If I don't have facts about something, I don't go talk about it. I was also told by someone, and the fact that I didn't come to the air and say it because someone I don't think is someone close enough to know anything, that if it was a playoff game, he'll play. See what I'm saying? Two people told two totally different things. That's why I don't say most of the stuff because I don't care about clicks or whatever. I'm just letting people know. So when people come out to me all the time, hey, man, what you think about so-and-so? Hey, bro, I don't know. Because you're not going to be saying, I told you something. That's the whole thing. We have a damn avenue on this radio to where we have to educate too, but also we got to understand what we say will also spark conversation and attention. And I'm not going to say it when I think, if I don't have facts, you've heard me give you facts. And when I told you stuff, it happens. And we talked about it on air. But the mere fact, just because somebody says something, depending on who that person is where I'm going with. If the person's not the doctor or somebody real close to him, if you ain't got the same blood running through your veins he does, I ain't saying a damn thing. Because everybody got some information from somebody. That's why I don't say it. Because he didn't mean any harm when he said.
Right.
But people are going to run with it. And that's the thing about it. We all know that fact already, that there are a bunch of idiots on the internet that want to run with stuff. Don't give them nothing to run with.
Surrounded by idiots on the internet.
Yes.
For me, the Jayden thing, if there's like a quest for truth on this and you're upset that the coach isn't giving it to you, welcome to pro football.
He's not going to give it to you. Listen, man.
Now, if
there's
a different concern that, Jayden's really hurt and he's going to miss 6 weeks, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
But, okay.
I think that'll be discussed. But let's be real. There's a certain thing called HIPAA. That doesn't seem to work in pro sports, right? Like, normally if you're an individual and your doctor says something, your doctor get in trouble. Anybody around you get in trouble, am I right? Those HIPAA laws, what do we call it? When it comes down to the doctor and nobody can say your information. But in pro football, everybody seems to know everything that goes on with everybody. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
So let's be real. The coaches sometimes, I don't think they are held. I think they may be held to it. I think most people in the whole industry is held to it. But they don't say 100% of everything because they don't want to end up in some trouble. Certain things they just can't say. And certain things I'm not going to say because it gives somebody an advantage or a disadvantage. And I'm not finna damn sure I'm not going to give a team all the information to prepare for me. They need to think everything I'm saying all the time.
When we return, let's take a spin around the NFL. There are, I believe, 6 undefeated teams in the NFL. Who's the best? There's a bunch of teams that are 0-3, winless teams in the NFL. Who's the worst? And who's the best in the middle? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Start with Commanders news. We get a day off and then back to work on Wednesday for 1 p.m. kick Sunday in Atlanta. Commanders a 2.5-point favorite at the Falcons. We will see maybe an update tomorrow on Jayden Daniels. So B. Mitch and J.P. Finley just talking about his status still day-to-day with the knee injury. Good news, defensive back Marshawn Lattimore already clearing concussion protocol. So you think he should be fine for Sunday. Safety Will Harris went on IR Monday with a fractured fibula. Commanders filled the roster spot, signing a former Terp safety Darnell Savage, former first-round pick by the Green Bay Packers. Monday Night Football. Lions knock off the Ravens 38-30. Lions defense had 7 sacks. The Ravens are giving up 415 yards per game. They are, yes, the worst defense right now, dead last in the NFL. You hate to see it, don't you? Baseball. The Nationals finishing up their final road series of the season this week in Atlanta. Nats were beaten by the Braves last night, 11-5. Mackenzie Gore had a rough outing, lasted only 2+ innings, gave up 4 runs, 4 hits, and 4 walks. Braves, by the way, have won 9 in a row. Late season surge there. 5 of those wins, though, have come against the Nationals. They'll play another one tonight in Atlanta, 7:15. First pitch on the Fan. Then a quick turnaround for a 12:15 start tomorrow before the Nats head home to finish up the season this weekend against the White Sox. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
You got a fast car. Oh, the original. Shout out to Tracy Chapman. All right, B. We're looking at teams with the same records across the league. Here's your 3-0 teams, B. Bills, Colts, Chargers, Eagles, Bucks, Niners.
You want the best?
Yeah.
Who I think is?
Yeah.
Still go with the Eagles.
That's a hell of a comeback. They've had 2 crazy comebacks. So
I mean, you won the Super Bowl, you come back, people get up on you, you still win the game. Kind of hard to say they're not.
Agreed.
Buffalo's done, has played well. Still. I'm going to go with the people that have done it.
Well, one cool game will be Eagles-Bucks this weekend.
Yeah.
That's a battle of 3-0 teams. Both have won at the whistle. You know what I mean? Both are winning close, tight, late. In the NFC, I think it's pretty easy to say it'd be Eagles, Bucks, Niners as far as who I think is the best. You got to give the Niners credit, though, man. They've won 2 road games of the 3, and they are injured to hell.
The Bucks?
The Niners.
The Niners? The Niners, like, who have they beaten?
Well, they beat the Cardinals last week.
Okay.
Now, their first
Nobody said the Cardinals
won,
are the best team in the world.
They won in New Orleans.
Everybody think the Saints suck this year.
Niners won in New Orleans, and I think where they win week 1. In Seattle. I think that's a pretty good
Beating Seattle is a good win.
On the road.
The other 2, I'm not really thoroughly impressed.
So you're not really buying the Niners?
I'm not buying them at this point, no.
Just because of the injuries, or?
No, the teams they beat, and, they don't have everybody in place right now. I can go right now, the Saints and the Cardinals, where are they ranked in the power ranking?
We'll do power rankings tomorrow. Certainly of the undefeated teams. So let's run through all of them then, because I think it's Eagles, Bills at the top.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Chargers are very legit. Jim Harbaugh knows what he's doing. In year 2 of his programs, they're usually very good. Herbert's playing really well. They did lose Najee Harris, but then Omarion Hampton, first-round rookie, really started to play well last week. Of course, that's when I benched him in fantasy. But I did go 3-0 in fantasy this week, Landfill, no big deal. Chargers, I think, is super legit. To me, the real questionable undefeated teams, the Niners with all the injuries stacking up. I think we're looking at another week of Mac Jones, and I think Mac Jones was banged up in that win over the Cardinals. Who do you buy more, the Colts or the Niners? Colts have the best point differential in the NFL.
I understand that. I would probably go with the Niners more because of the history of what I know Kyle type teams do and what that defense could do over there.
They did just Nick Bosa just tore his ACL.
Okay, well, still, the Colts, though, let's be real. Daniel Jones, I think he's going to wake up. He's having a pleasant dream right now. I think it's going to turn into a nightmare.
White Brian, as a Giants fan, seeing Indiana Jones ball out in the land of steakhouses there in Indianapolis, Danny Dimes, and seeing Russ Wilson stink and the Giants being 0-3, is that tough to swallow?
It's 2 straight years now. A guy's left and just become an amazing offensive player. So it kind of just reaffirms what everyone is thinking. It's the regime in New York, not the personnel.
So you're buying into what Joe Shane is stirring, that, hey, the players are good, Dayball just sucks.
Yeah, but I also think Joe Shane sucks.
Okay. My undefeated rankings, I think you're right, B. They've done it. So Eagles, Bills, Chargers, Bucks, Niners, Colts. That's my undefeated ranking.
All right, I'm with that.
Now, there's a lot of winless teams, B. Who is the best 0-3 team? I'll give you your options. Jets, Dolphins, Texans, Titans, Giants, Saints. That's it.
Who's the best of them?
Who's the best of the 0-3 teams?
Give them to me again. Saints, I'm not counting in.
Your playoff chances when you start 0-3 are
slim to none.
Slim to none.
Yeah.
All right, so you got Saints.
Nope.
Giants.
Hell no.
Titans. Texans. Dolphins. Jets.
I'm gonna say the Texans are the best.
I think theoretically, based on the body of work since D'Amico's gotten there and Stroud's gotten there, I want to agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
But I happen to watch. It looks awful. Honestly, the team that I think of the winless teams, I might think the Jets are the best. The Jets have talent, man.
But they have talent, but the quarterback that they went and got just got hurt.
Yeah.
So now who are they going with? I mean, they have talent.
Tyrod.
You have talent, but Tyrod, listen, I respect the hell out of Tyrod. But Tyrod's going to go into the game and you know everything he's going to do. And I think all the other defenses know exactly what he's going to do.
So, of the terrible teams, of the 0-3 teams, Jets, first year rebuild, right? Like, being terrible is kind of normal. Titans, number 1 overall pick at quarterback, rebuild. Second year for that coach who might get canned because he's been quite bad, old Brian Callahan. Saints, first year rebuild, no quarterback, not a surprise. So, like, 3 of these 0-3 teams, I can wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Saints, Giants, and...
No, not the Giants. The Saints, the Titans, and the Jets. Like, I get it. You're going to be bad this year. You look bad.
Well, I kind of think the Giants supposed to be bad, too. So
okay. Well, this was going to be my point then. If you look at the other teams, like the Dolphins, this is like, what, year 4 for McDaniel down there?
Mm-hmm.
Tua's playing. Tyreek's playing. A-Chain's playing. You're not supposed to be bad, and you're bad.
Chemistry matters.
Sure.
Most people don't think it matters. Chemistry matters. Your receiver don't believe in the offense. Your quarterback probably pissed at him now. So if you don't believe in the offense, you're telling the coach you don't believe in him. He's a play caller, right? They got a lot of that going on around that team. You know, they got the infighting, they got the certain sections and facets on the team.
Totally.
That's going to mess the team up. So I understand they got talent, but still, if you got talent and you don't have connections and chemistry, you're not winning football games.
So to that point, the Dolphins, it is, I believe, year 4 of McDaniel down there. Everybody's healthy to some degree, and they're 0-3. The Texans, it's year 3 with D'Amico, Stroud, Nico, Will Anderson. They start 0-3. They were in the divisional round of the playoffs last year. The Giants, it is year 4 for Daboll? I think it's year 4, right? Right, Brian? The Joe Shane.
3 or 4.
The Joe Shane, Brian Daboll, it's year 4. You signed 2 veteran quarterbacks. You draft another kid. You tell me you've stacked these good drafts. You're 0-3.
When you got multiple quarterbacks, you have none, right?
Correct. Who of the Giants, Texans, Dolphins situation is the worst?
Giants, Texans, Dolphins. I have to say it's either the Giants or the Dolphins. I don't think the Texans situation is the worst.
I think the Texans situation is the most unexpected.
Yeah,
which you could argue makes it the worst. But the Giants and the Dolphins
the
are
worst is
train wreck.
You have, first of all, you have a GM and a coach who both probably know they out and probably right now trying to see who's going to get the top billing. And when you got that and they're not connected, you're going to automatically mess up.
So I think the Giants have that in the power struggle. I think Shane is positioned to maybe stick around and Daboll's out. I think in Miami, it's going to be wholesale.
Well, I think in Miami, the thing about it is the owner is a little screwed up.
Willing to spend money.
He'll spend some money, but he's a little
to him.
screwed up in the head, though. He likes to do things a different way. But I just look at the coach. Look at his confidence. He should run full speed sprints off the field. He don't do that no more. He started walking a little bit more.
He seems shy.
He's been humbled. He came in as the new thing, the new little toy, new hot shot. And quickly he's been humbled to where now, it's not going to be this easy. I figured it out. But the Giants, tell me you didn't see this coming. I've seen this coming ever since they let Saquon go and the owner made his comments. I've seen this stuff coming.
I think the only reason they didn't fire Daboll is because they didn't want to have to fire another coach. They're like, man,
Well, maybe they should just get over that and say, hell, let's go. Figure it out.
What do you think's the worst, White Brian, as a Giant fan?
The Giants.
Why?
I think with the Texans, at least you have C.J. Stroud. With the Titans, at least you have Cam Ward. And the Giants won't put in their rookie quarterback.
To me, like I'm separating the Jets, Titans, Saints, because it's like the reset button has just been hit. The other teams, this is not a reset. Like y'all been doing this for a while. At some point, you're just bad.
Yeah, but Rattler didn't just get there. Rattler been there for 2 or 3 years, hasn't he?
Maybe, but he was never an answer.
They drafted him. They thought he was an answer.
Yeah.
I mean, and so they went with him this year. They could have drafted other guys. They could have done other stuff. They did none of that. Their ownership kind of, died, and now the daughter or whatever is running it. Maybe, just maybe. Don't have a clue.
The other 0-3 teams, new coach, rebuild in the Jets and the Saints. Texans, Dolphins, Giants, Saints. I'm sorry, Titans all have a returning coach. And I don't know what's the worst one.
Remember, we were rebuilding last year.
True.
We had success.
Totally.
And like already this year, we expecting it. So, man, it's what do you have in place? What Washington has in place is an ownership group that gives a damn and willing to give the coaching and the front office what they need. They have a guy in the front office who has control and seems to do the right things. And they have a coach who players believe in. Name me the other teams that truly have all of that. Even the Jets.
Maybe the
AG
Texans.
is my dude.
Yeah.
That's my boy. That's my friend. His owner is a psychopath.
Yeah.
Okay?
He named his son Brick.
As we continue going through this stuff, we have to understand, do they have all the people in place to have success?
The only chance of that, of the 0-3, because Moore's brand new and the Saints are in a weird situation. Glenn is 0-3, brand new, and the Jets are the Jets. The Texans have been fairly stable. D'Amico, I think, still has that locker room. They just had some tough losses.
Yeah.
I think I would separate that from Miami, New York, Tennessee.
Yeah, that's what I told you. I said I think the Texans is the best of all those three, of all those six you name out there.
All right, let's do the 2-1s. You got a lot of options.
Okay.
Bengals, Steelers, Jags.
The Jags
Commanders
are just strange to me.
Commanders, Packers, Vikings, Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Cardinals, Seahawks, and Rams. You got a lot of 2-1 teams.
Huh?
I think a lot of them are good, and it's premature. I'll just try to identify what I think are the bad ones.
Name them again.
So in the AFC at 2-1,
I think the Bengals
Steelers.
going to go down. I think not having Joe.
Yeah.
First of all, I didn't think they were going to be exceptional this year with Joe because their defense is horrible. Now you don't have Joe, and you still have a bad defense. So what happens?
You buying the Steelers at 2-1?
Not completely.
They're
I had a conversation with a guy the other day who was a Steelers fan, and he said, "Man, I just can't figure this out yet." He said, he don't like Aaron Rodgers. And I say, well, right now he's doing everything right because everything's going well. Soon as something goes bad, I can give you a final answer on what I think. Because one thing about him, it ain't his fault. Nothing.
Tomlin always goes over 500.
Okay.
I don't know.
If they go 9-8 with Aaron Rodgers, that's success to you?
I don't know. Are you buying the Jacksonville Jaguars?
That area right there is just like when I went down there for the Super Bowl. It just don't seem ready. I mean, when I went to Jacksonville for the Super Bowl, I was like, how in the hell did the NFL make this decision? They didn't even have enough hotel rooms. They had to bring in cruise ships
People were
for
eating at
people to
Waffle
stay
House.
on. It was pathetic.
That area is really nice to live and quiet and safe.
I guess, but
Jacksonville,
the nightlife
downtown
was
Jacksonville,
non-existent.
there were no restaurants.
Bruh, I'm serious. I've gone to
The beach is nice. but
well
it's
over
quiet.
28, 29 Super Bowl cities and had fun. Did not have fun in Jacksonville.
Packers and Lions, I think we're both buying.
Yeah. Well, the Packers better not lose another game like they lost.
Vikings? What's the status of McCarthy? You buying the Vikings with Carson Wentz having to start for a couple more weeks?
If their defense
Kevin O'Connell makes lemonade all the time.
I hear you. I hear you saying that. But I can say this. If their defense can play like they played, Carson can probably get some wins.
Brian Flores is a bad man.
Ain't going to be because of Carson, though.
Who you buying out west? Cardinals, Seahawks, Rams, all 2-1.
I like the Seahawks and the Rams. And I may tell you I like the Seahawks a little better. Because they're going to lay their life on the line with defense. Sean going to keep going offensively. Kind of part of the reason why he lost the other day.
Rams have got some young talent on that defense, but I agree with you. I think McDonald's a superior defensive coach. You buying the Commanders at 2-1?
I am.
I am too. You got 1 and 2s. I'll go quick, Lampa. Patriots, Ravens, Browns, Raiders, Broncos,
Ravens.
Chiefs, Cowboys,
Chiefs and Ravens.
Bears, Panthers, Falcons.
Chiefs and Ravens.
There's a pretty big gap
Yeah.
with the Chiefs and the Ravens at 1 and 2 and everybody else. What about the Broncos, though? That was a good team last year.
Good team last year. I just
Bo Nix.
I like Bo Nix. I just think the coach is a little bit too much for me.
Confident man.
The thing about it is when the story is more about him instead of the players, I have a problem with it. To be honest with you, that's just me. And he's the one that makes it that way.
Bo Nix through 3 games this year has 3 interceptions. Last year he had 12 the whole season.
I like Bo. I said that.
I'm saying
Yeah.
he's spraying it a little bit. Yeah, chill, dog. I like that exercise. That's always fun. When we return, Commanders tight end John Bates joins the program.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to our friends over at Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
You feel it instantly because they control the humidity. When you control the humidity, you control the comfortability of the house. It's comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. Plus, with these Rude systems, man, you barely even know they're on. It's like driving an electric car. The thing is whisper quiet. You got no idea. Rude delivers even in the most extreme conditions. It's going to be rainy. It's going to be weird this week. Your house, you don't want it all stuffy. Get a Rude system. They'll control the humidity, and that controls everything. Plus, you can save a bunch of cash. But you got to tell them you can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
The most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV is Rude, R-U-U-D. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Commanders about to wrap up the first month of the NFL season. Boy, time flies when you start playing football. Sunday, 1 p.m. in Atlanta. Commanders a 2.5-point favorite. Here's where we are now, even with the debacle in Green Bay in week 2. Commanders averaging just over 157 yards on the ground so far. They are the second-ranked rushing offense in the NFL, ninth best offense overall right now in football. And they have the 7th-ranked scoring offense after the big explosion this past weekend, 26.7 points per game now. Monday Night Football, Lions went into Baltimore, beat the Ravens last night, 38-30. Final week of the baseball season continues. Nats' final road series of the season in Atlanta. They lost last night, 11-5. Another one against the Braves tonight, 7:15 here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. mstreetbank.com to learn more to how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're very excited to get Commanders tight end John Bates on the line with us. John missed the game this past weekend, but I imagine you enjoyed watching the way they ran the football
Yes,
against the Vegas Raiders.
Yes, it was a great thing to watch. Running back room had a great game. Offensive line, tight ends, moving guys off the line of scrimmage. It was a fun one to watch for sure.
When you're not playing, one thing about me, hell, I've been out the game for 20-something years here, John, and I still lose my mind when I'm watching the game because I see the intimate things happening, the inside things. Do you get like that when you're not on the field?
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely is like that. Like, you kind of get a different perspective from obviously a player's perspective, but like when you're sidelined and watching from, up top, you get to see a whole nother vantage point of the ball game. And so, no, it's just really cool to see like the run game develop and, some of the big runs that hit and the success that we had. And then obviously the run game was working when we needed to pass. It opened up the pass game. So it was just a great all-around performance from the offense, I thought.
Physically, where were you? Up top with like the coaches and stuff?
They had this just a couple guys up top in like the box and stuff like that watching. Gotcha. So it was kind of a fun vantage point because you really got to see the plays develop from start to finish up there, which is fun. Like J-Mac's big run that he had. Yeah. Everyone that I was with, we all started standing up as soon as we saw him breaking out of that tackle. Terry's big catch that he had that thought still was a touchdown. We all stood up going crazy as soon as he made that second move on the corner. So kind of a different perspective, rather be playing, but still kind of fun to watch from that point of view.
Everybody wants the 50-yard line seat down low. I went to the USC Virginia Tech game in that stadium, and I sat in the 400 levels right there behind the goalpost. And I never thought I would have seen a better place because, like you said, you see everything developing as it happens or before it even happens. You got to try it out.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I mean, it was like really my first time being like in the stadium up that high watching the game. And like you said, you just get to see the whole thing pop and develop. Like Debo's opening kickoff return.
Oh, yeah.
Like as soon as he catches the ball and he gets to probably like 20-yard line, you just see the seam in the middle split open and everyone and stand it up. Hit it, Debo, hit it. And he hits it right up the middle and obviously has that big gain. So now it's fun watching from that perspective.
So I believe, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's only the second game in your career you've missed in 5 years. Yeah. Is that right?
Yep, only the second one. So
How are you feeling now? You itching to get back out there? How's it looking for Atlanta?
Oh yeah, itching to get back out there for sure. We'll kind of just see how things go this week and see how some of the on-field workouts go and whatnot. I'm hoping, if I can get out there, I would love more than anything to be out there playing with the guys. So we shall see.
Gotcha. So we're talking with Commanders tight end John Bates here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. John, how's your HVAC system at your house? You need us to call the Rude boys, have them come over?
HVAC system's doing good now, actually. I'm in a neighborhood that was kind of all built in the 90s, and a lot of people around here have kind of had, I think, the same system since like the 90s, and then 3 or 4 of us in the neighborhood, all our AC units and stuff all went out around Memorial Day.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah, kind of a crazy thing. I thought maybe it was just like a weird coincidence with us, and then we're like part of like a neighborhood page, and a couple weeks later, one person has theirs go out. Neighbor behind me has theirs go out about 3 weeks later, so we're doing good in that department now, but we were hurting there for about a week.
Damn, dude, you should have told us. We get Jimbo out there,
got you
no
hooked up,
problem.
I know.
Yo, at least
if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
If I remember, Memorial Day at least was kind of cool. It wasn't crazy hot, right?
Yes, we lucked out big time.
Wow.
I know. Like we were a little Memorial Day cookout thing with some of the teammates, and got home and house was set to 68, and go upstairs and there's no air. There's air blowing, but it's not cold air.
Right,
and our room's
88.
like 78 degrees,
Yeah,
and we're like, holy cow, this isn't going to work.
Well, and you got little ones too, so you got to
Yeah.
So we escaped to the basement for a night or two.
Okay, there you go.
What's the psyche, the mindset around the team, John, going into this week against Atlanta?
I think really just, kind of getting better and just building off of what we did last week. I think we had a good game all around. Special teams, obviously we had a couple big time kickoff returns, punt return for a touchdown. Offense was able to run the ball well, throw it down the field when we needed to. And then defense did a great job of, getting after the quarterback and containing him in the pocket and stopping the run. And also, great pass defense too. So I think it's, obviously it's a reset. What we did last week was great, but we have a new opponent this week. And so kind of just, a hard reset for everyone and getting, focus on Atlanta and just trying to, go out there and improve off of what we did last week, I think.
John, you talked about your different vantage point. What was your vantage point when DQ got trucked on the sideline by Mariota?
We couldn't really see it too good from where we at. We just saw Marcus run out of bounds, and we saw someone go down. But there was a little TV where we were sitting at, and they showed the replay of DQ getting hit because it showed him on the TV screen. His face was bleeding. We were all like, "What the heck just happened?" And then they showed the replay, and I mean, DQ's a tough SOB now, and he took a friggin' shot on the sideline, but he bounced back up and. Everyone, when we went into halftime, didn't really know what the deal was because obviously he got banged up pretty good, but he came back freaking full of energy, hyping everyone up. Everyone was stoked to see him bringing everyone up together and breaking us out going into halftime. So, no, he's a awesome leader, tough as nails.
John, you've had a chance to practice against Von Miller and watching him get his first sack as a Commander on Sunday. What's so good about him and what's difficult about blocking a guy like that?
God, Vaughn, dude, he's just like a pure just athlete. And obviously he's a veteran too, and he's done it at an extremely high level, but his athleticism, when you talk about his get off, his bend, his ability to make, moves on the offensive player. And then his football IQ too. He knows exactly what he needs to do to beat, a pass blocker and get to that quarterback point. And so he's just a dude, and he's just so technically sound too. Like I remember the first time in, I want to say camp, trying to block him. I mean, his technique with his hands it's just like unlike anything I've ever really gone up against. And so it was really cool to see him go out there and get his first sack for us. And I know he's still got a lot more coming. So it was great to see that from him.
John, without you out there, it seemed like they leaned on Sennett more. What'd you think of Ben's performance and trying to step in your dominant run blocking shoes?
No, Ben did a great job. Ben does a great job just coming in every single week and putting his head down and working. And he like before he probably wasn't getting too very many snaps, but he prepares like he's going to play for a full game. And he went out there with the full confidence, and I think everyone in our room has the confidence in him to go out there and to perform at a high level too. And I think he did a great job of just going out there and playing, not trying to do too much, not trying to put on the superhero cape and do what I do or do what, Zach does or anyone else does. He was just, Ben Sinnott. He was himself, went out there, played hard, had some great, hustle plays downfield. Zach had a sweet catch going in towards our tunnel, and, he was in the flat and he rolled up and peeled back and got a nice shot to spring Zach a couple more yards, and just a couple more effort plays like that on a couple quarterback runs. But no, it was just great to see him go out there and play with confidence and be himself, because everyone in our room knows how good of a player he is. And so it was just great to see him go out there and do what he does.
Last thing from me, John, obviously with you want Jayden out there all the time. But without Jayden out there, what is the feeling in the confidence level in Marcus?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it changes. Marcus is he's a one-on-one guy. He's a pro's pro. The way he comes in every single day, a lot of people don't see the work he puts in, but he prepares like he's going to play every single week. He may not be getting the first team reps, obviously up until like last week, but walkthroughs, he's sitting back behind everyone that's watching, and he's taking mental reps for, every single play. He's going through the operation on his own. He's in there early in the morning watching film and doing stuff that doesn't get seen and recognized. And so we know how good of a quarterback Marcus is and what he puts into the game. And obviously it's a result of how he played. He went out there and he managed the game and the way the coaches wanted him to do. And, he made plays when he needed to. And it was just great to see him. And everyone's got, the utmost confidence in Eight when he's out there for us.
Well, you can definitely see that, man. A guy that smiles like he smiles and has the confidence going to the game, that the guys are pulling for him, because he wouldn't have that 100%. If y'all didn't push that for him. So I totally respect how you all go out there and take care of him, so he can go out there and take care of his part of the job.
Most definitely. No, he's a all-around guy, and he's one of the best of the best. And so super glad he's on our team. I think we have the best backup quarterback situation in the NFL, and so no one flinches when he's in the game with us, that's for sure.
Dude, we appreciate your time. I hope you feel better, man. And I'm glad your air conditioner's working.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Right,
we'll chat again next week.
All right, man.
Be cool, man.
That's our guy.
All
John,
right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy. John Bates, Commanders tight end, itching to get back out there with the fellas. We'll see as the week develops. He says he's got to get back on the practice field, see how it feels. I know that Washington would certainly love to have John Bates back on the field against Atlanta.
Yeah.
In about an hour, you'll hear from University of Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
and your fat ass thighs. What a song. You got to leave it for the Fife verse. I like a brown, yellow, Puerto Rican, and a Haitian.
From the Zulu Nation.
That's so good. If I was working at the club, landfill, you would not pay either. Speaking of paying for things, we need bees to set some over-unders.
Oh, boy.
I have a physical today.
You have a physical?
I usually get a physical every year around my birthday. I'm a couple weeks late.
How detailed is this physical?
They do it all. I don't know.
Prostate?
Blood work? Nah, I'm not. I'm only 44. I think I got one more year until they're going downtown.
I'm about to say, you kind of excited for this physical.
I would not be excited. I don't think I'd be excited for that.
I think that's the one aspect of a physical that every man kind of just dreads.
You know, I'm not looking forward to it. I mean, I know that's coming, but that's not coming today. Today, jeez, I hope that was on the stream, White Brian. I hope you can post that.
My hand was over here; they didn't see it.
I think I don't know.
Oh boy,
I don't know.
Oh, you're crazy.
You know, here's my issue. I'm starving, but I don't know if I can eat. Are you allowed to eat before a physical? I was going to get an Uncrustable.
But the question is this: did they tell you had to fast? You don't normally fast for physical. You normally fast for like medical things, situations that's about to happen, like things like that.
They did send me a text. Maybe I should have read it.
You didn't read the text?
Check in early for your 3:30 appointment with Dr. Dela Cruz.
Like I went to a doctor the other day. I didn't have to fast.
Okay, so I'm chilling then, so I can have an Uncrustable.
Well, I'm not going to say all that. Then you're going to go to the doctor and say, well, B. Mitch, so I'm about to eat an Uncrustable. The doctor's like, who the hell is B. Mitch?
Landfill, what are your concerns for me going to get my physical today? I believe my life insurance is in order.
I don't have any concerns.
Healthy as an ox.
That's right. Yeah.
I generally have good blood pressure. There's a lot going on in my personal life right now. I wonder if my blood pressure will be impacted.
Well, when you first go to the doctor, it's just that they call it the white coat syndrome. That first reading will be a little higher than the others that follow. When you're first getting there, just for some reason, it's like scares the hell out of you. And then tell them, wait 5 minutes and do another, and then you'll be all right.
I generally have. Why are
Thank
people
you, Jeff.
calling? Are people calling about me going to the doctor? Jeff, answer those calls. Maybe people got advice for me. I generally have good blood pressure and like moderately high cholesterol. I
got something for you for that.
Do you?
Yeah. I'm gonna give you a book to order from.
Does the book lower my cholesterol?
No, the stuff you order will lower your damn cholesterol.
Okay.
My sister was taking this stuff, and her doctor asked her, what the hell are you doing? And he said, what you mean? She said, your numbers are outstanding. And that's all she did was take these two different things, one CoQ10 and the other one called the Daily 5.
How about this? I'm now filling out the form because you told me to check what they said.
Does it say fast?
I'm not making any sort of comment on this. I've just never been asked this question before.
Okay.
Assigned sex at birth.
I've never been asked that yet on any thing like that.
I'm a male. This is wacky. I guess some of this you don't have to answer, but you have to answer marital status. I'm a married man, happily. I guess when I say something's going on in my personal life, we had a little flood at the house, so we are very.
You want to make sure your people know what's right. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want people to start running with that.
JP is going through some marital issues now.
We're very, very blessed that I have a friend that is listing his house for sale, but not for a while, so we're able to stay there for a little while. We might have to get like a rental. Everything's in the hands of the insurance company and ServPro. I just want it to happen fast. The girls are a little. I talked with one of their teachers, and they said they're displaced. They're going to feel a little anxious.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. We'd like to get them back in our house as soon as possible. But I'm trying to keep big picture perspective on this. We didn't lose anything we can't replace. Everybody's okay.
Yeah.
We're all going to be fine. Don't worry about us. When we come back, we're talking about what Washington needs to do to beat Atlanta. And at 12:30, Jim Smith, University of Maryland athletic director, will join the program.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Injuries aren't just a concern in Washington as we head into week 4 of the NFL season. Latest one, Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans left their game over the weekend. He's going to miss a few weeks with a hamstring injury. Cowboys Pro Bowl receiver CeeDee Lamb expected to be out 3 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain, so he could miss their game against the Commanders next month. That'll be week 7 on October 19th. For Washington, safety Will Harris went on IR Monday with a fractured fibula. Commanders filled the spot, signing former Terrapin safety Darnell Savage to a contract, and we still don't know much about Jayden Daniels. Head coach Dan Quinn saying JD5 is day-to-day with the knee injury. We could know more about him on Wednesday. Monday Night Football, Lions outscored the Ravens 38-30. Defense was terrific for Detroit. Lions had 7 sacks. Ravens are now the worst-ranked defense in the NFL, giving up 415 yards and 32 points per game. Final week of the baseball season. Nationals are wrapping things up, the final road series of the year in Atlanta, losing last night 11-5. Another one in the ATL tonight, 7:15 here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Are you playing this because I have a visit with the doctor today, Landfill? B's going to send some over-unders for my doctor's visit, but he's convinced I will just forget about it. Coming up at 1:30, Jeff is going to go hit an exploding golf ball in the alley. We're going to stream that live, so make sure you're on the YouTube page. Coming up in about a half hour, University of Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith will join the program. Very excited to speak with Jim. Did have a funny interaction this morning. I was going to the bank. There's a bank on M Street Southeast, right by the ballpark, kind of right across from Circa. And I walk out of the bank, and there's just like this super loud music. I mean, bumping music. And I look up, and it's none other than Jeff Walker's beat-up green Jeep. And I roll up on him and start screaming at him to turn the radio down because I wanted him to think it was just some random dude screaming at him. Jeff, were you surprised for a second when I started yelling at you?
No, and if anyone ever yell at me from the street, I'll do exactly what I did to you. Look over and laugh.
The lady behind you yelled something. I don't know if she was agreeing with me or yelling at me to not judge how loud your radio was. Did you hear that?
No,
Okay.
I quite frankly didn't care either.
Well, quite frankly, I was joking around. Your music was absurdly loud, though.
No, I'm talking about like if people say my music, I don't care. I'm enjoying myself, getting ready to come deal with y'all.
A little bit of news out of Nashville. Titans head coach Brian Callahan is relinquishing his game day play calling job to quarterbacks coach Bo Hardigree. I doubt many people here have watched a lot of the Titans, but Callahan has made some god-awful coaching decisions, like really, really, really bad. So getting a little less on his plate might help. I'm not sure it will. I'm not sure it's great when you're brought in to be the offensive guy and develop this young quarterback, and then now you're giving up play calling. But That may not have been his decision. That might have been ownership calling down to his office and saying, yo, something's got to happen here. This thing's a wreck. We'll see. Kind of pay attention to what unfolds with the Titans. I do like Cam Ward as a player, so we'll see what happens there. One interesting thing as folks, there's so much concern about the Jayden Daniels injury or how much truth we're being told about the injury. How concerned are people about this Terry McLaurin quad? I don't know how much we saw Terry after it was announced he had the quad issue. Terry plays through a lot. We've all seen him do it. You do worry about soft tissue stuff with guys that miss a lot of time in training camp, whether that's injury or contract related. Jeff, where are you at on the Terry injury?
My bad. I was chewing food.
Well, I can't eat, so nobody else should. According to some dude that called in and said I shouldn't have an Uncrustable before a physical.
That sucks for you.
They had the peanut butter and honey ones in there. I had never seen those.
JP, just how the Raiders been in Vegas for 5 years, those have been in the kitchen for about 3. But now, where I stand on the Terry situation, I'm not surprised because he didn't have no training camp. He's getting right back out there, going full speed. So I wasn't surprised. Now I hope it don't hinder him from Sunday. I hope he can play through it. But if it's something that's bad, I wouldn't play him. I know he has this thing where he hasn't missed a game in like 5 years. Don't go out there for a record. Just if it's bothering you, let it heal while it's earlier in the season, because we're going to need you later on.
Landfill, you worried about the Terry thing?
Not really. I'm a little more worried that he didn't really do a lot the first couple weeks of the season. Although, yeah, on Sunday he looked pretty good.
Sunday he looked pretty good, got deep. The Terry situation, the Noah Brown situation. How much do you guys buy into Luke McCaffrey had the big play, his first ever NFL touchdown. Luke, it's pretty remarkable. I think he had 3 catches for, I'm going to pull up the exact stats because to me this says a lot. Luke last year, I want to say, finished the season. Yeah, I got the numbers here. 18 for 168 last year. On Sunday against the Raiders, he had 3 catches for 56 yards and a touchdown. How much do you feel like there could be a Luke McCaffrey kind of breakout season here if Noah Brown misses more time? Maybe Terry's not 100%. Like, was that Luke finally got one and now it's going to continue to grow from there? Or was that a one-off late in a game against a bad defense that was getting their ass kicked in the run game? So maybe the play action just worked. Jeffrey, how you feeling about Luke?
I want Luke to prosper. And hopefully the way the stadium erupted in Luke, hopefully that motivates him to get in the end zone more.
Landy, you feeling better about Luke?
No, not really.
Really?
No, he just hasn't really done anything in like the time he's been here. That game, I'm not going to put that much weight until what happened at the end of the game. I'd need to see it for a couple more weeks before I change my opinion.
Atlanta gave up 30 to the Panthers. Maybe this is the Luke continues tour. I think it's fair to want to see more, though. What do you think? I've said this all along. I had a bunch of some of the fantasy people we have on, some national fantasy people that I know throughout training camp were texting me about Bill. Like, yo, what is his role? Is he going to be the guy? And at that point, I had said, this was after the B-Rob trade, but I was like, listen, they are going to go with a committee. And at that point, I was like, Eckler's definitely going to have a role. Like, from a fantasy perspective, the Commanders' backfield kind of scares me. And from a fantasy perspective, that hasn't changed. Rodriguez is going to have a role. McNichols showed he could hit a home run. He's also their best in pass pro. Bill's role, I think, will continue to grow. If you look at last week, C-Rod got the most carries. Bill got the second most carries. McNichols got the most yards. A lot of that was the 60-yarder. McNichols finished 4 for 78. I do think it's important that Bill helped in the pass game. He caught his only target on that little slip underneath Max Crosby. I don't know when it happens, but I think fans need to be comfortable with how they're going to divvy up the carries. If you want more Bill in your life, I understand. He finished with 8 carries for 26 yards, 3.3 per carry. C-Rod was 11 for 39, 3.5. I already gave you the McNichols stat line. The 60-yarder is going to skew that. I don't think the committee is going anywhere when it comes to the Commanders' running back room. I think that's how they're going to operate. I think for fantasy folks, I understand the frustration.
To hell with them. I don't care about no fantasy. We care about winning the game.
Do you think – now, Bill had double the carries this week than he did last week. Do you think they need to get Bill more carries?
I think they need to get the guy who's the most effective that day, the most carries. Bill is the guy who we see can get certain things done. But what if it's just not his day? Everyone asking for Bill. You know what the opposing team does too? Prepare for Bill. We heard a lot about Bill. Bill had gotten the most the week before. All of a sudden, who got the first snap in the game Sunday? Rodriguez. These coaches understand what's going on. And I know what the fans feel like. And listen, kudos to y'all. You find a person you like, cool. But trying to help your fantasy team win is not what the object is in this thing. The object is to win the football game. And when you saw McNichols doing it like he was doing it, you got to go with that. And another aspect that McNichols bring to the game that Bill not yet, or even Rodriguez not yet brings to the game, is the pass receiving out of the backfield. And ordinarily, he's very much a good pass protector. You know, against Green Bay, he wasn't. Nobody was. But he also, when he's in the game, the one thing he does when he's in the game, a team can't say, oh, they're going to be running the ball. You don't know what he's going to do. Very much like Eckler when he was in the game.
I asked the boys this. What's your concern level with Terry's quad?
Quiet for a receiver, I worry about it. But was it something very serious, or is it something that he could get through? You know, we know that they're going to get the treatment, probably getting treated twice a day, sometimes 3. Go home and still do some stuff. But I've had quad, I've had hamstring stuff, but nothing that kept me out of a football game. Because guys that, if you ever ran track, you know how to run and stop to help to keep stuff from messing up. A lot of people always think the hamstring pull is when you're really taking off a lot. A lot of hamstring pulls happen even more when you're stopping. The way that you throw that leg out there, you can get that same thing can happen with your quad. But if you take care of it and during the week, take it a little easy, you probably can go on Sunday. Gary Clark.
Right.
You know, we do this show with Gary on the Thursdays for home games. Gary talked about how he rather couldn't go in practice. He'll come out on Friday, do a little something, get in the game, he'll do it. Then he has to build himself back up for Friday again, you know, to be able to go that weekend. And there are guys out there that are capable of doing that and doing it like that. And we know Gary did it at a high level. He'll take a damn 7-yard hitch and go 70 with a messed up ham. Or, you know, and the quad thing is one of the biggest muscles in your body. That thing, you want to take care of it. And, you know, I think Terry will.
What about Luke? We saw the big catch and run. He almost got to like a last year he went for 170 through the air. He went for 56 in the week 3 win over the Raiders. I mean, that's what close to a third of his total for the year last year. Now we don't know what's going to happen with Noah Brown yet, but Noah Brown has missed time at various times.
Yep.
Terry's got the squad thing. How much faith do you have that Luke last week was not a one-off, but he'll continue to grow in that role?
Well, he's growing on a regular basis, and he's getting better at things. I think we've seen him open on some plays, which I mentioned. I tried to explain this the other day, where he could be sometime on the backside of a pass route where they're watching on the left side, and he may not see him. But the fact that he was open and the quarterback found him and he got some score, maybe they look for him a little bit more. You know what I mean? Maybe during the week, Cliff goes, Luke may be on the backside of this thing. Give him a peek before you let that ball go. And I think the more weeks he gets under his belt, the better he's going to be. We have to understand Luke moved to receiver in his last year, or 2 years in college.
At Rice, yeah.
And didn't get tons of receptions. Come here last year, didn't get much play. Now he's back in his second year. So him and Jalen Lane are those guys that we're expecting to grow. And the mere fact that he's here and the coaches talk so highly of him, I believe he's doing everything they want him to do in practice. You have to take that to the game.
There's definitely a disconnect in how fans have been frustrated versus how coaches see McCaffrey. And I would add Senate. The coaches like what they see.
Yeah, I mean, fans see, fans like, fans don't know. Luke get drafted in the 3rd round. We automatically start liking him. We have an expectation because he was drafted in the 3rd round. We also have an expectation because he's Christian McCaffrey's brother. That may be what a lot of people are pulling for. But the coach also understands that the guy is raw. He may not be 100% ready yet. So I'm not going to just throw him out there when he can't help us or himself. As he began to help us and himself, I throw him out there and he starts to play. I think fans need to allow those coaches to be able to go out there and do what they do. The coach knows when it's time to go and when it's not. Because sometimes when the coach don't put a player on the field, he's not trying to disappoint the fans. He's trying to protect that player. Because if you go out there on the see the difference between football and some of these other sports, go out on the football field and not knowing what the hell you're doing, you end up in the hospital, laid up some damn where. It's not like basketball, baseball, you might strike out here or there. Football, you end up in a damn bed somewhere, no matter what the hell happened. When you're not ready, you're not ready. Coaches are throwing him out there when they're ready. And now you see him starting to come along. Some guys do it quicker than others.
It's going to be a really interesting week. I don't know what you make of it, but Raheem Morris this week, probably this morning or last night, they've already made a coaching staff change in Atlanta.
Uh-huh.
They started 1-2 and just got smoked by the Panthers.
Yeah.
And Raheem has since fired Ike Hilliard,
the
receivers coach. Ike Hilliard was here. He may have had the passing game coordinator title. What do you make of firing your receivers coach 3 weeks into the season?
Sometimes you got to fire somebody. And I will ask this question. Does a receiver coach, pass game coordinator, do they block for the quarterback? Nope. Do they coach the guy that necessarily block for the quarterback? That's offensive line coach job. I don't think Penix or Kirk had much time in that game. And they damn sure don't throw the ball for the quarterbacks. So I'm sure Ike didn't tell Penix to throw the ball to the other team. And sometimes you're a scapegoat. It's just how it goes. It's that simple. And I know people don't think things are simple. Things are that damn simple. Sometimes you just end up on the wrong end of the stick.
Raheem Morris was emphatic after the game that there's not a quarterback competition, that Kirk doesn't get to compete for the job, that it's Penix's job. What are the chances you think we see Kirk rather, on Sunday?
As a starter?
No. He's not. It's going to be Penix.
I think if Penix goes in the game and he's playing like he was playing against Jacksonville, you'll see him. See, coaches always say it's not a controversy. May not be a quarterback controversy. Maybe a performance controversy. Ron would say one thing that I agree with him is I can't just worry about one guy, I got to worry about the rest of the people. And if one guy is affecting all the other people, that one guy shouldn't be out there, right? So if he's affecting the performance of their offense, he probably won't be out there. So,
Raheem is in his second year as the head coach in Atlanta. Last year they went 8-9, off to a 1-2 start. All-time good guy, but it seems like they are the Falcons, but it seems like there might be some turkey vultures circling overhead. They're going to be desperate for a win. Keep that in mind as Washington prepares to go down to Atlanta. When we return, really excited to get the University of Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith on the line, have a great conversation. Nobody go anywhere. It is B-Mitch and Finley. Now, I told you a little bit about what's going on at home. It's unfortunate. It's not the end of the world. But over these next couple, let's hope it's a couple weeks, we're going to have contractors in and out all the time. You know it is a huge help? The MyQ app. I can let them in from my phone through my garage door. Look, we're all hoping the squad in Burgundy and Gold has more ups than downs this season. But if your garage door is struggling to go up and down, that's where Door Pro America comes in. Whether it's just a busted spring, it's too noisy, or it just won't move, go with the pros at Door Pro America. You know, we recently upgraded our garage door with Door Pro America, one of the best home improvements we've made. It was a simple process. It looks great, runs smooth, and it bumped up the curb appeal on the house. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years, and they can do it all. Repairs, maintenance, new installs, garage doors, openers, whatever you need. Do what I did. Give them a call and ask how you can save big on repairs with a Door Pro Advantage membership, including annual maintenance to keep everything on track. If you call right now, you get $60 off any repair or a full tune-up for just $89. Do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or you can visit doorproamerica.com and tell them JP Finley sent you.
The inspiration for this song is just the events that happened in the season, man.
Let's do it.
This is wrapping up the 24-25 regular season, and we still got some crank to come for the playoffs.
Let's crank it.
Let's go.
It's been a hell of a season, and I'm excited for the future that's coming. But I need to put the NFL on notice. Tell them, Washington, back up! We up, we back. 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 I want to thank the football gods for a hell of a season. Predicted at a few wins, but them boys didn't achieve it. It's like they strapping up their gear and they playing with reason. Reviving life in the city, cause Lord know we need it. When they hired Dan Quinn, man, it was a lot of doubt. He put that hat on backwards, punched the haters in the mouth. Man, they talked about Cliff, said he was gonna fade out. Now we headed to the playoffs after a 4-year drought. Now let's talk about Jayden. Man, how can you hate him? The boy been balling since that pass against the Bengals. In the heat of the moment, I swear it don't faze him. He get back up and throw a touchdown, a laser. We up, we back.
All right, so far this is really, really good.
We up, we back. 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 And that's a wrap for our 2024-2025 regular season. Of course, we're going to have a crank for the playoffs. But to my Washington fans, we up, we back. Now, I know it's going to be a lot of crazy talk, a lot of crazy fans, because, you know, winning is bringing the haters out of the woodwork. But keep that left hand up. Get that left hand up. That left hand up.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. The city of Atlanta, the focus for DC sports fans this week. The Nationals are in the midst of their final road series of the season in the ATL. Nats were beaten last night by the Braves 11-5. Another one for the Nats in Atlanta tonight. 7:15 first pitch here in the Fan, and then quick turnaround for the final road game of the year. 12:15 p.m. start tomorrow afternoon before the Nats head home for the series, for the season finale series against the White Sox this weekend. Then on Sunday, the Commanders finish up the first month of the NFL season in Atlanta. 1 p.m. kickoff against the Falcons. Commanders a 2.5-point favorite. Injuries are going to be obviously the big topic again this week. We may know more about Jayden Daniels on Wednesday when the Commanders get back to practice. B-Mitch J.P. Finley just talking about another potential issue. Terry McLaurin dealing with a quad. So we will see and hopefully know more about that when the team gets back to work on Wednesday. Monday Night Football last night. Lions knock off the Ravens 38-30. Ravens have the worst defense in the NFL. They dropped to 1-2, losing a big game on primetime. You hate to see it, don't you? From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Breaking news out of New York City. The Giants are benching Russ Wilson and going to Jackson Dart. White Brian.
All right.
Ecstatic. Right now, though, really excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And talk to Mr. Jim Smith, the head athletic director at my alma mater, the University of Maryland. Jim, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
Hey, thanks, JP. Great. I'm doing great. Everybody in Turfville should be doing great right now.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. We got an undefeated football team. Basketball season is about to start up. I want to start just by saying, as an alum of the school, I love what I follow you on Instagram. It seems like you just have boundless energy, and you're doing everything you can just to build the Terps back up.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. There's a lot to do in this job, and I'm loving every second of it. And interacting with folks like you guys just gives me more energy. And being around these student athletes, and legitimately being around the student athletes and seeing how committed they are to Maryland only makes me want to make sure everybody in the DMV knows how good the University of Maryland athletic program is.
Well, Jim,
that's why I'm out there all the time. That's why I'm representing you as an alum. Everybody who lives in the state of Maryland, everybody on this campus, every student athlete who plays here, and that's why I do it.
Well, I didn't go to Maryland, but I paid a lot of money to Maryland. My daughter went to Maryland, and believe me, every time they win, I get a phone call because she is hyped because the school's out there winning and playing well on the football field.
Well, and she should be. And did she graduate, or is she still here now? Brian?
Now she graduated. Oh Lord, she's now married with a kid now. So 31. So she graduated probably 7-8 years ago. She cheered there while she was there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And look, that's one of the great things about I've seen in my 3 home games here. The student turnout has been exceptional, and that really leads to long-term fan creation and creating a great environment for them. They've been great. They create the energy in the building, and it matters. The student athletes, they notice. The football players notice when the fans are there, when the students are there, because they bring great energy. And I think. The upside is we get a week to rest. The downside is we got to wait a week to play again because after coming out of Wisconsin, I think everybody is just fired up about this football team.
Well, I loved that the Wisconsin game's on national TV. It's on NBC. Everybody's watching it, and I loved how good Malik looked. How exciting is it to have a true freshman quarterback go to a really hostile environment at Camp Randall Stadium and play like that? Like, I assume you were there. What was the vibe like at Camp Randall when Malik's just throwing darts?
It was great if you're a Maryland fan. Not so good if you're a Badger fan. Sure. I mean, when you look at the comparison of the quarterbacks on the field, and you say, "Wow, that kid's a true freshman." Fourth game in the Big Ten, fourth college game, first game in the Big Ten on the road in a really tough place to play. And he looks super mature. He looks like he's been there before. And I think really think about this as well. I was walking off the field after the game, and I look back, and NBC is doing an interview with Malik in his 4th game of his college career. And that tells you a lot about how, where our program is, how far we've come in a really short period of time. A credit to Coach Loxley and Pep on the offensive side of the ball and how quickly they've developed Malik into a great quarterback, but also don't overlook our defense and our special teams. This is a really well-rounded football team, and and I think we showed it in Wisconsin, and I think you're going to see that consistently throughout the year.
Certainly. What do you think that crowd will be like next Saturday at Bird? I'm hoping
it should be really good. It's Parents Weekend, so we get a nice lift from all the parents being on here. We're riding the momentum. We're beating the drum as loud as we possibly can to get as many people out to the game. But we started a little late when we got here. I started late, so Joe LeBou is doing a really good job building up our fan base again in our marketing program. And I think we're going to have a really good crowd. But the more you can tell people about it, the better we're going to be. The energy is going to be good. The team. The other thing is that if you guys watch the game, this team plays really hard. That's the other thing. They're intense, and I think you're going to see that every week. So they're worthy of just the intensity that they bring to the game to come out and watch in person.
We were talking with Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith. So, Jim, I got to confess, I went to college with Joe Boo. I've known him a long time. I would always see him down in Charlotte when he was running the Panthers. I was so happy by that hire. His energy and love for Maryland is so real. But, dude, I want to ask you this, and I'm asking this as an alum. I love the school, but I also recognize things haven't always been the best there. You were at Ohio State. Prior to that, you were in the NFL with the Falcons, Major League Baseball with the Braves, one of the best-run organizations in sports. What made you want to come to Maryland and try to get so many different things back on track?
It's a great academic institution, right? So you're working from a base that is really solid to recruit from. Two, and maybe even more important than one, you're in the DMV, right? This is a hotbed for high school talent, and everyone knows it. Big market, major market. So those are big things. And then when you really look at huge upside here at Maryland, just an unbelievable amount of untapped potential in football, in men's and women's basketball, in all our sports, even though both men's and women's basketball have won national championships, right? And soccer's won national championships. We've won national championships here, but I think we can do even better going forward. And it was really exciting. And the last piece of the equation for any successful athletic director, it doesn't matter where you are in this country, you have to have a supportive president. And after spending time with President Pines, I knew the ingredients were here to be successful. And now it's just a matter of, how long is it going to take for us to get there consistently?
I'm like, you've been around college football, I'm sure, for a long time. And this NIL thing, how much has that changed it? And are you ready to deal with all of that?
I'm definitely ready to deal with it. If you don't get into this job if you're not ready to deal with it.
Yeah.
But it's constantly changing, right? And I think that's part of coming from the outside. Actually, I think it's the one thing that really helps me is that when you've worked in different environments, you have to be adaptable, and you have to be able to be creative in how you're going to put your NIL together. In our case, and how that might change in 6 months, and how you're going to adapt again when it changes. If you keep sitting back and waiting for someone to give you the answer, you're going to get left behind. So we're going to go out and create our own answers here at Maryland. We're going to keep we're going to do our absolute best to keep our best talent in state, our best talent on our roster, and build this going forward, and making sure Coach Locke has all the resources from a football perspective, and Coach Buzz and Brenda have all the resources from a basketball perspective to be a consistent competitor at the high end of the Big Ten and in the NCAA.
Don't forget about my boy Swope either. Get the dirty terps, the baseball teams.
Oh, it's all. I'm hitting the highlights for your audience.
I'm just messing with you.
But look, I say we're going to win in football and field hockey. We're going to win in baseball and softball. We're going to win in lacrosse and in all soccer. We're going to win in them all. And I'm confident we can do that. We're not going to win in them all every year, but we're going to win, and we're going to continue to win. We're going to keep our top programs already there, and we're going to keep elevating all our programs to be at the top of the Big Ten.
I love that, and I think we've got the best lacrosse coach in the country in Tills. Jim, I got an idea for you. I don't know if you're ready for this.
You bet.
You worked in Atlanta for a long time. You worked with Arthur Blank for a long time.
Yes, sir.
A quick Google search reveals that Arthur Blank went to Babson College in Massachusetts. I don't think Babson is a big-time sports program. Let's get Arthur Blank with the Terps. Let's get Mr. Blank involved.
Donate that money there.
There's some cash, baby.
I love it, but I think we've got two great football owners here in the DMV that I'd love to get involved, and one has been great to the University of Maryland. So we're really fortunate to have two great football owners right here. I don't know if they want Arthur coming into their backyard taking over Maryland. That's for sure.
That's true. Bashadi's been great. Let's next time I see Harris and Rails and I'll be sure they're kicking some cash to College Park too. I'll do
Rails almost played in Maryland.
Yeah. Actually, Jim, do you know that Mitch Rails has a great story about almost playing at the University of Maryland?
No, what's the story?
Well, when you see him, meet him, whatever, you should ask. But basically, he played. I think he's a pretty big guy.
He was like a linebacker, and they offered him and another guy that was a lot bigger than him, and he said a little bit more athletic, and he was like, well, I'm not going to make it over here.
I think he said he went for his tryout, and it was like, I don't think I'm getting this spot.
Yeah.
But I believe Mitch played at Walt Whitman High School and was a pretty serious player. All right, so I'm a Terp. I'm a proud Terp. How can I help? How can the alumni help here? You got to pack the stadium against the Huskies. Hoop season's right around the corner. Buzz and Brenda, I'm excited for. What? I'm not going to ask what Maryland can do for me. I'm going to ask what I can do for Maryland.
Hey, JP, great question. First, if you get tired of doing radio, I think you'd be a great fundraiser for us. So let me know if you're, or if you want to moonlight a little bit. There would definitely be an opportunity for you as part of the Terps family here. But hey, look, it is really important for all of our alum and all of Maryland just to rally around our athletic program, and that means watch, listen, attend. Right, those are the things that you can do, and then donate. Those are the ways that every fan in Maryland can support their flagship university. Right, and there's no amount too small, because everything makes a difference in today's world with NIL and all the opportunities that we want to provide to all our student athletes. So those are the things. And then my last piece is, and I know this is really hard, and I don't have the scar tissue of the past that other people do, but it's to stay positive, right? These student athletes go and fight every day for Maryland. Remember, they wear Maryland on their jersey. They wear Maryland on their uniform. They're representing us every single day, and I just want us to support them in their journey as both a collegiate student athlete and then potentially on to become a professional student athlete or a professional athlete. So. That's my ask of all of Maryland, and I appreciate the opportunity to be with you guys today.
Appreciate it, man. You can come on anytime. So a couple things for you. I know a lot of folks over in that athletic department. I know how many good people you have working for you, folks on the NIL side, on the sales side, a lot of great people. I'm so excited you hired Joe Boo. I really think this is going to be a great time for Maryland. You got great coaches in place. And let me add this. When I was just joking about Arthur Blank, all right? I got a text.
No, he wasn't.
Well, you'll laugh at this, B. Somebody's listening, because I got a text from somebody involved in Commanders ownership just now, said, don't promote Arthur Blank. We are right here.
Mitchell Rails.
No, we're not naming names. We're not naming names.
I'll tell you the other one.
Remember, JP, that was you. That wasn't me. That was you.
Jim, anything I can do? You want me to voice something? Anything? And you just ask, have Jason text me, whatever we can do, man. It's an exciting day in College Park, man. Thank you very much for the time.
Hey, JP and Brian, really appreciate the time to be with you today. Thank you.
All right. Take care of yourself.
Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith right there, and an elite Instagram follow. This dude is everywhere, man. SVP said it on his podcast. I don't know when this guy sleeps, because he has approached this new job with just a
you gotta
ton
go
of energy.
dive in head first, man, if you want to make it go.
I love it. I love it. We'll talk to another Terp alum at 1 o'clock, Barstool Nate. And at 1:30, Jeff's going to hit an exploding golf ball on the stream. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Get to talk to the Terps AD, and then Landfill plays Arcade Fire. Must be my lucky day.
Hey.
And let's hope the luck continues till 3:30 when I go to my physical. About to begin the hour at high noon, I asked, hey, how are we all feeling about this Terry thing? Because I had a feeling news was about to come out about the Terry thing. There's a lot of ways to look at something. Adam Schefter just tweeted out, Washington wide receiver Terry McLaurin is uncertain to play Sunday versus Atlanta due to his quad injury, per source.
Okay.
He is still seeking more information about the injury. That's one way to look at it. Nikki Javala, I think maybe correctly, is saying wide receiver Terry McLaurin is getting additional opinions on his quad injury per sources. Most players do seek additional opinions for their injuries before determining treatment.
They normally do.
Like, getting a second opinion isn't that big of a deal.
It's just something that happens.
But the quad thing had me... Here's what I can tell you happened. Sunday, Terry has the big catch. Terry is a professional about media obligations. Has been since he was a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a team captain, a star player like Terry is, there is an expectation both from the team side, the media side, the league side, that you address the media.
Uh-huh.
Not to mention, it was a 41-24 ass-kicking, and you had your best game of the season.
Yeah.
Like, that's a layup to talk, right? Answer a few questions, get on TV.
Yeah.
He's got a great smile, break out the pearly whites, right? It was a little delayed before we got into the locker room. We had actually already heard from Marcus Mariota. He came straight to the podium before he got into the locker room. When we got into the locker room, we were told Terry's not talking. He's dealing with an injury. Now, players, when they are dealing with injury, have no obligation to talk.
Yep.
That happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, you see that with head injuries, particularly, or bad injuries. Generally, guys just kind of beat up, they still talk.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as an example, Jayden Daniels talked after the Packers game when he had a knee sprain,
Mm-hmm.
right? Quarterbacks are under a little more pressure to do so. But when Terry didn't talk Sunday, stayed in my mind. And then as I've been talking with people, texting with people this week, I have some reservations if Terry's playing in Atlanta prior to these series of tweets from every national person. Terry getting a second opinion on the quad makes a ton of sense. That's a big muscle, and it's vital. So
very.
I think we have to treat that with some level of seriousness.
I agree 100%. But the thing of it is, he never said he's not going to play.
Right.
And as I went through the stuff with Gary, I'm serious. I would see Gary in practice like, damn, he ain't going to play this week. And all of a sudden, the dude played. But just like Jayden, everyone was saying Jayden shouldn't play because you're thinking about the future. If Terry is banged up enough, he shouldn't play either because you got more games to play. And if rest will get it better, then you get it better. No different. I, unlike others, don't look at the quarterback position solely as the only one that you got to take some time with. Terry's a playmaker. He's a pro. He's a guy who leads his team. I want him to be there too. Because you know what? He'll make Jayden's job easier. He'll make the team's jobs easier. So I'm with that.
I don't think a receiver with a quad injury being uncertain on Tuesday should be that. It's not like a big headline to me. You know what I mean?
Nah. I'm going to tell you, bro, a lot can happen between today and Saturday.
Right.
I mean, Sunday. You know, a lot can happen.
Here's what's going to happen in the next hour. First, Barstool Nate. Second, Jeff hits an exploding golf ball on video. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Boy, the hits just keep on coming, don't they, for the Commanders? Another injury to worry about. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, reporting today that Terry McLaurin is now getting additional opinions on his quad injury suffered in the win over the weekend against the Vegas Raiders, and that McLaurin could miss Sunday's game in Atlanta. So another key injury in offense to worry about. Head coach Dan Quinn said Monday. Jayden Daniels is still day-to-day with his knee injury, so we will see as the Commanders, coming off that impressive win, would love to follow it up. This is a Dan Quinn revenge game, going back to the place where he went to a Super Bowl in Atlanta. Commanders, right now, for the 1 p.m. kickoff, are a 2-point favorite. The other big news today in the NFL, NFC East, the New York Giants, not really a big surprise, making a quarterback change after the 0-3 start. Russell Wilson benched. First-round pick Jackson Dart will start Sunday against the LA Chargers. Monday Night Football, Detroit went into Baltimore, beat the Ravens 38-30. Baseball Nationals' final road series of the season continues in Atlanta. Nats lost last night 11-5. They play another one in the ATL tonight, 7:15 on the Fan. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. 1 o'clock. You hear OAR. Landfill decided not to mess with Nate Dogg today. He played his regular song instead of that change-up he threw at him last week. Hello, Eric. How do you do?
Fellas, it's good to talk to you. Good to hear my old song back. It's a lovely Tuesday in New York City. How are you?
We're good, buddy. This is B. Mitch and Finley on the Rude guest hotline. We've got our friend, Mr. Barstool Nate. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And Nate's from the DMV.
Yeah, Rude. It ain't rude, it ain't right. So Nate's rude.
lot of news. Let's start with a butt whooping against the Raiders. 17-point win. How excited were you by that?
I mean, the Raiders stink. That is one of the worst game plans I've ever seen in my life. They are a bad, abysmal team, and we've watched a lot of bad, unprepared teams in our time. They are a bad, unprepared team. That being said, we put up a 40 spot in an NFL game, and I don't care how bad or unprepared the team you're playing is, putting up a 40 spot with a backup quarterback is always hard to do and always a delight to see. It was just, I love the bounce back from Cliff Kingsbury. I thought he called a fantastic game. I thought besides Matt Gay missing the field goal and kicking the ball out of bounds on the kickoff, I thought special teams was fantastic. Yeah. Obviously, that's not a hot take, but just credit to them for playing fantastic. I thought our front on the defense played great. Bobby Wagner is an absolute machine, getting 2 sacks, just all around a lot of bright spots. A couple, coverage breakdowns that, they need to tighten up. Still with the penalties that they need to tighten up. But as far as an NFL game goes, that was a butt whooping, and it was just great to see being 2-1, 2-0 at home. And this is what the times we prayed for. This is what we always wanted. We are a real NFL football team operating like a real NFL football team should, beating up on bad teams like we should, and that was without Jayden. And it was great. It was great.
What are you expecting moving forward then, Nate?
More of the same, it's this train doesn't stop. You don't rest on your laurels. You go into Atlanta, Atlanta comes to us, and
we're going to Atlanta.
We're going to Atlanta? Yeah, sorry. And they just lost 30-0 to Carolina. They're a bad team, and we should do more of the same. It shouldn't be We spent so long talking about playing up and down to competition, right? We saw it year after year, playing up to good teams or getting beat by, soundly by good teams, and then playing down to bad teams. I want more of these 40 burgers. I want more imposing our will on these bad teams. I don't want taking plays off. I don't want, letting teams back into games. Foot on the gas, pedal to the metal, beat down on the bad teams.
Talking with my friend Barstool Nate here. We did this the other day, and I thought it was kind of fun. What was your favorite play from the Raiders game?
Yeah.
Jalen Lane, the punt return. When special teams puts points on the board and takes the pressure off the offense, and they don't have to march down the field. You don't have to get extra reps in for the offensive linemen who are just absolute dogs out there. It's always good. We haven't seen game-breaking speed like Jalen Lane, I feel like, in quite a long time, especially on special teams. And Debo. Debo, I can't believe people called this guy fat. He might be the most in-shape player I've ever seen in my life. So I just think
his coach called him that at the time.
Yeah. But the return game this season, not just this last week, this season has been spectacular. And punt coverage too. Just if we want to get away from just the returns, the punt coverage, just spectacular. Whatever they're doing in that special teams room on the punt side of it, field goal kicking, I don't want to get into.
Larry Izzo, brother.
The field goal kicking situation is still a problem. Kicking the ball out of bounds on the kickoff is a problem, but I don't want to talk about that because we just came off a huge win. We're only talking about good things. The return game has been fantastic.
The return game's been really good. The kicker situation is there. They remain confident, so I don't think people should expect much change. Whether that's good or bad, that's just the reality. I don't know how long.
I'm expecting him to get better. If they're going to keep him, I'm expecting him to get better.
Low bar, but yeah, I agree with you.
He did make a 55-yarder. Now, granted, he missed the first one, and then, you know what I mean? Like, he missed the first one. The Raiders called the timeout to try to ice him, and then he iced them.
Yeah.
Let's switch it to Atlanta here, Nate Dogg.
Sure.
What's your level of concern with Jayden? With the knee?
I don't have a high level of concern. We need to. We just saw Marcus Mariota play a hell of a game, and is that sustainable? We're not sure, but he is one of the better backups in the league, and I think that's very important. He's extremely prepared. He's seasoned. He understands how to win football games. Besides the one fumble, I thought he played a fantastic game. I thought his awareness in the pocket was great. I thought his reads were great. I just thought he played just an A-plus game. I don't care who you play against. It's still the NFL. It's still NFL talent. And Marcus Mariota looked fantastic. My worry about Jayden is not super high. I think they are proceeding with caution, with extreme caution. I think playing Atlanta this coming up week, if this was the Super Bowl, you would imagine Jayden plays. It's not the Super Bowl. So I'm happy to let him have more time. He has a long, fruitful MVP caliber career ahead of him. We know what it's like to rush players back. We don't want to do that. We know Atlanta is absolute poo-poo. So I'm okay with giving him extra time if he needs it.
I'm jumping in. I don't disagree if you like Mariota in the spot and you want Jayden to rest more. I am jumping in. I think we got to chill with Atlanta's absolute poo-poo. This is the NFL. The Packers, everybody thought were going undefeated, and they just lost to the Browns. I want to, at least in the 4 hours of airwaves I'm in charge of, we're going to chill with the Atlanta sucks. There's no way.
I mean, yeah, they got players. They got the best running back in the league. But overall as a team, I would classify them as poo-poo. And I think that's a fair assessment. I think, if you want to talk about Browns-Packers, I think the Packers win that game 9 out of 10 times. Sometimes in the NFL, the worst team does win. Right. We know that. But if we're gonna tier teams, I'm gonna put the Falcons purely in the poo-poo tier.
That's fair.
Hey, Nate don't have to play. It's all good. It's good.
What's your level of concern with the Terry McLaurin injury?
Buddy Baker, I will never forgive you for what you've done to Terry McLaurin. And I know, JP, you're going to say it's not his fault. It is his fault. that being said, not a great start for Terry until that 70-yard pass on Sunday where he actually did score, but it wasn't ruled a touchdown, whatever. And now he has the thigh injury, and he's questionable to play on Sunday. It's frustrating. I'm not going to overthink it, but I am, he just signed the $100 million deal. He has 10 receptions through 3 games. It's not what you want out of your number one guy, but I try not to think about that because the team is winning and the team, for the most part, looks good. 0 touchdowns should be 1. It's not what you want out of your number one wide receiver, and now he might not even play on Sunday. It's not what you want out of your $100 million wide receiver. But again, I'm not going to overthink it. I'm going to take. I'm not thrilled. Obviously, I'm not thrilled with it because of all the off-season nonsense. And I'm trying not to,
it's football, though, Nate. People get hurt in this game of football.
I know, and I'm trying not to correlate the injury.
Think
to the
about last year.
stuff.
He didn't explode till week 3 either last year. So
yeah, now he's not even going to have a week 4, and
but you don't know that for a fact.
It's just I'm just frustrated by everything with him, and I know it's not really his fault, but what else am I going to do but just to be kind of just like, hey, we paid you, go out there and perform. He's not performing up to snuff, but it's fine. We're winning football games.
Well, if that case, you got to say it about more than just him, because a lot of people are not performing up to snuff at this point.
Hey, B-Mitch, I'm with you, and I'm trying not to, bring the off-season stuff into this injury. I know that one has nothing to do with the other, but it's hard not to.
All right. Nate, always the voice of reason. A lot of people yell about Bill not getting more carries. I think they pretty clearly have a committee approach, and they're going to stick to it. Maybe over time,
and they should.
Bill kind of emerges.
Yeah.
Where do you land on the run game? The run game's really good. I don't think you should complain about how they're running it.
Yeah, whatever works. Don't mess with it just because people, want Bill to get more carries. It's clear, and maybe JP, you could talk on a little more. They're not fully confident in him in pass protection, which will limit his time on the field. And if that's so, Bill is an outstanding runner. His cuts are outstanding. His vision is outstanding. His power is fantastic. I think everybody who has watched every second of every game is like, Bill is that dude. It's not just like a funny name and we're running with it. It's not one of those things. He's a legit guy out on the field, and he has a future in this league for sure. Once he gets his pass protection, down, I think we'll see more of him. But for the time being, this offensive line is doing their thing. The running back by committee is working. I see no reason to tamper with it. If all 3 running backs are staying fresh and all of them are running for 6 yards a carry, let's keep doing it.
Yep.
I think you're right there.
I think I agree with you on that.
Defensively, how do they match that effort against Atlanta that they had against Vegas?
Von Miller getting a sack was nice to see, right? Like I don't think any of us were positive what we were going to get out of him. It's just nice to see him, get on the field, get to the quarterback, get a sack. I don't love our edge rushers, but I feel like everybody's doing just enough to get, the pressure on the quarterback. I think our front 4 has played great. Deron Payne has played great. Dorrance Armstrong has been great. Kinlaw. There's not enough good things you can say about these guys. Bobby Wagner still playing at a high level. And then our secondary, it looks like Trey might be a little banged up. Percy Butler a little banged up. We had to, sign Darnell Savage because Will Harris is hurt. The secondary is holding on for dear life. We just have to get out of this Atlanta game and get these guys healthy. The defense, I'm not worried about, but we have to get them healthy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
health is wealth.
Tough stretch here.
And Mikey has not had a good start to the season whatsoever. And Marshawn Lattimore, it seems like he's leaving every game, with some sort of injury, coming back, being doubtful to come back, whatever. The secondary is in shambles, and I really need them to pull it together for Sunday.
If you think of, listen, let's run through it. Jayden, knee. Terry, quad. Noah Brown, groin and the knee. John Bates, groin. Now, we had Bates on the show a little earlier. He said he's itching to get back out there. We'll see how it goes this week. Mm-hmm. Percy Butler, hip. Trey Amos, calf. That's just the guys that might play this week. Might not, too. Yeah. You got 4 guys on IR in John Jones, Will Harris, Dietrich Wise, and Eckler, and you still have Cosme on the pup.
Yep.
That's it's week 4.
Yeah.
Not good.
A lot of people, but I just want to throw something out there for people because I need you all to jump off, get off the bridge and go down and sit down somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit was in the divisional playoff last year, and they lost like 20-something, 30 people. If you pick the right squad, you coach them up, everybody can play. Football is a sport where people get injured. That don't mean just because somebody get hurt or somebody get banged up, they're going to be done. They can still play. They can still win.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this coming in. We knew this last year, and we're still dealing with it. We are behind in depth, and and I don't want to get into it. You know, it upsets me, JP. The Ron Rivera drafts are just the worst string of drafts a guy can possibly do, and it put us behind a little bit. And that's why our average age is higher than anybody else in the league, because they had to go out and sign guys they could plug in immediately to make the team better. That being said, Beamish, you're right. It is a next man up league, and that's what they're going to have to do. And the guys, second, third string guys know this, and I think we do have some guys that can step up and fill in admirably. It's just unfortunate we have Qs on the depth chart next to basically everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's not – people get caught up in the age thing. It's not just old guys getting hurt.
The young guys are hurt.
Amos is a rookie. I don't know. The injury list is significant, though, for sure.
But it's not over with.
No, dude, it's week 4.
Yeah.
It wasn't over after they lost to the Packers. It's not over now. Nate, I wanted to zoom out from football for just a moment. We just had Jim Smith, the athletic director at Maryland, on the program. Yep. You're a proud Terp alum.
I am.
We've documented that you never travel for your beloved Washington Commanders. What do the Terps need to get to record-wise before you're coming down to College Park after dark for a game?
JV, I think this has turned from you wanting me to travel to a game. You just want to hang out with me, and I love that.
It's B-Mitch. He keeps asking me to ask you.
No, I'm not.
Nah, B-Mitch.
Nate talked too much negative stuff for me to want to hang out with him. No.
Negative?
Yeah,
I'm the most optimistic guy I know.
You're a negative nanny.
It's because you never leave your apartment. You're the only guy you know.
Yeah, that is a great point, JP. Cannot argue there. Maryland football is exciting. I mean, you get a 5-star under center, and you go into Wisconsin, and you just lay the smackdown on them. Getting some AP votes, it's exciting. But Mike Loxley, he's still in the hot seat for me. And we've seen hot starts from Maryland football in the past, and then you get into Big Ten play, and everything falls apart. I believe he's 19-40 now at Maryland in Big Ten play.
Why I disagree with you tremendously? Getting Malik Washington to stay at home only happens with Locks. He has an unbelievable ability to recruit.
I'm not his recruiting is second to none.
Yeah.
It's when you get into Big Ten play, and we've gotten some unfavorable schedules, but we have it coming up. We're going to have to play Nebraska, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan. That ain't easy. Not every game is going to be against Towson. So I'm cautiously optimistic that they can, turn the corner this season, maybe get like a 9-win season, win a bowl game, and build from there. It's been a long time coming.
They beat Auburn in a bowl 2 years ago. It's not a long time coming.
No, they need people like Nate to give more money so they can get better players.
Look, JP, I know what you're doing, but when you beat Auburn in the Meineke Bowl game, when Auburn rests 47
They
starters,
beat Auburn in the Nashville Music City Bowl. They beat an SEC team in SEC country, and you just want to pick reasons to not think that's cool. I think it's cool.
Negative Nate.
Negative Nate, dude.
Yeah.
Negative Nate.
If you're fine going 8-5 and winning the Oil Change Bowl against a bunch of backups in Nashville, fine. I aim higher.
Nate, we're talking higher. Maryland football in the Big Ten. I am good with that. Give me 8-9 wins, win a bowl game.
They act like this team has always been like a top-notch football program.
And now in the 12-team playoff, maybe we sneak in there.
When I was coming up, we were going to the Orange Bowl. We were a powerhouse.
That happened once. They went to the
We
Orange
were
Bowl
a
once.
national powerhouse when I was coming up, and
No, you
now
weren't.
you want to go.
You never
and
were.
play-
You never were.
You want to go play the Toaster Strudel
You're just
Bowl
lying.
against a bunch of backups. That's JP's happy.
When were you in school when you were coming up? Shut up.
When I
They
was
went to
coming
one
up in the
Orange
game,
Bowl. It was my junior year
Maryland
of college. I was there.
and Maryland football were powerhouses, and now you're happy just being there.
Brian, how long have you lived in the DMV? 40
Well,
years?
over 30 years.
30 years?
And I don't know what Nate's talking about.
Sorry, I want better for my alma mater.
I want
Sorry, I'm not.
powerhouse in hoops. I want good in football, and I'm happy. All right, I'm going to give you something where you'll be insanely optimistic. Caps preseason has started.
Wagon. Just an absolute wagon of a team. Just wake me up in the playoffs. This team is once again going to be great. It's once again a long 82-game regular season just to get us to the playoffs. I wish we could fast forward now. Caps team, just very, very good. They're going to be good all
Was it
season.
shrooms or sativa you did this morning, Nate?
Brother, I'm high on life. Are you kidding me?
Nah, the stuff you just say sometimes. I wonder, do you really believe it? Anything you say?
Ketamine. Ketamine.
Look, if there's one thing I know, it's Caps hockey. I watched every second of preseason game number 1. This team might win the President's Trophy, B. Mitch, and you can write that down right now. This team is an absolute powerhouse. Ovi's a little banged up right now. You know better than anybody, B. Mitch. You get a
How
little
is Ovi
older,
banged up right now?
He's banged up. He's in non-contact.
I don't know everything about what you're talking about with that, Nate. I never missed a game, but one. Just
All
one
right.
game.
We got to let you go, dude. You're driving us nuts.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll talk to you guys.
I was
next week after-
high on life till Nate came on the damn phone.
Goodbye,
B.
man.
Mitch, you gotta just smoke some
I'm
life,
hanging
brother.
up on
and-
you. Goodbye. All right, we need to focus. As
ban him from the show for the next 3 weeks.
Nate might be getting a week off. We need to focus here. We have a serious operation in play. When we return, Jeff Walker is going to go in the alley and hit an exploding golf ball. Nobody go anywhere. I'm not sure we could have more going on in one. Stream right now. Jeffrey, how we feeling out there?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm good, man.
When's the last time you hit golf balls?
Probably like 2 weeks ago at Langston.
Okay, how's your game?
I mean, I'm still where I'm at.
You're bad.
I'm getting the ball off consistently though.
Okay, so here's my question. Are you confident you will actually explode this golf ball?
Yes.
All right. I'm trying to watch you guys out the window, but it's also incredibly difficult to do that while I'm on the air and while I'm sure White Brian wants me to remain on the stream. Landfill, what do you think of my current positioning right now? I'm leaning on the back of the glass trying to look out the window.
Absolutely wild.
Landfill, as far as radio bits go, how dumb is this one?
It's not great.
I'm starting to agree with you the more I have to sit in my current position. Jeff, you see me up? Jeff's out there dancing like a fool. Jeff, I think you want more stream time in your life anyway.
Hey, man, when you a star, that's what's given to you.
Oh, my God. I wish B was here for that line. All right. So everybody knows Commandante Tequila sent in incredibly bizarre boxes of golf balls that Jeff said, somebody said they were covered in white stuff, which is kind of odd. Damn. All right, Jeff just took a really, really fast swing. Were the golf balls covered in weird substances?
No, but you can tell the golf balls were fake because they don't feel like golf balls at all.
Okay, great. Pause. Now, are you hitting this towards the building or at White Brian?
I'm going to hit it towards that building.
Okay, you could easily...
So I don't hit nobody's car.
You could hit that purple car right there, no problem.
Oh, no, I'm good.
I don't think you are.
My swing is accurate.
No, it's not. All right. Leadville, you got a drum roll or
I'm
something?
hanging up. Let's get it.
All right.
Over, under, one swing.
Do you miss the ball when you try to hit it?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking if you think I'm going to miss the ball.
It's in baseball, Jeff. In golf, you're not supposed to miss the ball. So I'm going to take
right,
the under on one swing. Good God. All right, here we go. Everybody get on the YouTube stream. I will describe this. Put the phone down, Jeff. How Jeff doesn't have AirPods for this event is pretty remarkable. You don't have to hang up, Jeff. I still want the audio, dummy. All right, well, Jeff hung up, forgetting that this is a radio program first. All right, here we go. He's stepping in. He's got the club in his hand. It is a very old, like, little sand wedge that somebody left here. And a car just pulled out. Thank God Jeff didn't hit it right there. Oh, my God, he swung and missed. He swung and missed. Oh, he got the second one, though. It's a girl. It looks like this golf ball was a gender reveal toy, and it's a lot of pink dust out there. He's got more. All right, keep going, Jeff. Landfill, how embarrassing is it that he swung and missed?
I mean, that's pretty much what we expected, right? This is Jeff's golf game. I mean, he shoots like 120, and that's not counting all the strokes.
Right. All right, the second one was a white ball. Jeff's walking like he just won a championship or something. That was really pretty poor effort. Toby, get on that mic. You watched it. What'd you think of Jeff's game there?
Well, when he hit the ball, it wasn't horrible because we couldn't see the direction. It just exploded. So I think that was the best thing for him.
What do you think of him missing on his first attempt?
That's pretty bad, JP. I mean, you could literally almost chip that golf ball. You don't have to hit very hard, and it's going to explode. And he missed.
Dude, he missed. And I don't know if you had the audio. He asked me before, over under how many swings, and I didn't even know what he meant. I thought he meant, like, am I going to be able to break it? He was preparing to miss.
Yeah, it should be one swing. That's all you should need. It shouldn't be that difficult to hit the golf ball that's not moving, and he somehow managed to not hit it.
That was something. Shout out to Commandante Tequila for thinking that we were going to not notice those were just fake-ass golf balls. Although I guess Ben, I've also come up with a naming system, Landfill. All of a sudden, there's a very large red-headed man around frequently and a short red-headed man around frequently.
Correct.
So I think we call them Big Red and Little Red.
Okay.
So Ben, a.k.a. Little Red, apparently took one of these balls out and hit them unknowing they were explosive.
That's tough.
You got to be a moron. They very clearly aren't real golf balls when you hold them.
Very clearly. There's even a pink line going around it.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. That Jeff, I appreciate you going out there and trying. It's always fun when we get somebody out in the alley during the live portion of the program. Landfill, would you say that Jeff impressed people today?
No. His golf swing certainly didn't impress anybody.
I mean, he swung so hard and just picked his head right up.
Yep.
Like the two things you're supposed to do: swing easy, keep your head down.
I mean, I think maybe you could make an argument that Jeff didn't want to hit the concrete down there, but it's a terrible, crappy old wedge that nobody knows.
Do we even know whose it is?
Nobody knows whose it is. Nobody could care any less about it if you did a little damage to that one. And he just swung and missed.
He swung and missed, and then was real hype about his performance in the subsequent two swings. Congrats, Jeff! You broke an exploding golf ball that Little Red broke with a putter, is my understanding.
I am kind of alarmed at how long it's taken them to get up here. Do you think they are potentially locked out of the building?
No, it's Jeff. Everything takes longer than it should.
Because there's stairs like right there. It should have taken them it would have taken me 3 minutes to walk up the stairs.
You're not a big stairs guy.
I'm not a big stairs guy. No. Stairs and I don't do well together. But these guys, it should have taken them about 45 seconds to get up here.
I mean, seriously, we sent the bottom two guys in our reliability ratings outside, and now we're surprised it took them a while to get back. I don't know that we should be surprised. Jeff, are you proud of yourself? Jeff's back.
Yes, I'm proud of myself. I connected on the first swing each time.
No, you didn't.
No, the first one was a practice swing. I was trying to get my power right.
I do not believe you.
You ain't see me swinging that entire time?
I saw you have a practice swing before.
Yeah, and then when I walked up, I said, I'm going to practice, and then I'm going to get it right. Didn't I, White Brian?
He was really stressed. He wasn't going to hit the ball, so he did take a practice swing.
You missed.
You're
telling me your miss was a practice swing?
Yes, I got over it just to, make sure I keep myself down. I was like, all right, let's get it. I do the same thing on the golf course, too.
How often do you miss the golf ball while playing golf?
It's always around like hole 15 through 18 when the fatigue starts to set in. And yes, you will get fatigue when you hit the ball and you got to go find it every time you hit it.
I play golf, Jeff. I'm aware of how it goes.
But you don't lose your ball as much as I lose my ball, JP. That's what you don't understand.
I mean, that's kind of the point, though, of golf. You're not supposed to lose the ball.
Right. You're supposed to go the whole round with one ball.
Hey, it's a lot of things we're not supposed to do, and we still do it. That's why we get better.
Well, listen, anytime somebody wants to send in various explosive objects, hold on, let me...
Nope, absolutely not. No, under no circumstances do that.
People want to send in more wacky stuff for Jeff to hit in the alley. I support that. Is that better phrase, Landfill?
Yeah, if you want to send in prank golf balls, that's fine.
What about if somebody drops off a tomato?
Sure.
Like I think we could make Jeff hits the X item in the alley with a golf club into a weekly segment.
I mean, Commander Tequila just sent us gender reveal golf balls. Why not?
That is Commander Tequila never ceases to amaze me. He's an interesting fella. A kind fella, but interesting. Last time Commander Tequila gave us a number of gifts, we all realized He was moving and just didn't want to get rid of some stuff, so he gave it to us.
Yeah, he was moving. He emptied out his house, and then he just found all the stuff he didn't want, and he brought it to us like we would want it. He brought us expired cereal.
That's right there in the window.
Do you think Commander Tequila sent us gender reveal golf balls because he just had them laying around the house?
He's moving again?
Did he go and buy these for us?
I think he probably just had them lying around.
That may be one of the most... That's a weird thing to have laying around.
I honestly think...
Like, typically you buy those for a very specific purpose.
Yeah, I honestly think he thought we would not recognize the sleeve of balls to not be normal golf balls. But, I mean, as soon as the casing moved, you heard it sound like ping pong balls.
Yeah, for sure. All right, what should Jeff... Next Tuesday, Jeff's going to hit something with a golf club in the alley. Open to suggestions. I kind of like the tomato idea. Maybe as we get in, will next Tuesday be October?
Yes. Ain't it? Yeah. No.
I think.
No, it will not.
I think we need Jeff to hit a pumpkin with a golf club.
I think that might hurt him. I think he'd break his wrist.
Yeah.
Pumpkin's got some serious mass to it.
I'll hit one with the baseball bat.
Okay. I mean,
smashing pumpkins.
There you go. I don't want you breaking your wrist. But hit it with a driver maybe?
That might break. Wouldn't that break the driver?
Probably. All right. Next week, Jeff hits a tomato with a golf club.
Headbutt the pumpkin. I think I could take a pumpkin.
Now we have another segment. White Brian drops a pumpkin from a ladder.
No,
Jeff's head.
No dropping. We're going to set it up on like something that's like...
White Brian just holds it.
Yeah, and I'm going to give a headbutt right through it.
You think your head...
Can go through a pumpkin,
So you're
yes.
worried about a driver breaking, but you're into headbutting a pumpkin.
See, I'm a hard-headed guy, so it's not...
Lord, we know.
I need my hands so I can DJ, so I cannot risk messing up my hands.
Don't need your head to DJ.
Nah, the music is in me, brother.
What a world we live in, folks. But if you, like me, are considering getting the hell out of here, there's only one company you should call for your moving needs. That's Metropolitan Moving and Storage, the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. Seriously, almost everybody at this station has used Metropolitan Moving and Storage for their moves. JP Flame has, Grant has, Chris Kynard, the Cluster Buster has, Danny Rouillet like 100 times. I've known these guys for 25 years or so. I've known these guys since high school. McCarty, John Neal, these are great dudes that do a great job. Whatever it is you need, office, residential, say you got some like extra special sentimental value items that you want to make sure they're protected. Whatever it is, they'll build a custom crate for chandeliers, art, whatever you got. They'll send a moving consultant to your house or your office to go through all of your options before you move and give you a free on-site estimate. Plus, if you're going long distance, they'll give you a dedicated truck and crew for the long distance move, which means you don't have to share truck space. That is a huge difference from a lot of these movers. Take it from me, they're the only guys I would call. Call Justin, 301-279-0090. Again, 301-279-0090. McCarty, Justin was a hell of a football player back in the high school days. Give him a shout, or you can check him out online, dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's who I would go with, and you should too.
B. Mitch and Finley right here on 106.7 The Fan. And Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series, Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Watch the new season of Tulsa King, now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Thank you, Jeffrey. He connected that golf ball, got to do an ad read. I feel like the stream kind of popped there for a minute, White Brian. A bunch of people wanted to see my man Jeff.
Yeah, I feel bad. My iPhone camera was not very good there.
Yeah, dude, what were you doing?
I think my data must have just been bad in the alley.
Great job. Next week, maybe we lock it up a little before Jeff goes out there and hits tomato with a golf ball. All right? With a golf club, rather. It'd be really impressive if he did it with a golf ball. Let's make some bets. Here's what I know. I won last night. White Brian, how'd we all do?
Landfill and B. Mitch lost, and you, me, and Jeff won.
Love to hear it. Just the boys. The boys versus the bosses. What all did you guys have? Jeff had a anytime touchdown, maybe?
For Jahmyr Gibbs, yes.
Good call with that. What'd you have, Dub B?
I had Rashad Bateman's over on receiving yards.
What did Landfill have?
The Ravens.
They lost Landfill. And B on.
Yeah, they suck. I should have known betting on a team from Maryland.
Hey, so, I mean, where do the Commanders play, donk? B obviously feels very one-sided about Kansas City. Who do you like, Chiefs, Ravens? Who's the better 1 and 2 team?
I can't bet against Patrick Mahomes. I got to go Chiefs.
You're saying for this weekend.
Mm-hmm. And just generally, too. Like, they have Mahomes.
I'd go Ravens. But whatever, we got all week to figure that out. What do we like tonight, boys?
Yankees minus 1.5.
Jeff 0, golf ball 1. The practice swing, Landville. He truly hit us with the practice swing. Are there any really, White Brian, you get like 40 seconds to do this. Are there any really important baseball games tonight? We're getting down to crunch time in MLB, but it seems like everything's kind of buttoned up in these wild card races.
The Guardians and the Tigers have a series basically for the division, and then the Mets are playing the Cubs and the Reds are playing the Pirates. And
But
that's
the
a race for
Guardians and the
wild card.
Tigers, like the loser of that is probably in as a wild card, right?
Yeah, they're pretty much in, but they would get a first round bye if they win the division.
So then the Mets and what's the Mets situation?
The Reds have the tiebreaker, so they're currently in. The Mets need to finish with a better record over the last 6 games. Then the Diamondbacks are still there, but they have 2 games to make up.
Do the last 2 wild card teams play each other in the one game? Is that what they still do?
The 4 and 5, so the top 2 wildcard teams play each other, and the 6th seed plays the worst division winner.
Okay, gotcha. Levo, what do you got tonight?
Normally when PFAT's pitching, I bet on the Diamondbacks, but they're playing the Dodgers and Ohtani's pitching, so I'm going to go with the Dodgers.
I'm taking Scooble. Scooble's on the bump for the Tigers. It matters for the division. Sorry, Cleveland. Give me Scooble. Detroit Rock City.
Reds and Cubs.
Reds and Cubs for White Brian. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to John Bates for joining us, Commander's tight end. Thank you to Jim Smith for joining us, University of Maryland athletic director. And thank you, I suppose, to Barstool Nate, Eric Nathan, making time for us, even if he drives us crazy. Thank you to Jeff for hitting gender reveal golf ball in the alley and then kind of running away when he realized somebody should clean that up. Great and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Well, heading into the fourth week of the season now, the Commanders have even more injury concerns. Just can't stay healthy this year. So far, quarterback Jayden Daniels, of course, day-to-day with his knee injury still. Now they may be missing their number one wide receiver, Adam Schefter, ESPN, Tom Pelissero, the Pell Raiser, NFL Network, both reporting that Terry McLaurin's getting a second opinion on his quad injury, and that it's now uncertain if McLaurin can play Sunday against the Falcons in Atlanta. Elsewhere in the NFL, Giants are making a QB change. After an 0-3 start, Russell Wilson bent. See ya. First-round pick Jackson Dart will start Sunday against the LA Chargers, 25th overall pick in this year's draft. Ain't going to be easy, though. Four of the next six opponents are currently undefeated. Chargers this week, the Eagles twice, and then San Francisco as well. College football, some breaking news today. Longtime head coach of the Oklahoma State Cowboys, Mike Gundy, has been fired. They've dropped 11 of 12 dating back to last season. Baseball, the final week of the season continues for the Nationals. Final road series continues tonight in Atlanta, beaten by the Braves last night. We've got more Nats baseball tonight, 7:15, first pitch on the Fan. Then a quick turnaround, 12:15 start tomorrow for the Nats before they come home for the season-ending series this weekend against the Chicago White Sox. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
That was potential Gold Glove winner Jacob Young telling you in the final week of the Major League Baseball season.
Timely.
Who you're listening to. No better time to get your Nats imaging in than in the final days of the Major League Baseball campaign. Jacob Young, another amazing catch yesterday. We're Greg and Dave, and we are shot out of a cannon today on the Fan at 2 o'clock. We will take you all the way up to 6:30. You don't know who's coming on the show today at 5. You don't know who's coming on the show today at 5.
Now, if you listened to the show yesterday, maybe you know. Like you and me know.
Could have changed.
Oh, that's a great point, actually.
We could be audibling. Tobacco. Maybe we're going to promise you Jakori, Kroski, Merritt all week, and then it'll be Chris Rodriguez for some reason.
That's how the team does it. Maybe we'll do that, too.
Maybe it'll be Jeremy McNichols.
We won't do a 5 p.m. running back by committee.
That's a great idea. You never know. You expect JCM, you get somebody else. No, it's going to be bill season. It'll be time to pay the bill. At 5 o'clock today, Jakori, Kroski, Merritt, the first of a season's worth of Tuesday 5 p.m. appointments with Kroski, Merritt on Grant and Danny, so spread the word. We're looking forward to that. He will be on the show. A lot to get into. We've got a developing Terry McLaurin quad situation.
Yeah.
That's just a couple of minutes away. Plus, what's going on with the 5-car and Jayden Daniels' knee. That will come up this segment. But the big NFL news of the day, you heard B. Mitch and Finley talking about this on their program. Jackson Dart has been named the starting quarterback of the New York Giants. It took all of 3 games, including one masterpiece from Russell Wilson, to get benched. They are going to their rookie 22-year-old, who they made the number 25 overall pick in the draft, traded up to get Jackson Dart in the first round out of Ole Miss, the 6'2", 223 mobile quarterback, athletic passer. He had a great preseason, and they are turning the offense over to him as they get ready to play 3-0 L.A. They're taking on the undefeated Chargers, a great defense with a good scheme. D coordinator Jesse Minter with some college chops from Michigan under Harbaugh has come up and become a star on that side of the ball as a young coach. It's going to be a tall order for Jackson Dart.
There are 6 0-3 teams in the NFL, only 2 of them in the NFC, non-competitive New Orleans and the Giants, who have been in, I would say, a couple of games.
I would say all 3 games. They went to overtime.
Overtime against, I guess you could say they were in the Kansas City game.
They weren't probably in the Washington game. They lost by 15. They hung around for a while, but I never for 1 second thought they were going to win or could win that game.
Yeah.
So I like where you're at.
Point is they're not a total disaster like some of these other teams that aren't competitive, losing by 20 a week. But
point of the dude's story is, I always talk about this. When there are guys on the hot seat, when they're decision makers, coaches, GMs, whomever, there are always, what they always try to do, not always, but most of the time, is they'll have various levers they can pull, right? Go back to here in this city. Bruce Allen, under a lot of fire, rightfully so, because he was a boob and he was overmatched. And he shouldn't have been doing any of the jobs that he was assigned to do because he was bad at all of them. But it couldn't be his fault. It was Jay Gruden's fault. That's why they're 0-5, the team that we assembled. It's clearly his fault, so that you pull the lever. A coach will have a quarterback waiting in the wings or a kicker switch or something. Ron Rivera was in distress and disaster. They held kicker tryouts and they brought you Chris Blewett to fix everything. That's what coaches do. That's what people who are on the hot seat do, is they wait and they go, but look, the new thing, everybody. So if they drop a game or two, it won't be the coach's fault. It's the fact we're starting a rookie quarterback and we're changing direction. So you're trying to gin up some kind of excitement when you know your season is lost, your team is lost, your gig is lost, everything is sliding down the mountain. You're looking for a handhold. This is, at the same time, probably the right call, right? I mean, what are you going to do? You tried out Russell Wilson for some more. You're delaying the inevitable for when the kid that you drafted in the first round is going to take over. What are you going to do, lose? You got that covered.
I think it's the right call. I'm a little bit conflicted because it is a bad situation you're dropping him into, but is it going to be any better in a few weeks? Probably not. What I mean by that is when you watch them, their offensive line is not very good. So inevitably, he's going to get swallowed up and have the same problems Russ Wilson is having behind that line. But I do think Wilson, as a ball holder, is exacerbating how bad the line is. And while Wilson was incredible against the Cowboys in week 2, that sequence where he just kept throwing the ball into the back of the end zone, like into the stands, one of which was flagged for an intentional grounding, against the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football, that was a benchable set of plays. Like, that was the one where you go, there's a lot of bad things happening around you, but you got to give us a chance on these. He also threw 2 terrible interceptions in that game. There was like a deep post where he just didn't see the safety in cover 2, which they were running on 50% of plays, the Chiefs defense was, because you're just trying to take away those deep shots from Wilson, who was doing that against the Cowboys. That can work against Dallas's bad secondary. It's not going to work most games in this league. But he had, a 4.5 yard per attempt game in week 1 against Washington, a 5 yard per attempt game in week 3 against Kansas City, sandwiched around that gem against the Cowboys. And so I think they're going, we got to try something else.
Yep.
Maybe it is a momentum shift, benching of the goalie. Maybe it is the saving my job because I feel ownership breathing on the back of my neck. But you're also playing the best quarterback in your organization right now based on what we saw in the preseason. It's not going to go that well. It's not going to be as pretty as the preseason was, obviously. But Dart was really, really good. He was 32 of 47 for 372. He threw 3 touchdowns without a pick, had a quarterback rating up around 115. He showed off some wheels. He ran for about 60 yards in his limited play as well. And they've actually brought him in twice to run like these read option things. He's carried the football twice in these last couple of weeks. So we were trending in this direction. I'm a little surprised they made the move today. I thought it'd be another week or two. But I get it, and I got no issue with it.
Yeah, that last outing against Kansas City, to me, that sequence where it's got to have it time. It's not as if like, hey, it's clutch, it's crunch time. No, there's literally, you're facing goal-to-go situations. You're down multiple scores, very little time on the clock. This is not live to fight another down. This is not, make sure you don't have an interception to hurt your passer rating kind of thing. Like, you need to force a ball somewhere that one of your players might have a chance to catch it. And Russell Wilson threw it out like it was the first quarter with 13 minutes to go, and they were going to settle for a field goal because they'll live to fight another day. That was a non-competitive sequence.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing. And especially even on 4th down, you kind of go, I can't see that again. Whatever that is, I can't do it. And I won't do it. I have the power to do something else. Dart's exciting. I mean, to me, honestly, the guy reminds me of, and I know this was going to sound like a very negative comp, but he's got a little Daniel Jones to him. There's a little bit of giddy up more than you'd think when he moves around.
That's the NFL leader in EPA per play at quarterback through 3 weeks, Daniel Jones, that you're talking about.
That is, you put a little respect on his name with Shane Steichen.
That's MVP candidate through 3 games, Daniel Jones, that you're talking about.
So far, indeed.
That is the architect of an Indianapolis Colts offense that is unstoppable and a 3-0 division-leading Colts team, Daniel Jones, that you're talking about.
Just a couple of punts so far reminds me of an offense that I used to know around these parts. But yeah, I mean, that to me is the comp. Can sling it a little bit, can move better than you think. At least there's some excitement there. There's a reason to tune in if you're a Giants fan. One of my neighbors, good buddy of mine, is a Giants fan, and he's pretty much already checked out.
You have a Malik who's a Giants fan?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah. I have now. It'd be interesting because he got the ball about as much as neighbors did this past week against Kansas City. But yeah, he's like, it's not fun. They're like, we already know it's not fun. Like after that loss to Kansas City the other night, there's no point in any of this.
Oh, no. If you're a Giants fan, this is the only thing that's interesting.
Yep.
Like, you want this. That can't be why they do it, though. But this is a massive day if you're a Giants fan because you're wondering, when is it going to happen? You can't wait. You've got this hope. Until you see a guy fail or struggle, you think your guy is going to be the superstar. Occasionally, you get Jayden Daniels. But a lot of the times, you don't. Sometimes it takes a while, and you still wonder a year later, Caleb Williams. Is he the guy? Isn't he the guy? Sometimes it gets off to a poor start. We're going to see Michael Penix this week. More interceptions than touchdowns. Having played an amount of games, it's like a third of the way through an NFL season at this point. But, yeah, I'm excited to watch him play. It adds intrigue, no doubt about that. Let's localize the football convo. The Commanders are off today, Tuesday, at the facility with a Sunday 1 o'clock tilt in Atlanta. Adam Schefter, about an hour ago, tweeting that Terry McLaurin is uncertain to play Sunday against the Falcons due to a quad injury. He is seeking more information about the injury. Ben Standig, locally, Substack Standig, said that McLaurin is in the process of getting a second opinion on the quad. So, you get your imaging done. Those doctors who do that, whoever those doctors are, tell you what they think. Then the team doctors weigh in. So there's theoretically probably like 2 opinions out of the chute. And then you eventually get, one more opinion in this case if you're Terry McLaurin before you decide what you're going to do. So his status very much up in the air. He is progressing. I mean, if you look at his production each week so far this season, it has gone up. Week 1, Terry McLaurin finished with 27 yards. Week 2, he finished with 48 yards. And then in this past Week 3 game with Mariota throwing the football, he went for 74. Now, it's got to be noted that almost 60 of those came on one play.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't make that play, it's 2 for, 15 or whatever it was. I think 18 yards on 2 catches. But he didn't play at all after the big catch to set up a touchdown. So there could have been another quarter of productivity there for him as well in the fourth quarter. But he was getting more involved, seemed to be coming into form. So this could be a big deal if you don't have him against the Falcons. It would mean a lot more Luke McCaffrey, who made 3 catches, caught his first touchdown at the end of the game this past Sunday. It would mean you really need Noah Brown back on the field, who's also hurt. Like, what if you don't have McLaurin or Noah Brown? And now your wide receiver room, if Debo's doing the Debo thing, is basically Chris Moore on one side and Luke McCaffrey on the other, with Jalen Lane playing a bunch. No disrespect to those guys, but very quickly,
it's not exciting.
That is not an NFL caliber, high-end receiver room that can elevate your backup quarterback, Marcus Mariota.
It's not scaring any defensive coordinator either. I mean, any look is going to get schemed up. I mean, you see McCaffrey's walk-in touchdown. That's an example of when that can happen.
Now, if that group from Marcus Mariota with a couple of new guards and, without John Bates, your blocking tight end, if he doesn't play, and we don't know any of the statuses yet. But if that all happens in Atlanta and they go out and they score 36 points in a big win, then Cliff Kingsbury can just put his feet up on a desk and, have a nice champagne and everyone can talk about how awesome he is for a week.
He should be walking on rose petals like the Prince of Zamunda, pretty much. You know what I mean? Just at his feet.
Like nothing matters. You're just scheming it up like, give me 11 guys. I'll make music.
Yeah, give me 11 guys in a football.
Give me a tuber. I'll make music.
Like to get some money out of it, Mr. Costello. Yeah, I mean, this is going to hurt. I mean, if you're Terry McLaurin, you're not going for a second opinion because everything's okay. You know what I mean? At a minimum, he's not going to be himself this week. And here's the thing. No one's going to know. No one has any idea if him not playing or holding out or in or whatever for an extended period of time and starting late is the reason he got hurt, or if it's a football play he got hurt. No one will be able to tell. That will be a mystery forever and ever. Even people that were there, and even McLaurin probably couldn't tell you if it was the football play that did it or a soft tissue injury that was going to happen inevitably, or because he didn't have the ramp-up time. No one will know, and no one has any idea. But the point is, here we are. They are razor thin all of a sudden at several spots. In the secondary, as we talked about, you mentioned Bates previously, now with McLaurin and Noah Brown already done. This is kind of the scary scenario. And it's not all about age, obviously, but there's a correlation. When you are the oldest team in football, older players get injured more. Now, Bobby Wagner's a machine. So sometimes you buck the trend. But the point is, when this happens, this is one of the things that for those of us who are kind of going, hey, have you noticed that the way they're building? And I understand why they're doing it this way because the cabinet was bare and they're kind of being good right now because they've got a quarterback that's really, really good. So I get that they're doing this, but here's the risk. Well, now it's happening. This is what the risk is.
2 things are true here. They are one of the oldest teams in the league, and that does increase your chance of injuries. But also, most of the injuries they're sustaining, a lot of them are not to older players.
Totally
either.
fair, yeah.
Like Trey Amos got hurt. He's a rookie. Percy Butler got hurt.
Bates is a young guy.
He's not a kid. John Bates has just got his second contract, is in the prime of his career. I wouldn't even consider Terry McLaurin an age risk from an injury standpoint. We're talking about basically a 30-year-old. It's not like Zach Ertz, Bobby Wagner, to the point we were making in the preseason.
Right, but for Wise, Eckler, Jones.
Yeah, there's some of that for sure. I just mean
others.
specific to like this week's problems.
Sure.
All the injuries they had against in the most recent game against the Raiders, and like now the secondary being in peril. Will Harris is bone breaking is not because he's old, but
Right.
yeah, I think both things are true. That was kind of how I started it. Like they're gonna have some old guys get hurt because they're old. Also, this is the correction I think from having such a healthy year last year. Something we talked a lot about, by the way.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen year over year. You just don't get that lucky. Some teams get snake bitten, where every single year you get pillaged by injuries. Jay Gruden had that problem on the offensive line for years. The 49ers are a great example of this. You saw Nick Bosa. We saw it yesterday. Torn ACL out for the year. I mean, they are dropping like flies. All their best players. Still no Ayuk, and now no Brock Purdy. And they had McCaffrey on injury reports the last couple of weeks. And Nick Bosa's out. And you can go round and around. There's teams that just every year have those problems. But what you rarely see is a team that year after year forever just doesn't ever have injuries. And last year they got so lucky. It's been the opposite so far this season.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. And I don't know how well prepared they are for it. Again, I go back to the preseason. It's not apples to apples. It's not 1-to-1. But their backups, playing other backups, got shellacked, got knocked around.
Do you feel any better about receiver based on how Luke played this week?
No.
Because he did come out in the fourth quarter. Then the 43-yard catch and run touchdown was mostly like scheme, and he was wide open, and he just ran into the end zone. But he caught 2 other balls outside of that. I mean, I would feel a little bit worse had that game not have happened for Luke, and the last thing we've seen is the preseason, basically. But at least you feel like he's starting to come on with some of the athletic traits, and maybe the game's slowing down a little bit. Now, you still have to move on without Terry McLaurin.
Right.
I guess where I would have anxiety is just the number of guys that might miss. We got a long time between now and Sunday. Nobody knows about most of these dudes. I don't think Jayden Daniels is going to go based on how Mariota played this weekend and the fact that you'd be really pushing it to get him back anyway. But perhaps he will. But in a world where you don't have Daniels, where you have possibly no McLaurin or Brown, and no Bates, and no Eckler, and 2 guards that are making their second start of the year, I mean, that's over half of your offense.
Just like that. Yeah, I mean, to me, receiver's the spot because Noah Brown is hurt. Noah Brown is going to be hurt. That when he comes back, we'll have a limited window of Noah Brown play, and then Noah Brown, again, not to be flippant about it, but has an injury track record. One of the reasons he was available to you. When he's played, he's done well. For McLaurin not being in there, that all of a sudden, as you said, to start this thing, really lowers the caliber of the room, right? If Luke McCaffrey is able to escape in a busted coverage and go for 43, outside of that, it was 2 for 13. I'm not necessarily writing home saying I've now seen the next great gadget player, the next great wideout here in Washington. Credit to him for those 2 catches, but nothing special there. Jalen Lane, great punt returner. To me, not ready to be a real contributor via the receiving game. Again, he could do some stuff around the line of scrimmage, a couple gadget things. You sort of turn into a punt return, you flip it to him, going sideways, a pop pass, something here and there, but not there as a route runner in my mind. So it's Chris Moore, it's Luke McCaffrey, it's a lot of Ertz probably, and whoever comes out of the backfield, maybe it's McNichols.
I'm a lot higher on Lane, just out there at practice every day, watching him route guys up. He did it throughout the summer. He hasn't yet on you're talking about 3 or 4 throws that haven't gone very well so far.
Sure,
and that's true,
and that's all I've got. Yeah,
but sometimes that's a tell. Like De'Ami Brown's on team can't get right 3 or 4 passes into his career, and you're going, I don't really know about this guy. And 3 years later, he's still on team can't get right. Sometimes, though, you redo that play right afterwards, and you might make the catch or box the guy out a little better. So if you told me right now Jalen Lane went 5 catches for 71 yards this week, that would not shock me at all if he got an opportunity and made plays. Having watched the practices and how good he was, I'm hopeful and confident that he could actually help them.
Well, now's the time. I mean, if it's going to happen, this would be a great opportunity for that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if there's no McLaurin and if there's no Noah Brown, heck yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to see as we get closer to Sunday. But speaking of injuries and the Commanders, what is going on with Jayden Daniels' knee? And philosophical question here, can you be day-to-day for weeks? Let's get into Daniels' knee next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the Commanders now getting set, transitioning into Week 4. They're going to take on the Falcons. Some injuries for the Commanders. Yesterday, Dan Quinn called Jayden Daniels still day-to-day. Terry McLaurin going to go get a second opinion on his injured quad. His status for the Falcons game is uncertain. Other news around the NFL, Giants are going to make a change at the quarterback position, starting rookie Jackson Dart in Week 4 against the Chargers. The Giants are also signing Falcons kicker Younghoe Koo to their practice squad, and the Texans have released safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. In baseball, MLB is going to implement the ABS challenge system in the 2026 season. 2 challenges per team can only be initiated by the pitcher, catcher, or batter. Tonight, Nationals and Braves, 7:15 right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes on Hurston Waldrop. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Maybe Tirico. Peyton Manning, Josh Allen, Mike Tirico. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. We appreciate that. Tuesday ahead of a Sunday tilt, so still a lot of questions about who's going to be in, who's going to be out for Washington. We just talked about Terry McLaurin's quad with the update from Adam Schefter, but more notably, we still don't really have much info on Jayden Daniels, and that's because the team is being immensely vague. Whenever they're asked about Daniels, they don't really give much. They say he's day-to-day, and they're not going to miss any markers, and they kind of keep it moving. This is the same group who last year never acknowledged that there was a break in the rib. They just said he had a rib. And whenever they were asked questions about that, they didn't really give any more detail.
He's in possession of a rib.
Turned out he played through the injury because it was a pain threshold thing, and for a month was compromised, and it cost him and them a little bit, but for the most part, he was still your best option, and they kept it moving. But now it's a knee, not a rib, and so that's not on the table. And so the question is, does he come back? Does he play against Atlanta? I don't know if you noticed this, but the tide is turning a little bit now on whether he's going to play for the Commanders against the Falcons. In the local media, I'm now hearing a lot more, he's probably not going to play against Atlanta. Well, we weren't even hearing that last Thursday about the game that he's already missed. Last Friday, it was very much it's coming down to the wire here. We're going to see what he does on Friday.
He's going to test it out, yeah.
I mean, the suggestion on Thursday, before he did not take the practice field on Friday, by a lot of the people, not only that cover the team locally, but I just mean everywhere around town, was, well, maybe he's going to play and he's not going to miss any time. But now you fast forward to Tuesday, and all of a sudden the tenor seems to be that he might not play against the Falcons either, which is fascinating to me. I think it has a lot to do with how Marcus Mariota played, and the fact that now you can take your time a little more because he played at a terrific level and the offense had its best game. But what do you make of that shift?
Again, this is sort of it doesn't quite jive with what we see. It's not the same as last year, because last year it was, he's playing, he's active, he's got a rib, and we were sort of told everything was fine, and yet as soon as the series ended, he's going to the sideline, talking about Daniels, getting wrapped in some sort of middle body heating, massaging type thing to try to make it so that he's not in excruciating pain. And then he's not the same on the field. But then we're told everything's fine. So again, you have eyes, clear, obvious information. Look, these are easy data points to collect. You don't have to have you don't have to be Columbo. You don't have to have a detective license and ask weird probing questions to figure out what's going on. He's not right. I don't care what they say because he's not right. So then, now this year, you fast forward to an injury. Day to day, you return to play, the mile markers, it's all coming, it's all happening. And he's been day to day now for how many days has he been? What is this? We're going to be approaching 2 weeks where he's day to day. Interesting.
Yeah, I will continue to just say that the original thing that we heard and what we've talked about on the show was that the Falcons game was always the big question and more interesting, I would say. Was he going to play in that game? And the team certainly had hope, from what I can gather, that he would be available by then. And you're not going to rule him out before you need to last week either. But that was kind of the thought, was probably going to miss this week, and we'll see about next week. Hopefully it's only a game. I'm not ready to say he's not playing against the Falcons, but if you're asking me, do I think he's going to play, Danny? I would say no. I'm basing that on, number one, the fact that clearly the knee is still not 100% right, and until we see him take part in a full practice, which I doubt happens tomorrow, but it's possible, I guess, then that's just a fact. That's not speculation. If you're not practicing and you're wearing a knee brace that's gigantic, then clearly the knee is not right. This is not a rib. This is not a pinky on your non-throwing hand. You know what I mean? This is not your ear having some issue. Like, this is a knee for a guy that runs more than everyone else not named Lamar Jackson. So it's very, very simple for me. Until the knee is completely fine and you're not wearing a knee brace under your baggy sweatpants at the game that everybody can see because it's very, very big with, and keeping you from bending your leg essentially as you walk around on the sideline, then there's nothing to really discuss here. Then we're not that close. Am I upset that they're doing the day-to-day bit instead of the week-to-week thing? No, that's within their prerogative. Like, no problem. You want the Raiders to potentially prepare for him? I don't think they actually did. But if that's how you want to do it, go for it. You want the Falcons to prepare for both? Perfectly fine. And in this case, this time around, this week, maybe there is actually some question that maybe the healing is happening and he might be able to get back. Because we're talking about coming up on what would be, like 2.5 full weeks after the injury at the time of that game. So they're not doing anything wrong, but the idea that it's day-to-day is just flawed to me. Like, I don't believe in the premise that you can be day-to-day for 2.5 weeks. That means you were actually week-to-week. Like, you cannot simultaneously be day-to-day and week-to-week, in my opinion. Because someone might say, well, sure you can. It could just go on for a couple weeks. Well, those things are antithetical. Like, when the injury happened, it was week-to-week. It sounds worse to say that, so they said day-to-day. And you can always couch it with, we just don't know. This guy heals fast. He could come in and feel a lot better. Of course he could. I could come in tomorrow and have lost 14 pounds. Probably not going to happen, right? So this is more of a week-to-week thing. Luckily, we're 2 weeks in at this point. We're closing in on that. And so he is nearing a return, hopefully. But everything's on the table, you know? They told us nothing about the rib. They're telling us nothing about the knee. You can't, A, not give us any information and then be upset when people are speculating. You don't get to do both.
Right. Yeah, we're alone in the dark looking for a light switch, and all the data we have is that he was inactive,
Not
right?
to mention,
Not playing.
specific to this show, the stuff we heard originally, which has all been right so far.
Absolutely.
Kind of led us to believe he might miss a couple games.
Totally. So, yeah, I mean, there's always the chance that this is all in the up and up. And here's what I mean. When you go, he's really, let's just say for the sake of argument, he really truly is day-to-day. And all it would take is this mile marker, this return to play metric, this thing or this baseline that he passes a test, and he hasn't quite passed it yet, or we don't quite feel comfortable. He could still, quote unquote, be day-to-day. My point there is, I don't believe you. You see what I'm saying? Like, you've lost the ability to tell me exactly what's going on with an injury and then have me take it at face value. Last year happened. Same thing with the Nationals, right? It's different organizations, different stuff. When the Nats tell me he's day-to-day, I'm going, please get him an x-ray because it might be a broken foot for Anthony Rendon. He's day-to-day. Might be a broken wrist for Danny Espinosa, and he played with it for 2 months. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've been burned enough times where I take you at face value. Sometimes it is face value, where they say Strasburg won't need surgery. And I go, we'll see about that. And it was just a little thing loose in his elbow. It wasn't actually the dire elbow thing that was the end of all time.
But you have the benefit of doubt now.
Yeah, this group does not have that. And that's okay. I mean, it sounds like a criticism. It's not. My point is, I now, because I saw what happened last year with their marquee player, where you told me everything was fine, and it wasn't until an Instagram Live that we found out the rib was actually broken. Anybody watching could tell, A, he ain't the same, B, they're treating it. That's not how someone who's totally healthy gets treated. So if you tell me day to day, sorry, I don't believe you. Right. You know what I mean? Like, that, there's nothing else to that.
Yeah, and I want to go back and double click on something you said, which sounds like a criticism. I think it's important to point this out. I'll speak for myself, but it sounds like you agree with me. This is not a knock on the idea that, like, anyone's suggesting they should come out and tell you exactly what's going on with Jayden Daniels. I certainly don't feel that way. I don't think they should come out right away and say, hey, guys, there's a chance he misses 2 football games, and it's very possible that this lingers for a few weeks and, he actually has this PCL thing going on. I'm not saying they should do that at all necessarily, but I take issue with the idea that media and fans shouldn't then also be curious about what's going on. And it also is very, very possible that there is a lot more to the story than is being put out there. That's all I'm saying. And until we know what's going on, until you see him start to get back on the practice field, I think you can wonder about a timeline. You can wonder about the severity of the injury and what we're being told. I guess for me, there's kind of two ways to accept this information. One is you and I kind of going, they're not saying much. They're being purposefully vague. It's the exact same group who last year didn't acknowledge that he broke his rib. We have no idea what the actual injury is or the timeline. They're saying he might play Sunday. Last week, he wasn't playing Sunday. Now, all of a sudden on Tuesday ahead of Sunday, the following week, you're getting people saying he's probably not playing this week. Maybe not. In fact, I would bet against it, but he might. My point is, we don't actually know anything. But the other side of this would just be, here's what Dan Quinn said. That's what's going on. And you just take that and go, what else can we talk about? Let's look at other parts of the operation. And if you want to operate that way, God bless you. That's your prerogative. Like, that's what they're going to do on, the Commanders broadcast network or whatever else.
Right.
Like, that's awesome. Do that. But as a person who wants to know exactly what's going on with the MVP and the face of the franchise and the guy that's going to take you as far as you're going to go with one of the most important body parts that he has as a running quarterback, I'm going to keep kind of wondering what's what.
Yeah, forgive my curiosity and interest on that one.
Exactly. You're going to have to forgive me for being interested in the face of the operation and the CEO of this Fortune 500 company's availability and sustainability to get healthy and stay on the field here in the weeks ahead. Let's go to Brian, who's in Georgetown on Grant and Danny. What's up, Brian? How are you?
What's going on, fellas?
Good, bud.
Let's be honest, okay? I mean, the organization is definitely hiding things. A knee sprain, anyone who ever play any sport, it's pretty serious, even when it's a sprain. And for them to say it's day by day, I think that's total BS. And you know what? We are fine with Marcus. I would love to see him sit for another 3, 4, 5 weeks if needed. There's no need to rush him back, and there's no need to have another RG3 situation that we don't need.
Well, so the 3, 4, 5 weeks, I can't join you there because it could be a 2 to 3 week recovery for a knee sprain that gets you to being able to play against the Chargers at 100%. And if that's the case, when he's ready, play him. I'm not saying when he's 100% healthy, running around without a knee brace, sprinting on the practice field, cutting and jumping and playing basketball in his spare time, that he shouldn't be playing football again. Absolutely. All I'm saying is, let's get there, right? Let's make sure that that's happening. And what they were suggesting was that might happen. Day-to-day means that could be 48 hours, 72 hours. I think we have enough information now to know after that injury, that was not the thing. That it was not in 48 or 72 hours he might be running, cutting, sprinting, and ready to play a football game again. I mean, it has been now, 11, 12 days? Thursday night football, 7 from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 12 days ago? And he's wearing a big hulking brace. Would he be full practice? Will he be tomorrow? I guess we'll see.
Yeah, we'll learn a lot more tomorrow, for sure.
Let's go to AJ in Gaithersburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, AJ?
Hey, guys. So I had a little bit different take on it. And it was, first of all, by the way, 3 or 4 or 5 weeks we can do without Jayden Daniels.
That's another interesting
point. I don't agree with that
at all.
I mean,
it's all well and good after you pummel a bad Raiders defense, but if you go to Atlanta and get sacked 6 times and you lose a football game by a field goal, I think the idea of how urgently they need him back is going to change a little bit.
Absolutely. My take was that they beat the Raiders so handily, and they might, after seeing Atlanta get drubbed by 30 points, that they might have just changed it up and said, we don't need him now. But they don't want to put that out in the media and give bulletin board material to Atlanta. Like, we're not taking them seriously.
So, and I appreciate the call. People have this kind of week-to-week view of it, which I appreciate because that's the nature of the league. To me, this is the most important player this franchise has had in decades. The reason everyone's key card is going to work in 10 years, please treat him well. Please do right by him. If they were playing the Cowboys this week, the Eagles next week, and another NFC power the week after that, I still need him healthy for the rest of this year, for the long term, etc. So I understand the point, and you made good points, and I'm not begrudging the caller, but just we can get away with it one more week because Mariota played well, that never enters the discussion for me.
So it does for me completely.
Which I get.
We'll actually do that topic later in the show. But as a prerequisite to that conversation, it's obviously worth saying that does not mean I would ever rush him back. He's not playing until he's 100% regardless. But if I can buy him an extra week because I'm now 2-1 and because my quarterback that would start as my backup has had 3 awesome performances in 3 games and just looked amazing this past week, yeah, I feel a lot better about asking Mariota to go start in Atlanta. And I feel like it's a lot less necessary when the entire organization, every player, every coach, everybody in the front office, every staff member, everyone on the social team needs a win, is counting on a win, that I feel like I can get that without Jayden Daniels with more confidence than I did 7 days ago, perhaps, going to Atlanta after the way Mariota played and the way they looked on Sunday. The question for you guys on the phones right now at 800-636-1067, what do you think's going on with that knee? And what information do you think not only out there, that we know that may or may not be right, but how much don't we know? This is not a knock on what they're providing. They're probably doing it the right way, but is it possible that this thing was worse when it happened than we originally found out? How did we go from a week ago at this time, there's a real good chance he plays on Sunday, to now all of a sudden there's people going, probably doesn't play against Atlanta? And is that at all intriguing to anybody? Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders have the Falcons at 1 p.m. on Sunday, a chance to start the season 3-1 as they play on the road at a team that benched its quarterback for poor play this past week, with Michael Penix being picked off twice as Atlanta got shut out 30-0. I'm trying not to over factor how bad Atlanta was in Charlotte into my evaluation of this game, because this is such a week-to-week league, especially early on. Like, look at the Packers. They go from the Thursday night beatdown of Washington to losing in Cleveland.
Through 2 weeks, a buzzsaw that no one was going to beat until Cleveland got them in week 3.
So it's very possible you go down to Atlanta, you take on the Falcons, Bijan Robinson has a big day, they get Drake London going. Next thing you know, they're humming on offense. And we just saw, it's only been a couple of weeks, that primetime game against the Vikings, I think they had like 6 or 7 sacks of J.J. McCarthy.
That was a hunting party.
I mean, their defense looked really, really good in that game. So they got that club in the bag too. So try not to overthink what I saw from Atlanta this past week. It was just one game. It was a bad game. They've got to bury that film and move on. But we're talking Jayden Daniels right now. Not sure about his status for this weekend. It is very possible that he doesn't play for a second straight week. Obviously, the Commanders moved on with Marcus Mariota at quarterback and hung 40 and got a win against a Raiders team that was pretty clearly the worst defensive team of the 3 that they've played. And specifically on that day, like, the Giants played a much better game in week 1. The Packers played a way better game in week 2. And then the Raiders, gigantic gap, kind of the way they played on defense in week 3. So Daniels could have gotten it going too. He might have put up ridiculous numbers in this game if he was healthy. I'm quite sure that he would have. But going into Atlanta now, with the lack of information we have about the knee, we're wondering, like, where is this thing going and what don't we know? They said day to day, going back to right after the injury. Well, it's been 12 days now, and the lean, at least when you hear people that are out at the facility every day talking about this, is that he may not go this week either. So can both of those things be congruent? I mean, can they work together? Bernie's in Potomac Falls. What's up, Bernie?
Gentlemen, I'm actually going to err with the team here. I think there's 2 ways of looking at this. Is Jayden Daniels good to go? Okay, let's say he's 90%. But they're not going to risk that. I think even if they would say normally we don't know what we got in Jayden Daniels, we're going to let him go out there. The goal of the team is to make sure Jayden Daniels is healthy games 9 through 15, 9 through 16. I don't mind them sitting him. And you're going to know as soon as that DQ says, you know what, Mariota's taken all the first-team snaps. Let's roll with it. So if the team needs to put him in some type of bubble wrap to make sure that he is good for the Chargers game or even the week afterwards, do it. Make sure he's right. It's not worth, especially he doesn't really know how to protect himself a lot of times when he's running. You tweak that ligament or whatever he's got, the sprain, he could be out a month. So I know you got a lot of calls, gentlemen. Thanks.
Appreciate you, buddy.
You'll get zero pushback from either of us on the idea of protecting the quarterback. It's what we've been imploring and begging for. And if that's what they're doing, go for it. I mean, really, it's not even like I don't think we're challenging how they've handled this at all. I guess my point is we don't know how hurt he is. And so in that hypothetical that he brings up is, I'm with the team. They're protecting him at 90%. Is he 90%? Is he 40%? You know what I'm saying?
Is he 68.7? I have no idea.
20% right now and 3 weeks away from being 100%. That's my point, is we have no idea what percent he's at. But just to go along with his example, if he is 90%, and let's just say in that world, a playoff game this past Sunday against the Raiders at home was against Green Bay in the postseason or whatever, and he would have played, then good on them, for not playing him against the Raiders. If he's 90% right now, and he's just not practicing at all because they're keeping him out in that big, bulky brace, good for them. Then I completely agree. They're doing the exact right thing. What I'm saying is we have no idea if he's 90%. And if it sounds that way based on what they're saying, I'm saying you would have thought that when he broke his rib too. Because they were saying, no, he's not compromised at all. It's like, well, why does he have this heating thing on his side? And why is he getting wrapped in between drives? Oh, no, that's just, he just likes to be comfortable in that. That's what he likes to wear.
It's Monday Night Football. It's what you do.
Let's go to Derrick in Accokeek. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, listen, man, I've been listening, man. You guys are doing a great job, always doing a great job.
Appreciate you.
And I'm in the position of, I'm in the boat that says, he's not scheduled for surgery. He's not wearing a walking boot or brace or nothing like that. They are taking their time with him, and I'm cool with that. I appreciate the team building a team that can sustain success, even if our best player is not out on the field.
Big deal.
I don't feel like they need to tell us everything, man. I think we're in this age of instant information, and we want to know everything. We just need to know that we trust these guys to handle him the best way possible, so that the team can have maximum success.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I get the sense that people are calling and answering a question I'm not asking. I'm not asking, should the team be giving us the information at the press conference? Because obviously they shouldn't. I guess what I'm wondering is, are you buying what they're selling? That's a very different question.
Yeah.
And they are suggesting it's day to day. Does it feel more week to week? Because it certainly does to me.
And they're well within their rights to do it this way.
Yeah.
And it's not a criticism.
That's how I would do it.
Right.
by
The
the way.
criticism for me comes when a player, especially a really important one, isn't right, plays with a giant knee brace on, and re-injures himself, and then it all goes downhill. That didn't happen. So if I see a player that's compromised, that is not himself, that he can't protect himself, that he can't do the things that make him special, and you're just going, yeah, but it's a week to week, you got to beat the Vikings this week or whatever. I don't do that dance. He's too important. I can do it with a running back that's not going to be on the team in 2 years. I can't do it with my franchise player at the most important position in sports.
Disco's in Laurel. Disco, we got to be quick, but I want to squeeze you in before we move on. What's up?
Thank you for squeezing me in real quick. I think the information that I think we were lulled into thinking it was a little bit more optimistic because he finished the game. Day-to-day I don't believe them what they're saying with day-to-day, because day-to-day means you'll start hearing about he's a game-time decision. To me, day-to-day means game-time decision. The last point, I don't want to get lulled in. I love Marcus Mariota. He did his job. I don't want to get lulled into thinking that, okay, we can just let this keep going and going if he's like 90, 95%. The clock is going to strike 12 on Marcus Mariota. He's great, but let's not pretend like this is going to be sustainable. Thanks.
Appreciate you. I think that's very well said.
When Daniels is ready, you put him back out there.
Yep.
But I don't even think, I haven't even acknowledged that part of it because I don't even think that's worth discussing. I think everybody agrees there, right? Like, as soon as he's ready, let's let it rip.
Yeah, there was a guy who tweeted us at Grand H Paulson at Funny Danny who's like, what is all this talk? There's no quarterback controversy. And I'm like, you're right. Nope, there's not. Nobody's saying there is. There's zero controversy of any kind in any way. And anyone saying that there is, you can just not listen to that person anymore. They have disqualified themselves from the grown-up discussion.
Right. Yeah.
There's not one.
If that person's out there, mute them. Either by way of walking away in real life or actually with the button online.
Yeah,
that's all it takes.
It's like if their avatar has the name Mariota in it. You know what I mean? Like that's it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've got Commander Survivor. Who's going to get sent home? Who's going to get immunity? We'll tee that up next. Plus, our fastest 16 minutes in football on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons in Week 4 next Sunday. Some injury updates. Yesterday, Dan Quinn said that Jayden Daniels is still day to day. Terry McLaurin going to get a second opinion on his injured quad that forced him to leave the game early in Week 3. His status for the Falcons game is uncertain. Also, remember, coming up at 5 o'clock today, Bill Kroski Merritt makes his debut as a weekly guest for the Grant and Danny Show. The Giants are going to start quarterback Jackson Dart in Week 4 against the Chargers. They also signed former Falcons kicker Younghoe Koo to the practice squad. The Texans released safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Injuries around the league. Bucs wide receiver Mike Evans expected to miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury, and Giants running back Tyrone Tracy expected to be out 2 to 4 weeks with a dislocated shoulder. In baseball, Major League Baseball going to implement the ABS challenge system in the 2026 season. 2 challenges per team can only be initiated by the pitcher and the catcher or the batter. In baseball tonight, the Nationals continue their series in Atlanta against the Braves. 7:15 first pitch right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. Hurston Waldrop takes the hill for the Braves. This September only, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Jakori, Kroski, Merritt at 5, as Toby just told you in the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad.
They provide all sorts of services like estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Today's a Tuesday, and you know what that means on Grant and Danny. It is a Commanders Survivor Tuesday. Here's the way this works. You go to facebook.com/Grant and Danny, and you vote a player off the island to be eliminated and a player immune, who, no matter what happens next week, will be saved and will move on in Commanders Survivor. We're 2 games in. You guys have already sent home kicker Matt Gay, who would be sent home again probably. So luckily for him,
if I could send him home again, I would.
Doesn't have to worry about it. He's been sent home, and Austin Eckler, sadly, because of the injury, loss for the season, you guys booted him to the curb as well. So Gay and Eckler have been eliminated this week. Zach Ertz has immunity. Not that you'd be sending him home anyway. Quiet enough game, 3 catches for him, but he didn't do anything wrong, so I think he would have been safe. But Zach Ertz, immune. You're going to vote somebody off the island. You're going to give somebody immunity. Who's left standing on Commander Survivor?
Jayden Daniels, Jakori, Kroski, Merritt, who I believe joins Grant and Danny at 5. That's something you should try to remember. Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, Zach Ertz, who's immune, Laramie Tunsil, Josh Conerly Jr. On defense, Javon Kinlaw, Deron Payne, Dorrance Armstrong, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, Trey Amos, Marshawn Lattimore, and Quan Martin.
Can I make a prediction? Bobby Wagner's about to get his first immunity of the season. 11 tackles, 2 sacks. Rushed the quarterback 7 times and got pressure 5 times.
There's one gentleman here who I'm just picking out comments at random. This is the first one I see.
Okay.
A Danny Rouillet voted Bobby Wagner immune. That's who he voted for.
He's the same name as you,
Yeah, that guy.
Wow.
That's him.
Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Let's get you a recap of the weekend in the NFL. The Commanders' opponent in Week 4, we've told you, is the Atlanta Falcons. Boy, did they run into a buzzsaw that was the really bad Panthers.
Yeah, the 0-2 Panthers.
They got beat 30-0 in Charlotte. Michael Penix throws 2 egregious interceptions. One was a pick 6. He gets benched. Kirko got an opportunity to come off the bench, went 5 for 7 in relief. But for the Panthers, it was a defensive effort. They score the defensive touchdown. They pitch the shutout. They hold the Falcons to sub 5 yards per play, and they win by 30.
Penix with time is intercepted. That's completely on Penix. 100%.
Shaw Smith-Wade takes it in.
He never saw him, Alex.
So that's CBS on the call. I don't know who that analyst was.
But he believes it was on Penix.
I mean, my God, did he throw Penix under the bus there? Now, Penix kind of threw himself under the bus.
Yeah.
But the guy hasn't even caught the ball yet. You're like, that's all on Penix. He should never have done that. Like, that was aggressive.
He came in hot, and I guess he didn't like what he saw because I guess Penix never saw it. But yeah, that was a non-starter. I cannot believe Atlanta had that poor of a showing coming in at 1-1.
Speaking of things you can't believe, how did the Packers lose to the Browns? They were up 10-0 with 4 minutes to go in the game. They lose 13-10. And the way that they lost was just inexplicable. I mean, Green Bay has a opportunity to put the game on ice, and Jordan Love throws a terrible interception, his first of the game. Then they are lining up to kick a field goal to seemingly put the game out of reach, and the kick gets blocked in the final minute to give the Browns life and the ball at midfield in a tie football game.
As Daniel Whelan the hold. The kick is blocked. It is blocked. The Browns get the swat and turn the Packers away.
Kevin Kugler on the call on Fox for the Browns, 94 rushing yards and a touchdown for Quinton Judkins in the backfield.
This is stunning. So, obviously, they got away from the Packers there at the end. The fact that they're only up 10-0 on a terrible football team into the third quarter, that to me is the story, is how ineffective this Green Bay offense was. Josh Jacobs went 16 for 30 on the ground. And you already mentioned Jordan Love, just not terribly prolific. There had to be more there at some point, but they just couldn't get going offensively, and they're now 2-1, losing to a terrible football team in embarrassing fashion.
Jaguars are 2-1 under new head coach Liam Cohen, and one of the big surprise disappointments of the season to this point, Darius's Houston Texans are 0-3 under DeMeco Ryans. You know, Bobby Sloak's been fired already.
Yeah.
The bloom is off the rose. Is that the saying?
Yes, it is.
For C.J. Stroud. It's been a sophomore slump. I don't know what it is now as a junior. DeMeco Ryans is next in the crosshairs, it feels like, at this point, in terms of he was on the rocket ship. Everyone's like, see, you can't hire a defensive head coach. He's amazing. And then 2 years later, this thing is going completely sideways. C.J. Stroud, 2 picks in this game to go along with 204 passing yards, but they were not pretty.
Find that connection with Christian Kirk. C.J. Stroud's pass is picked. Jordan Lewis with a snatch.
7-point win for Jacksonville. It's not like Trevor Lawrence has been great. That's what's interesting. They're 2-1. He had no touchdowns and interception. His numbers are meh.
Yeah, 20 for 40 with an interception.
But their defense was splendid on Sunday.
Yeah, did not see that coming. So now Houston, after 2 10-7 seasons, is 0-3. Now they got Tennessee looming this week, so maybe there's your first win, but it doesn't get much easier after that. They have not gotten off to a very good start. They've been in all the games. I think it's a bunch of one-score losses to this point for them, but their offensive line still isn't good despite trying to reshuffle and empower that. They look terrible on offense against that Jacksonville D.
So did the Bengals. They were in Minnesota, and they lost 48-10. The Vikings poured it on. Carson Wentz got the start. Pretty easy to quarterback when you score a couple defensive touchdowns and everything's going your way. He threw for 173 and a pair of touchdowns, one to TJ Hutchinson, the other to Josh Oliver, both to the tight end position. For the Bengals, Jake Browning takes over. First start for Joe Burrow. 2 interceptions in this game, including a pick 6.
It's a 2nd and 9. And Browning scanning, throwing, picked off, intercepted by Isaiah Rodgers, and he's racing down the sideline, and he will not be caught going the distance.
Rodgers' 87-yard pick 6 return there with Jim Nantz on the call. Later returned to fumble, 66 yards for a touchdown. I didn't realize Nantz and Romo had the Jake Browning-Carson Wentz matchup. That is not the way you draw it up.
Using a bazooka to kill an ant right there.
If you're CBS. That is tough. By the way, LeBron style, Bengals turnovers in this game, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 turnovers, -5. That's how you lose by 38.
So Cincinnati's defense still terrible. Now you don't have their really, really good quarterback available. That was awkward. Jordan Mason, 116 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Eric Bickles' boy, Carson Wentz, just workmanlike, 173 yards on only 20 attempts, couple of tutties through the air. Minnesota looked good.
The Steelers have struggled offensively to move the ball.
Mm-hmm.
It's sneaky. If you look at yard margin, like how much you've outgained or been outgained by, they're in the bottom 3 of the NFL right now through 3 games. But they are 2-1. They've made enough plays on defense. They beat the Patriots in New England 21-14. Couple of touchdowns for Aaron Rodgers. Jalen Warren led the way as a rusher, 18 for 47 for him. He also led them as a receiver out of the backfield, 5 for 34. For the Patriots, though, they will be kicking themselves. If they end up around 9 wins or missing the playoffs by a game or something, this will be the one they circle. They had chance after chance. They threw an interception in the end zone. They lost a fumble at the goal line. They turned the ball over in this game 5 times, and they fumbled 4 times. Once it was Antonio Gibson. Twice it was Ramondre Stevenson. You can't lose 3 fumbles from your running backs. I'm sorry. You just can't and win. And because of that, it was a 7-point loss to Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Rodgers dials it up. End zone. Touchdown. Calvin Austin.
Caw-caw! Caw-caw! That's the Birdman, Iron Eagle on the call.
Don't look now, but the Steelers are Steelering. This is it. It's always this. Whatever this is, where your quarterback throws for 139 yards, where your leading rusher ran for 2.6 a pop.
The Michael Scott meme, it's happening.
They're doing the Steelers thing again, where they're aggressively okay and they find ways to win because Mike Tomlin's a really good coach. But here we are. That's what happened. Patriots, as you said, kicking themselves. They cannot run the ball at all, despite Henderson, despite Gibson, despite Stevenson. They're bad running it, and they fumble a bunch. Other than that, how was the play?
The zaniest game of the weekend was also the biggest game of the weekend. Rams, Eagles, couple of the best teams in the NFC. LA led Philly 26-7 in the third quarter, and then the Eagles come all the way back to stay undefeated, get to 3-0. They win 33-26. Jalen Hurts finally gets it going through the air, 226 and 3. Finally remembered A.J. Brown can make plays, 6 for 109 and a touchdown for A.J. Brown. Saquon Barkley, still not a lot of running room, 18 for 46, 2.6 per for him. Devontae Adams had 3 for 56 and a touchdown. Puka Nakua's putting up huge numbers, 11 for 112. But the play of the game, Rams have the ball, down by 1 point, chance to win, lining up for what is a very makeable game-winning field goal. They're about to go to Philly, survive and advance and get a win. And then big Jordan Davis gets his hand on the ball, then scoops the ball, and then is the fastest big man I've ever seen sprinting down the field for a 61-yard touchdown to cover, not just win, but to cover a 7-point Eagles win at the Horn.
Joshua Carty has it blocked again! This time Jordan Davis, the big man, looks for the icing on one big cake. Eagles hang on!
Either Mookie Betts just went deep or Joe Davis is calling a football game on Fox.
Consecutive drives end in blocked field goals. I don't remember that happening outside of Seattle, like in that dude Red Bryant or Truck Ryan or whatever that guy's name was, blocking every kick Washington tried to attempt. But talking about a team kicking themselves, up 26-7 on the road, the better team for 80% of that game, the Rams. Talking about letting it slip away. There's a new level of, oh my God, I cannot believe you lost that game. Eagles deserve credit. They blocked those kicks. They made those plays. They did the comeback, etc. They got it to A.J. Brown. They got it the clutch touchdown to Devontae Smith. But my God, how do you lose that game if you're the Rams?
Did you say comeback? Baker Mayfield would like a word. Second time in as many weeks, the Bucs are down. They get the ball back. They could easily be 1-2 if he doesn't make plays. Instead, they're one of 6 teams that are 3-0. Tampa Bay 29, the Jets 27. At Raymond James Stadium in Florida, Mayfield 233 and a score. Emeka Egbuka is that guy. Did you guys see the catches he was making? He made 2.
He's so nasty.
I mean, that one-handed grab he made was awesome. 6 for 85. They drafted him. Everyone's like, why did they take a receiver? They don't need a receiver. Oh, because he's unbelievable. Oh, because he's incredible. Oh, because he's better than the other guys. By the way, their really old wide receiver has a hamstring injury.
Yep.
Mike Evans is going to be out for a couple of weeks. This has happened before. So that's why you draft Emeka Egbuka. Chase McLaughlin, game winner at the gun.
For the win. McLaughlin's kick is right down the middle.
Pretty sure Clinton Portis just followed Mike Sellers into the end zone with Kenny Albert on the call from 14 years ago.
Thank you, Kenny and Joe. Did the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play a game? If the answer is yes, that means they scored in the last minute of that game to win the football game. They've done that 3 times this year, 3 for 3. The Eagles loom next, by the way. That's a big tilt. Couple of 3-0 teams. One, ascending, you'd say the Eagles, right? Another, Tampa, you mentioned it, taking on water, a little bit injured, but would love to see some of that magic beat that puke green jersey.
The Colts are the story of football right now. 41-20. They double up the Titans. They are 3-0. Daniel Jones is leading all quarterbacks in EPA per play. 228 and a score for him. Ran for 27 yards as well. Did you see his 17-yard run that was like Lamar Jackson-esque?
It was awesome.
It's like, who is this person? By the way, Jonathan Taylor's back. Big back. Not like that, like the kids say, but like he is all the way back. 17 for a Bill. Not 1, not 2, but 3 rushing touchdowns.
Second down and 4 to Taylor. Taylor explodes. Makes a man miss to his right. Spin move of beauty inside the 30. High stepping at the 25. Inside the 10. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Jonathan Taylor, 46 yards.
Either Kyle Schwarber just went deep or Tom McCarthy's on the call for Fox.
In the words of Cleveland from Family Guy, oh, that's nasty. They are good. I've been beating this drum for years with the Colts, and it looked like I was just going to look like a horse's ass because I think it's 3 straight years I've said, I like this roster. I like how they're put together. I feel like their GM's good. And everyone rolled their eyes and laughed because they would win 8 or 9 games and be very pedestrian. All they needed was someone that fit at quarterback, and they've got it. That's a well-assembled team. They are a threat.
Threat, you say?
A threat.
Dateline LA. The Chargers are 3-0. They beat the Broncos. They're 1-2. Sophomore situation developing for Bo Nix. Just 153 through the air on 14 of 25 passing. Tough sledding. Story, though, was Justin Herbert. Again, Herbert was 0 dark 30 at the end of this game. 300 yards and a touchdown. He made one big play after another. Led him on a 76-yard touchdown drive with 2.5 minutes to go. 20-yard pass against his body. Dude in his face to Keenan Allen. Tied the game 20-20. Then he gets the ball back and he drives 40 yards. At the horn, they get a 43-yard field goal from Cam Dicker to win. Herbert playing at an MVP level.
6. Herbert to the air. Pipkins the block at the right tackle. Got away from Allen. Herbert alive and the throw. Caught. Touchdown. Touchdown. Allen. What a play.
You already know that's Kevin Harlan's music on CBS.
He's so good. Kevin Harlan and Justin Herbert. Omari Hampton finally unleashed. They gave him enough touches, 25 touches, 129 yards, and a touchdown in this one. They get a little bit from everybody, right? McConkey working underneath. Keenan Allen, those intermediate routes. Quentin Johnson moving down the field a little bit. All of a sudden, you look at this nasty defense that the Chargers have. As you said, the MVP through 3 weeks is Justin Herbert, and it doesn't matter that they haven't run the ball particularly well the way that Jim Harbaugh usually likes to do. For Denver, tough loss. They were winning there in the fourth quarter, but you got Herberted. That stinks. They've lost a couple games now down to the wire, but I still think that team is pretty decent, even though Nix hasn't clicked just yet.
It's going to sound a little bit like you're catching shrapnel for a second, but you're not, okay? I am not the guy on this show that constantly wants to talk about what we got right, what we got wrong. You love bringing up, like, I thought this, and if you're wrong, you do it too. Mm-hmm. I don't care about, like, we're moving on to the next. I'd like to pat myself on the back for a second.
Get yourself a back pat.
If you don't mind, I'd like to hurt myself.
Will you stretch first, please, before you don't pull anything?
The first and only time I ever watched Colorado State play, I said that Torrey Horton, this wide receiver who I'd never seen before, should be drafted and play for someone in the NFL. 95-yard punt return touchdown. This dude's going to be really, really good at 3 for 32 and to score as a receiver as well. I was watching Colorado, watch Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders, and I was like, who in the hell is that guy? Bring him to me at once. I just want to pat myself on the back really quickly. Baller alert. Seattle all over the Saints, 44-13.
One down the field. Good punt. Driving Horton all the way back to his 6-yard line. Horton on the return at the 20, right up the middle to the 30. Now Horton to the outside. Torrey Horton down the sideline. And it's a touchdown. 95 yards.
Andrew Catalon on the call. Danny already knew that, though.
Andrew Catalon was the broadcaster there. My little bit of a take is Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to lead the league in receiving yards this year. Right now, he's second to Pookie Nukes, who I believe is going to end up banged up and miss a game or two. He's awesome. Seattle, they're a thing, man. I think that's the best team in that division. I know they lost to San Francisco already, but I know they beat the hell out of New Orleans, and you and I could do that probably, but I think that team is going to click on all cylinders and be a tough out.
The Bears were clicking on all cylinders on Sunday against Dallas. Bad Cowboys defense. Ben Johnson and Chicago's offense got it going. Caleb Williams, 298 and 4 scores through the air. The rookie, Luther Burden, getting involved. A 65-yard touchdown on a flea flicker Ben Johnson alert.
So here are the Bears, a little flip to Swift, trying to get a flea flicker. It's way up there. Williams recovers, throws a seed, has a man, is caught for a touchdown. Luther Burden's first in the league.
A little bit less from you, Tom Brady, whenever you're ready. Kevin Burkhardt on the call, if you could hear him through the screaming of the color commentator.
That's right, KB.
I mean, he makes $37 million a year. He can kind of do whatever the hell he wants, but less of that would be better.
Like he could own a team and still broadcast games. Chicago couldn't run the ball, which I was surprised by. I feel
like that's been the thing all year for them.
Well, but I thought against Dallas, right? I thought part and parcel with this thing, you would get, because the thing about Ben Johnson is everyone looks at the passing numbers and acumen, but they had this two-headed monster in Detroit, and they would thump you into oblivion and then hit you with some of those incredibly well-designed pass stuff. They couldn't run at all. Swift averaged 2.5 yards a carry. Some dude named McGarnacle, I don't know who he is. He couldn't run it either, but they are dealing through the air. Roma Dunze is awesome. They found different receivers. You had the trick play there that was part of the highlight package. Kedler Williams had his best game as a pro.
49ers survived the Cardinals at home. San Francisco is 3-0. They are 16-15 winners. It was not pretty at all. I feel really good for Mac Jones, who everyone made fun of for a bunch of years when he was quarterback in a bad New England operation. 284 and a touchdown for him with an interception. He has the game-winning drive, 10 plays, 63 yards to set up Eddie Pinheiro, the former Bear, for a game winner. Did anyone see his celebration? He made a 35-yarder. That's an extra point distance. Yep. And then he was doing like this is my house. I own this place. And I'm like, bro.
Pump the brakes there.
That was not 55, buddy. That was 35. Now, he kicked the game-winning field goal.
Congrats on that.
Cool. It was 35.
Usually, like, on a spectrum of celebrations.
He was literally, like, both hands to his
this
feet.
Is mine.
Like the Amon-Ra St. Brown post-touchdown thing where he's like, I own this building. Mm-hmm. This is my house. Eddie Pinheiro at the gun.
Before and win the game with his leg. Sweeps it. Delivers it. And San Francisco is in first place. They win it at the Horn.
That is Adam Amin, who doubles as a DJ on the call.
DJ Adam.
For Fox. But he immediately started like yelling at the Cardinals like, now what? I'm the guy, you're not. This is Sparta.
On the spectrum of what the celebration should have been, like on one end is that. On the other end is like Adam Sandler and Waterboy going, slap hands. Should have been closer to that.
Speaking of which, I showed my wife the video, one of the great bits. I didn't know the Chargers do this, but after their games, Jim Harbaugh like addresses the team. Pretty sure he's like a non-cursor. Maybe he does, but I never see him curse.
Okay.
I know he's like very Catholic and talks about that publicly.
Okay.
But anyway, he's in the locker room after the game. And he's like addressing the team. And he goes, let's all find someone to high five. And all the guys just walk around like doing high fives. My wife thought it was like, she just said it was like the cutest thing she's ever seen. I thought it was hilarious.
That's great.
But apparently it's a bit like, and the guys get into it. They're all like literally like, just go high five your buddy for a minute. And then they get back together after like 30 seconds of high fiving people and keep talking.
We're going to attack these high fives with enthusiasm unbeknownst to other men. All right, dude.
Sunday Night Football, the Chiefs beat the Giants. It was competitive, kind of.
Yeah.
Russ Wilson, in the end, didn't make enough plays through 2 bad picks. Patrick Mahomes is not playing at a very high level as a passer, but he doesn't have a lot of help either. Their passing game was going through Tyquan Thornton. If that gives you any indication of the weapons around Mahomes, he made a couple of huge catches.
Mahomes putting it up for grabs again for Thornton. That time he reached around his body to catch it at the 1. Thornton, too good.
That's Mike Tirico calling play-by-play while Chris Collinsworth laughs hysterically.
Doing a laugh track. Yeah, they need Rashee Rice back. They're just treading water until they have somebody that can threaten the defense. Their best offensive plays until Thornton made a couple of miraculous catches were schemed up looks to Juju Smith-Schuster, which is not anybody's first choice. Even he'd be like, listen, you should probably go somewhere else with the football. But they can't. They have no answer. Pacheco, Kareem Hunt in the backfield, very little doing there in that regard. And the Giants on that side, not much going on, man. A lot of Cam Scatterboo, which I guess tens of people are excited about. That's adorable. You can hand it to him as often as you'd like if I'm the Giants' opponent. Please and thank you.
That was your fastest 16 minutes in the NFL on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Who's been the Commanders' best player to this point? We'll get into that next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders are on to Week 4, where they're going to take on the Atlanta Falcons in Atlanta. Injuries. Terry McLaurin is getting a second opinion on his quad injury. Status for the Falcons game is uncertain. Dan Quinn described Jayden Daniels yesterday as day-to-day. The Giants are going to make a quarterback change. Jackson Dart going to start in Week 4 against the Chargers. The Giants are signing former Falcons kicker Younghoe Koo to their practice squad. The Texans are releasing safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Some injuries around the league. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans expected to miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. Giants running back Tyrone Tracy expected to be out 2 to 4 weeks with a dislocated shoulder. Last night, Monday Night Football, the Lions beat the Ravens 38-30. In baseball, the Major League Baseball is going to implement the ABS Challenge system in 2026. 2 challenges per team can only be initiated by the pitcher, catcher, or the batter. Tonight, Nationals and Braves, Game 2 of the series in Atlanta, 7:15 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes on Hurston Waldrop. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
At 3:45, when we give you a double play on Grant and Danny, I've got a guessing game for the guys. It'll be fun. Don't be nervous.
It.
No, Danny, it's not one of the ones you don't like.
Well, I always panic when it's like, name a local Italian restaurant. I was like, Maggiano's. I couldn't do it yesterday.
Super easy, seriously. You can't look bad. It's something no one knows. It's just a guessing game. It's like,
I can't look bad.
It's basically a Price is Right game that we're going to play. That's all we're going to do.
I bet you I'll prove you wrong. I bet you I'll look bad.
You ever seen Price is Right?
Yeah.
You know anything about Bob Barker?
Sure.
I'm going to be Bob Barker. You guys are going to be the people that run down from the steps. And then we're just going to play a little fun little game. That's all it is.
Still one of the greatest days of my life when my college teammate John Green was on The Price is Right as a contestant.
Was he really?
It was the greatest thing ever.
Did you guys all get together to watch?
Yeah, so it was one of the best days. It's obviously there's at 11. So our coach gave us the day off. Like, unprecedented.
Did it air live, by the way, or was it taped?
No, so it's taped.
Okay.
So he didn't tell us what he goes, I was a contestant on The Price is Right. We're going, okay, BS. But he's like, no, real. This is when it airs. This date, Friday, whatever date in October, right in the middle of the fall season. So the coach reworked the week so that we're all off on that Friday, and you have to have one NCAA off day, right? So anyway, we all got together in my room. We had kegs of beer and pancakes starting at 6 a.m. Like, we're hammered by the time this show comes on because all he told us what he was on The Price is Right. And so it's John Green, come on down. And he comes trotting down wearing his WA baseball shirt. We're losing our minds.
Was he in the room with you?
Yeah. So he wouldn't tell us what happened. And so first item up for bid's a hope chest. He's like, $548, Bob. Price is $561. John, you're the winner. He's a contestant right away. We are losing it.
Wow.
He's got to play a game where it's, you match the prices to 6 different items. And if you get one right, you get to keep going. And that's $1,000. Then if you get 2 right, it's $2,000. You get 3 right, it's 4, all the way up to $16,000. He's just matching them without any clue. He can't hear anything. He's just totally spaced it out. But he gets the first one right, second one, third one. And so we're going, dude, that's $4,000. You're really going to gamble on like Dove soap? You have no idea what anything costs.
So you can pull at any point the ripcord.
Yeah, if you get the money, you win.
Okay.
And so he doubled down on $8,000 and he wins $16,000. And we all turn to him. He pulls out the check for $16,000. The dog pile, insane. One of the great days of all time.
The check got ripped in the dog pile.
Yeah, and he lost it.
Couldn't cash it.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So how does he keep that secret, though? Like, weeks later, he still hasn't told us.
Because he's sworn, that's actually part of the rules. Like, you can't talk about it other than to say, this is when I'm going to air, or this is when it's going to air. Now, I'm sure he could have told people and nothing would happen to him, but still, it's like, you can't spoil the episode that's coming out. They tape them all over the course of a handful of weeks.
We're going Beltway Blitz in 25 minutes. Jakori, Kroski, Merritt will be on the show for his first weekly appointment. He is replacing Austin Eckler for us for the remainder of the season as our Grant and Danny Tuesday 5 p.m. regular. So we can't wait to hear from Bill coming up in about an hour and a half. But, Danny, who has been the Commanders' best player to this point in the season? I think we can go gold, silver, and bronze here. But let's start with the gold medal. Their number 1 overall player on the team to this point has been who?
I got Deebo Samuel as my 1 seed. He has done everything. He's kind of toted the mail. He has been the offense, both as a kick returner, where he's made significant contributions, running the football as something dynamic, catching the football, leads the team in receptions and yards in that regard. To me, he has been their most complete and valuable football player through 3 weeks.
I thought about Deebo. I'll kind of bury the lead here and tell you he gets my silver medal. I'm going with Dorrance Armstrong as my gold medal winner so far this season. I talked about him on the show yesterday. PFF's got him as their leader in pressures and in pressure rate so far this season. He's been one of the best statistical pass rushers in the league. He's also got 3 sacks to go along with all those pressures. If you go back to the playoffs last year, not necessarily what we're talking about here, but it's 6.5 sacks in his last 6 games. So he is on a heater that bridges the end of last season, this season. I think he has just been a little more consistent. I know Debo had the huge kick return, and that counts and matters for sure. But otherwise, it was a fairly quiet game with the drop, offensively anyway, going back to Sunday against the Raiders, whereas I think Armstrong has been very noticeable in all 3 games. Not as consistent against the Packers, don't get me wrong, but he did have a sack in that down performance defensively of Jordan Love. And he's been really good in the 2 home games where the defense has dominated. So I'm going Armstrong gold, and then I've got Debo, my silver medalist, as my number 2.
We just flip ours. So you flipped, I flopped, like HGTV. Armstrong's my number 2 guy. I thought about him number 1. I was close to putting him there. I don't have a good reason against it. It's almost like a 1 and 1A. We could almost share the podium, and we'd both hear our anthem. You already covered it with Armstrong. He's been really good, leads the team with tackles for loss, quarterback hits, sacks. Every metric that I want from my defensive end, he's there in terms of pressures and the like.
Who's your number 3?
Number 3 is Deron Payne. Through 3 weeks. I again, a few nominees here would have made sense. I know some of the counting stats aren't there. I don't know that they always will be for a defensive tackle. Some of those sack numbers are going to be fickle, but the disruption, the penetration, again, the quarterback hits, the TFLs, some of the solo tackles, feels like he was meeting running backs at the line of scrimmage in all 3 weeks. Just whether he makes the tackle or not, he's the guy that's either blowing up the play, stopping the play, making the running back stop his feet, someone else makes the tackle, etc. He's eating up space. He's making it difficult for offenses. I think he's been their 3rd best.
So I was going to go Deron Payne. I'm not going to make it interesting here. I was thinking about Trey Amos as well because I just kind of like how he's played. He had the big PBU on a 4th down against Green Bay at the goal line. Had a nice play in the secondary before the injury this past week as well. But I won't even get cute. Bobby Wagner. I thought Wagner was their best defensive player this past weekend. He had a very strong game against the run. For the Giants game as well. Not as noticeably positive against Green Bay, but that went around. It's 3 games, 2 really strong performances. So I'll say Wagner, who gets everybody in the right spot and is their leader on defense, is my bronze medalist. I'll rank him 3rd. But it is interesting to me, Danny, as you do this exercise. While they've had a lot of guys play pretty well, I think it's kind of wide open. There aren't 2 or 3 players that have been head and shoulders better than everybody else. And it was only 2 games and an injury, but it's not like Daniels is in the top 3. Last year, if he went 3 games without playing at a really high level, there's no chance they go 2-1. If he misses a game and then 2 other times just plays okay, they're not going 2-1 in that stretch.
Yeah, they did it. They went 1-3 last year.
Yeah, that speaks kind of positively, I would say, about the progression of the program overall. Another name that you could throw out there maybe as just someone who's played really well is Javon Kinlaw. I know that Joe
counting numbers aren't there, but he's been good.
Joe Witt celebrated how he played against the Packers as a guy that played well despite the result. And in the other 2 games has been extremely noticeable as a run-stuffing, big-time presence at the line of scrimmage. Grant and Danny on the Fan, our double play is next, and our Beltway Blitz is coming up on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, our football talk. Today on the show is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, including this weekend in Week 4. The Commanders and the Falcons, CBS, Iron Eagle on the call. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. Today, it is time for our double play. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. All right, who's ready to play a game? Here we go. This is what happened today. I'm just telling you what happened today. Okay? I went to lunch. I was going to get lunch. Compare Paulson is trying to be a little healthy.
Lunch.
I got a salad. Not what I want to do.
Right.
This is punishment for years of doing what I want to do. Okay?
Quick takeaway on that, just to remind everybody, salads are punishment. That's what they are.
Yeah, there's salads I don't mind. Pasta salad is pretty good.
Macaroni salad, you ever had that?
Macaroni
potato salad.
Is really good. Potato salad's awesome.
Catch in, son.
Egg salad is not terrible, right? There's some salads I can enjoy. This was not one of those salads.
Okay.
This was a salad with a lot of green leaves, okay? I added chicken. That's what I will tell you. I got the salad off the menu, and then I added grilled chicken to it.
Grilled chicken.
I also made the mistake, this was my fault, of getting a Diet Coke. Okay? I had to have something to wash this down so it wasn't the worst meal I've ever had, right? And so I got a Diet Coke when the meal came, so I didn't sit there and drink 6 the whole time. I was just sipping water. Got through like half of a glass over 22 minutes. Then they bring me the salad. I get a Diet Coke. I pummel a couple of those. I go on my way. My question to you is, how much was my bill right here in the Navy Yard? How much was my Jakori Kroski Merritt when I walked out the door? All I ate was a salad with grilled chicken, and I got a Diet Coke.
Including tip?
With tip. I will allow tip to be added.
Okay.
I will tell you that I tipped 20% on the nose.
20%.
Right. I just put the bill into the Jakori Kroski into my calculator, and then I times it by 0.20, and I added that to the bill, Kroski Merritt. And the question I have for you guys is closest to the pin without going over, how much was my salad?
$26.74.
Okay.
$26.74.
Okay. That's a guess that you're in with. Darius.
I'm going to go with you spent, and this is the salad plus chicken added to the salad.
Because the plus chicken. That's what I've got.
Plus chicken's a big deal. And then a Diet Coke, right?
You got it right. And water, which they didn't charge me for.
I'm going to go.
You wouldn't have known it by the bill, by the way.
I'm going to go $29.60 is what you paid. $29.60.
Okay, you keeping track of the
I got
guesses?
him, yep, I got him.
Okay, let's go to Clary. This is a very corporate person who knows things like...
He knows how much stuff costs.
Expenses.
Supply
and
lines.
Expenditures. He does many meetings on Zoom about the supply chain even. Clary, what do you have?
I'm going to say 3348.
3348.
This is Clary?
Is a number. 3348.
48, all right.
Now, again, I only got a salad and a Diet Coke.
With chicken?
Yes, it was a grilled chicken added to the salad. They sliced it just so they put it right on top of the salad. Cold salad, warm chicken, kind of a weird combination. Not going to ask any questions.
Yep. You said Price is Right style?
Price is Right style.
$33.49.
$33.49.
He did the move.
Strategy by Tobes.
I thought it was closest to the pin.
I think it's both. It's closest to the pin without going over.
Then that's Price is Right rules.
Yeah.
All right,
I think that's what we're doing. All right, so give me the guesses again, please.
Danny, 26.74. Darius, 29.60. Ryan Clary, 33.48. Tobias Funke, 33.49.
My salad with chicken added with a Diet Coke was $38.15.
Toby.
A, how does anyone have money? B, everyone should be ashamed. C, I don't care who you are, who you belong to party-wise, whatever's happening. Change that now, this second, at once. A salad and a Diet Coke at a restaurant for one fatso trying to be less fat cannot be $38.15 or everyone's failing at everything. This will be the end of my TED Talk. Thank you.
$38.15.
And you wonder why people eat unhealthily. I could just go to the grocery store, drop $38 and have snacks for a year and a half. Just boxes of little potato chips and cookies. I mean, seriously. A salad that I hated cost $38.15.
What was the chicken upcharge?
I think it was $12.
Oh my god!
Yeah, because the salad was listed.
Now, did that chicken float? Like, were there like magic thrusters on it? Did it do a trick before it was grilled?
The salad was listed. Was it 14 or 15? I remember looking at the salad because I was considering an entree.
Sure.
Thank God I didn't do
You're
that.
considering food.
Or else my kids wouldn't be able to go to school this week, right? Thank God I didn't get the salmon or the chicken with a side. But I got the salad because it was listed, I think, at like $14 or $15.
Okay.
And then the chicken, which I thought was like $6-7 extra bucks. $6 turned out to be $12.
Oh my god. That's it.
Even still.
Yeah.
Think about the math.
Usually it's
here.
like those little parentheses and it's like +4.
But, so we're at 26. That's still another, what was the total? Hold on.
38.
$12 on what exactly? The soda from the gun that cost you 8 cents?
Is there a restaurant surcharge thing or whatever they're doing?
Oh, you know that.
That's good.
$1.57 for that, $4 for DC tax, $2 for this tax, $1 for Navy Yard tax, $2 for I hate you tax. I mean, the amount of, what are these numbers? It's like a CVS receipt at this place.
Man.
Is that not insane?
Yes, it is.
How does anyone do anything? Aren't things too expensive?
Yes.
Can't we just all agree, or am I in trouble for saying that?
No one's allowed to say anything. And keep in mind, we're on your team.
Yes, I'm with you. But can we all... Do I want to say the thing about this?
Don't. I'm just saying don't.
I'm going to piss off a lot of people.
Don't do it.
Do I want to do it?
Do it.
Okay, I won't do it.
Don't do it.
I'm not going to.
The point, because you made a very good point. The best point...
I'm going to say it. No, I'm not going to say it.
Here's the best point that you have. Okay, if I can say this. You didn't want to eat it anyway. You see what I'm saying? That's the indignity of it. That's the thing that nobody understands. If you're not going through the thing that we go through, okay, and we're not victims, everybody's fine.
No,
okay?
we're kind of victims.
No, nobody's wanting.
We've made ourselves the victims.
Sure.
We're the victims.
Yeah. I don't want that thing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's work. It's terrible. It's awful. But now I'm paying an upcharge for it.
Yeah. So if you got like something delicious that made you excited and happy with like a couple egg rolls,
I'll give you what for. I have a million times over gone into a restaurant and dropped $62 on a ribeye and a mashed potato and a cola and walked out and said, what a blessing that experience was.
Yeah, so when I paid that, and even a little more, taking my kid after a sports match of some kind on a Sunday to Artie's, and I get the drunken ribeye, I paid up for that bad boy. Yep, delicious.
And
I get it.
And I go, thank you for giving me that ribeye.
Yeah.
Can I give you any more money? Great American restaurants.
It's just
which are so
fantastic.
amazing. You know where I wasn't today? A Great American restaurant.
Yeah. But imagine if I'd go, okay, let me just do the broccolini, which I hate, or regular broccoli, which they're all bad. Anything that starts with brock stinks. Then it's like
what about Purdy?
You heard me.
Okay.
Then the stupid, like a flavorless grilled chicken of sadness. And I was like, well, I can have the mixed vegetable medley. If I paid that for that, I'd be furious because I don't want it anyway.
Yeah, I'll never do that again. Just so we're all on the same page. Okay. That will not be happening anymore. But yeah, I think that's what I'm allowed to say so far.
Yeah, there you go.
I think
You're
that's
fine.
where we're at.
I got one. It's probably going to piss everyone else off. It's a Tuesday in September. So let's play Were the Kids in School Today? Tuesday in September. Were the kids in school
Tread
today?
lightly. Be careful. So it's Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Fall.
That's
a yes then.
Yeah, you'd think.
Is it Fairfax County?
Yep.
Oh, they're definitely not.
You would
No,
think.
then it's a day of the week?
Yep.
So no, they weren't in school. Definitely not.
No election. Just a day.
Teacher building day.
I don't know, man.
Teacher teaching day. Teacher improvement day.
Go to school. Open that building up and put them kids in there.
Be careful.
That's all.
Careful.
I'm just see that what bothers me.
How many emails will CK get today?
So many. Here's what I'm saying.
About
Again,
kids being in school again.
All I'm saying is this.
Yeah.
There was an election recently.
Careful.
There was.
Careful.
I fully understand that sometimes the school is the polling place. I get it, man. It part and parcel to what we're doing, part of this big old spinning rock. We got a society. We're keeping it moving. Good job. Somebody in one of them offices, when they're getting together going, okay, guys, it's time to look at fiscal year 2021, 25, 26, and we're getting started here. And with anybody with minutes from last time, anybody with new business for this time, somebody could have said, you know the thing where we're not going to have school a Tuesday later, and we're going to do some stuff for the teachers or whoever? Hear me out. They're already not in school that previous Tuesday. What if we combined them? What if we just combined it? Put the kids in school, people. We all agree it's important. It's a big deal, that school. Get them children into the school and keep them there until it's time for them to go home. And then everyone fares thee well. The school, just open it up. Keep it open.
Jakori, Kroski, Merritt at 5. The Beltway Blitz is next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons in Week 4. Some injury updates. Yesterday, Dan Quinn said that Jayden Daniels is day-to-day. Today, we found out that Terry McLaurin is going to go get a second opinion on his injured quad. His status for the Falcons game is uncertain. Other news around the NFL, the Giants are making a quarterback change, going from Russell Wilson to rookie quarterback Jackson Dart in Week 4. He'll start against the Chargers. The Giants have also made a move signing former Falcons kicker Younghoe Koo to their practice squad. Some injuries around the league. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is expected to miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury, and Giants running back Tyrone Tracy expected to be out 2 to 4 weeks with a dislocated shoulder. Also, the Texans have released safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. College football, Oklahoma State has fired their football coach, Mike Gundy. And in baseball, Major League Baseball set to implement the automatic balls and strikes challenge system in the 2026 season. There'll be 2 challenges per team, can only be initiated by the pitcher, catcher, or the batter. Also in baseball tonight, the Nationals taking on the Braves. Game 2 of the series, looking to bounce back from the loss last night. 7:15 right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-8 with a 4.18 ERA. He'll take on Hurston Waldrop, who is 5-1 with a 3.04 ERA. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Beltway Blitz, every day at 4 o'clock. The teams in town you care the most about right here on Grant and Danny. It is moments away.
We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
At 5 o'clock in 1 hour, the maiden voyage of our Tuesday 5 p.m. segment with Bill, Jakori, Kroski, Merritt will be on the show here on Grant and Danny. We're fired up about that. We should also remind people that this week, our Friday field trip, coming up on Friday, we're taking the show on the road as we do throughout the football season. We're going back out to Reston, Virginia. We're going to be at Char Bar, which is in the JW Marriott. All are welcome. Obviously, don't have to be staying at the JW Marriott. There's parking there. Come on out. Char Bar is beautiful. It's great. Wear your burgundy and gold. Wear your Commanders stuff. Eat and drink and be merry and get ready for Commanders Falcons with us on Grant and Danny. Let's talk hockey, football, and the Commanders locally, all coming up on this Beltway Blitz. We start with Sammy Silber of Hockey News. Sammy, it was good to see you from afar for a couple of moments out at camp the other day when we swung through. Alex Ovechkin is hurt. What gives here? What's going on with this lower body injury?
Yeah, it's held him off the ice for the last few days. He was skating this morning in a non-contact jersey, just getting some laps in, getting some shooting work in with Charlie Lindgren, and I think a lot of it is really just precautionary. He's 40 years old. He's going into his 21st season. It's training camp. It's still early, and there's a long way to go before the start of the regular season, right? So they're just playing it, day by day, kind of seeing where he's at, and hasn't been ruled out to practice tomorrow. So, usual wear and tear, and hopefully it's nothing, lingering.
I have been fooled by young players preseason or some minor league totals here and there before. Do they have some young guys that'll come up and make a difference now on this veteran team?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think you look at the roster competition, right? And it's Chris Patrick said best. That's going to be a dogfight for those spots. And, you got young guys like Justin Sordiff who, came in the trade this offseason. And, you also got prospects in the system. You got Andrew Crystal who, could make a run for the team here. It'll be hard. But, and then you got Lapierre and Miroshnichenko who want to be full-time NHLers. Ethan Frank who wants to keep his spot. And then you also look at, some of the dark horses and other people in the lineup, and it's a promising young group. Not to mention you got Ryan Leonard, right there on your top 6. So I think you're in a really decent spot, and there's a lot of promise and a lot of reasons to be excited this season.
Does Lapierre look better? And then tell people about Crystal, who was incredible last year, but is very undersized.
Yeah, I think Lappy looks good. I think you can see it. His will and his drive and his passion and how much he wants it. And when you come into the rink with that attitude every day, it's going to translate into everything that you do on the ice, off the ice, to kind of show the coaching staff what you're capable of. And he looks a step quicker. He looks more confident in himself, more mature out there, just focused and all eyes on the prize. So it's been fun to watch Lappy. And then you look at Crystal and you see a young guy who last year maybe didn't have him penciled in on your roster, but nearly stole a spot, right? So looking at him, he's you can see he's a little bit bigger and stronger than he was last year, and his skating has definitely taken a step. His speed definitely stands out, and I think when you look at Crystal, it's still super early. It's only been a few days, but once the preseason games start to ramp up here and he gets to show what he can do in game action, he could do the same thing. So definitely keep an eye on him.
You mentioned last year, really good regular season, just kind of knocked around in that second round of the postseason against Carolina. What feels different this year, if anything?
That's a hard one. I mean, because it's still so early. I mean, I think that the biggest difference, right, is that you're not coming in with an all-new group this year, right? There wasn't a lot of turnover. You see a lot of the same guys coming back. A lot of the roster is solidified, but at the same time, you do have some space for those young guys to get opportunity. So it is a nice balance. I think you see a group that's more, obviously familiar with one another, more connected. And I mean, that will only translate well to the ice. So it's good to see. And especially, if you want to make a deep run, it's good to see that they're getting off to a good start in camp.
Sammy, thank you. Keep up the good work out there, and we will chat soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Sammy Silbert with us on Grant and Danny. All right, let's keep it moving on the Blitz. Eric Edholm covers the National Football League and gives us some insight on his power rankings. You see his work at NFL Media. Eric, the Commanders come in at number 8 for you after their big win over the Raiders. Played the one playoff caliber team. It didn't go well, but sandwiched around the Packers, 15 and 17-point wins. What do you make of Washington so far?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's been shockingly different than expectations. Obviously, the Green Bay game was, like you said, kind of the measuring stick game or whatever. With each week you get a little bit more information, but I had to hedge a little just given Jaden's injury and a little bit of murkiness just around, when's he coming back this week? Is it next? And I know they've got some road games coming up, but I watched the game Sunday and really thought the explosive plays were great. Obviously the shared rushing attack and, good to see Mariota overcome the fumble and have a productive day. And it'll be fun if he does get that chance in Atlanta, because I know things didn't end well there for him.
Eric, the Eagles have won 19 of their last 20, 3 one-score games to start this season.
Yeah.
At some point, it's no longer a coincidence, right? I mean, this is sort of who they are. They've looked vulnerable. They've looked beatable. And yet, again, the only time they've lost, Jalen Hurts was concussed and was against Washington, and they still had a great chance to win that game. Devontae Smith dropped the pass that he catches 100 out of 100 times. What do we make of it?
Yeah, right. No, it's a great point. And I think there are examples where you can kind of draw off the what we've seen the year before, even if teams change, the rosters change. Like, the core of this team is intact, even with some defensive players no longer there. But, I almost kind of relate it to how we were thinking about the Chiefs last year. Everyone kind of griped, the offense isn't any good anymore, and they're barely beating the Panthers, and what's going on. Every week is a challenge in this league. And when you're the Eagles, you're the Super Bowl champs, and then you got to target, everyone's going to give you the close to their best game. So there's some of that. And obviously, coming back from the deficit they kind of put themselves into on Sunday and shutting the door defensively, getting that passing game going, finally getting A.J. Brown involved. I think it almost kind of woke them up in terms of, it's easy to kind of just grind your way down. Not easy, but it's easy to fall into the habit of doing that. And when they open things up, they can be an explosive offense. So I'll be curious to see what the carryover is, but I kept them at number 1 just because they've built up so much so much faith and so much goodwill over the last, like you said, 20 games.
Eric, one team that is hard to peg is the San Francisco 49ers. They're 3-0, but they've beaten New Orleans and Arizona the last 2 weeks in pretty close games, and now they've lost Nick Bosa for the remainder of the season. What do you make of them?
Yeah, I got a little heat on X today. A Niners fan was sort of challenging me. I put them 12th because or 11th or 12th, right around there. But yeah, the record's impressive. Yes, they've come through in late game situations, but the quarterback's hurt. Their best pass rusher's hurt. Still missing, threats at receiver. Still trying to make the offensive line work. They were already thin up on the defensive line before Bosa got hurt, or at least they were, at the place where they sort of felt comfortable, I guess. But you take a player like that out of the rotation, and it puts a ton of pressure on Mykel Williams, the rookie, who's played well. I mean, he made some plays Sunday, but now he becomes one of the focus areas for opponents. And they're asking Christian McCaffrey to do a lot. Pearsall's helped out. They found some other sources of offense, but when Purdy's not in there, and even if he is, it does feel like it's just a grind every week. So tip of the hat for the wins, but big picture right now, they don't have a tough schedule this season. So I don't want to overrate them too quickly until they start getting a little healthier.
Houston's got a great chance to get a win this week. They finally play Tennessee, but they're 0-3. Are they in? Like, give me the range of trouble. Is it cooked? Is it almost cooked? Is it like simmering? Like how much trouble are they in?
Well, I'll say this just for perspective. I mean, the Colts have looked really good so far. I mean, this isn't just like a smoke and mirrors 3-0. I mean, they have been impressive. They have 1 punt, no turnovers, 2 sacks given up all year. I mean, so if they play well against the Rams or even beat the Rams this weekend, like, they're a real threat. And the fact that they would be 4-0 at that point and have a pretty good lead in the division, that would really make it tough on Houston. I can't help but look back at their offseason. They fired the OC. They get rid of the O-line coach. They don't make a ton of additions on offense to the draft, some receiver help. But, it was almost like they felt like, all right, let's swap those 2 parts out. We'll get 2 new coaches in and everything will be great. And it hasn't been. They haven't scored in the red zone this year. Haven't scored a touchdown in the red zone this year. They've turned the ball over in key situations late. They let the Bucs come back on them, and the Rams stole a potential victory from them in Week 1. So, those are the kind of games where you draft C.J. Stroud and you build around him to have an offense that can finish those things off. And I think we have to call Stroud out, too. He's missed some throws. He's taken some sacks that he shouldn't. I know the protection isn't good. I know they're still figuring that out, but just like the lack of offensive identity has just killed them. And they could have won all 3 games, which is even more frustrating for them.
One last one. Justin Herbert appears to be playing at an MVP level. You talked about the Colts. Daniel Jones is leading all quarterbacks in EPA per play, so those guys are both in that conversation. Yeah. But who's been the biggest surprise, either player or team, that just stands out to you as maybe legit and something that could sustain moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I think, MVP flashes from Herbert in the past. I know last year was a little different. They kind of dialed it back for him, ran the ball a lot. His efficiency was great, but this year it's different. I mean, I don't know that I was shocked by it. I mean, he's just reacting and processing so much quicker, and even with some pressure, he's getting rid of the ball and putting it in a great spot. But I feel like I've seen that version of Herbert before in doses. I don't know that I've seen Daniel Jones string 3 excellent games back to back to back. I don't know. Maybe I have and I've forgotten. It's been a minute. But I'm telling you, like, I was kind of shocked watching him. He looked so composed. He was, the times that the rush did get near, he was definitely navigating the pocket, using his legs as a weapon. They have like 5 guys you can go to. Sure, Jonathan Taylor's the go-to guy. Pittman's great, but Tyler Warren, the rookie, Josh Downs, Alec Pierce. I mean, they really do have multiple weapons there. And even still, I have to say, he's playing far better than I ever could have imagined when they announced he was the starter. So I think he's the biggest one off the top of my head. Again, it can all go haywire. It can go sideways really fast. But, I think we almost have to kind of put his history to the side for a minute and say, right now, scheme, talent, and everything is working in harmony as it should.
Eric, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
All right, guys. See ya.
We'll see you, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. My God, that's Michael Phillips' music. 910 The Fan and the Richmonder to talk about Washington. Michael, there are so many injuries. My goodness gracious. What's the most significant? And obviously, guys, non-Jayden Daniels division, but what do you make of all of it?
Yeah, I think you got to go non-Jayden Daniels division. I think the big issue is in the secondary because I think you look at the two dominant defensive performances against the Giants and against the Raiders. You'd say there's commonalities there in the quarterbacks, right? Russell Wilson, maybe a little past his expiration date. Geno Smith, not known for being a guy who's going to get out there and mobile and fling the ball quickly. He takes his time. The D-line was able to feast in both of those games. They were really, really good. And so they're covering for that secondary. But as you look at Will Harris out, as you look at Lattimore banged up, as you look at Amos now, we don't know what's up with him. We'll have to wait until the Wednesday injury report. Danny, they're stacking up here. And I think that's a big issue for this defense against quality opponents.
I want to go back to the Jayden Daniels injury that you just referenced. What do you think's going on here? Do we have all the information? Obviously, they're not going to tell us everything, but they're saying day-to-day. They've been saying that for a couple of weeks. Can it be day-to-day for multiple weeks?
Well, last year, he had the hip injury or the rib injury, and, he was, whatever day-to-day, going to play, didn't play, did play, got out there, was fine, very clearly wasn't fine. No, he's fine. Don't worry about it. And then after the season, he had a fracture in his rib. Forgot to tell you guys. It could be something similar here. Now, I don't think it's anything more severe because if you think about knee injuries, right, that escalation goes from, bruise, sprain to ligaments. And if it is ligament damage, that's almost always at least 4 weeks, and he'd be on injured reserve to free up the roster spot. So I don't think it's more serious than that. But on the scale of good to bad, it could be closer to bad than good. I think he's pretty determined to play through it. I think the team will be pretty determined to get him out there this week. I think we'll see him. My guess would be he'll practice limited Wednesday, limited Thursday, full Friday, be ready to go by game day. But I wouldn't rule out some kind of sluggishness as he gets back from this thing.
So McLaurin's getting himself a second opinion on his quad. That long catch and run that I thought should have been a touchdown, by the way, sort of belies what's been, a slow start to the season. He did that last year, in fairness. But so what do we make of McLaurin's start so far, and how big an impact is it if he can't go?
Man, I just think it's a big impact that both he and Jayden are both banged up. They're not going to be able to build this chemistry, this connection that they very clearly had last year. And I do acknowledge it took them time to build it last year, but they built it through practice, through working together, through getting those kinks out. And they didn't have that opportunity in training camp. They didn't have that opportunity, coming out of the Packers game because of Jayden's injury. Now they don't have the opportunity this week because both of them have injuries. It's one of those things like everybody wants to be like, he's a gamer, he'll show up in the game. Don't worry about practice. Like, it's good validation for the young people out there who are listening. Like, practice actually does matter. And when you don't get practice as a team, it actually does have impacts and ramifications. And you're looking at a star quarterback and a star wide receiver who haven't practiced together in a really long time and aren't getting that practice time together. And I think you're seeing the results of that on the field of they're just not, they're both really good at what they do, but they're just a little bit out of sync. And so it's a good reminder, like, yeah, practice does matter.
Do you think Daniels plays Sunday? Do you think Terry plays Sunday?
I do think Daniels plays Sunday. I don't have a good feel for Terry because that's such a weird freak thing. Like, he looked fine running out to get the touchdown ball after Luke scored, which is kind of him and Jaden's thing now, I guess. It's such a weird thing. It just kind of popped up out of nowhere there late in the game on that play. I'll wait for the injury report Wednesday to tell you how I feel it's going to go for Sunday because I think his participation will say something on that. I think they both play. I think my concern is still probably a lot more on the defensive side of the ball than the offensive side right now.
What scares you the most about Atlanta?
Well, this is a desperate team coming in, and they played these guys close last year. That was certainly one of the better games of the year, overtime Sunday Night Football. Certainly, if Raheem Morris wants to forget how to call timeouts again, we'd all appreciate that. You need every advantage you can get. This is, you look at that 30-0, man, like getting blanked in Carolina. You don't go much lower than that. What I know about the NFL is there are no teams that are truly that bad ever, right? Any team's capable of springing one on you in any given week. And some people will be like, yeah, that's awesome. Bring on a team that just got blanked by Carolina. I don't know, man. I want to steer clear of that team because they're going to be ready for redemption, ready to redeem themselves. And I haven't. I'll be honest. I haven't heard an official word yet. Do we have an official word? It's Penix yet?
It's definitely going to be Penix. I mean, Ricky Morris was asked after the game and just said, "We're not benching the kid." So I would be shocked if they didn't.
I mean, that said, when you get benched in the middle of an NFL game, you know the clock is ticking, and he knows the guy behind him is extremely well paid and capable of doing the job. I think he understands how important Sunday is for his NFL career.
Michael, great as always, buddy. Thank you.
It's a good time being on with you guys.
See you, buddy.
Always a good time when we get to talk to Michael Phillips, who knows a thing or two about a thing or two. Let's do this next on Grant and Danny. The Commanders are 2-1. They have won 2 home games by 15 and 17 points, sandwiched around that Green Bay game. Let's go, yeah, but. Things are going well. They got a really good chance to be 3-1 through their first 4 games. Is there a yeah, but for you about this team? Something that we got to keep tracking. We got to keep our eyes on. We can't forget about. Yeah, but after a 2-1 start with a chance to get to 3-1 on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, it's on to Week 4 after Monday Night Football last night wrapped up Week 3 with the Lions beating the Ravens 38-30. The Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons in Atlanta on Sunday. Injury updates, Jayden Daniels. Dan Quinn said he was day-to-day yesterday when he addressed the media. We'll have more information tomorrow when he talks again. Terry McLaurin has an injured quad. He left the game early on Sunday. He's getting a second opinion on that quad. His status for the Falcons game is uncertain. Other news around the NFL, the Giants are going to make a quarterback change. Jackson Dart, the rookie, going to start against the Chargers in Week 4. The Giants also signed former Falcons kicker Younghoe Koo to their practice squad. The Texans are releasing safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. In baseball, MLB is going to implement the ABS challenge system in 2026. There'll be 2 challenges per team and can be initiated only by the pitcher, catcher, or the batter. Tonight, Nationals and Braves. Second game of the series, 7:15, right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes on Hurst and Waldrop. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
"30 minutes from our first conversation with Jakori, Kroski, Merritt. Will be with us at 5 o'clock every Tuesday all season long. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go through some things that, even though Washington's coming off a big win, and even though at home twice they've blown out pretty bad teams, we're still tracking and a little bit concerned about. We're going to call this Yeah, But. So the way we can do this, Danny, is, yeah, they're 2-1, but you can call us with your Yeah, But at 800-636-1067. I'll give you my first one.
Okay.
Yes, I'm excited, and the Commanders are 2-1, but the injuries are mounting. Secondary, specifically, corner and safety, quarterback, knee, big brace. We're going into game number 2 where maybe he's not around, and we don't really have any updates. The team's not giving any intel at all on what's going on with Jayden Daniels in the knee. This is a dual-threat running quarterback who, if you had a game today, would miss a second straight game probably. So, yeah, they're 2-1, but last year injuries were never a problem. This year they're already becoming a dilemma. You've lost a defensive end for the season. You've lost a running back for the year. Yeah, but these injuries, man.
They're 2-1, and I'm much happier about that than if they were 1-2 or 0-3. That's obvious. But the last 2 weeks, they've allowed an average of just under 300 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, no picks, and they're one of 3 teams that has not forced a turnover on defense at all. They are vulnerable through the air. That's before some of the injuries in the secondary. So now that you have those, how much more vulnerable are they? Thank God they've played 3 teams that are very concerned with the number of runs they call. Run the dang ball. Every run against them right now is a favor. They're 2-1, but you can throw on them at will.
Yeah, they're 2-1. But Matt Gay's going to cost them a game here if something doesn't change pretty quickly. Yeah, they're 2-1, but this kicking situation is a problem. He has missed half of his 6 field goal attempts. He missed 2 of his first 3 field goal attempts. He has now missed from inside of 40. The first 2 were 50+. And yeah, they're 2-1, but he's also booted a ball out of bounds on the kickoff, where he struggled, if you remember, keeping the ball in bounds in the preseason a little bit. He's a Pro Bowler. He's won a Super Bowl. This is a guy that was very, very good at one point in time, and you give him a little bit of leash here. But it's been a struggle in the kicking game. It's one of the only weaknesses on special teams they've got to this point.
They're 2-1, but the pass game has not really gotten going the way that you would like to have seen it. And Jayden Daniels is now banged up, as we know. Great chance he misses his second game. He and Terry McLaurin had 2 practices together before the season started. Now McLaurin also is banged up. McLaurin himself, 3rd leading receiver on the team, well behind Deebo Samuel and Zach Ertz for those honors. They haven't gotten going. I don't know when they're going to get going now that they both have some nagging injuries.
Yeah, they're 2-1, and I'm thrilled about that. But this wide receiver position going into the week is a bit of a mess. What if Terry's out and Noah Brown's not back? And now I'm talking about Chris Moore on one side and Luke McCaffrey on the other, with Deebo in motion and doing his jet action backfield stuff. Yeah, they're good. They're 2-1. They've pummeled a couple of teams that weren't very good. But wide receiver was thin as paper. To start the year, they only kept 5 guys on the active roster. It wasn't until right before the season that they called up Chris Moore from the practice squad to make 6. And you're losing 2 of your top 3 in the first 3 weeks of the year, potentially? Who are going to miss game time? Let's go to Zach in Stafford. You can call us at 800-636-1067 for a little yeah but here. What's up, Zach?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I'm saying, yeah, they're 2-1, but it's trending a lot like last year, where the quality of opponents that they're beating are like bottom half of the league teams, and we're losing to all the playoff teams.
Yeah, so the sample this year is obviously 1 game in that capacity, but your point is your point, which is this is how it went last season. Now, people will still try every now and then to knock them for last year, as if they didn't beat Tampa on the road in the playoffs or Detroit on the road, which was such a signature awesome win in the postseason. I know they got blown out in Philly, but that was 2 really damn good wins.
Yeah.
Playoff wins, those matter a little bit more. Those are weighted. But his point is correct. I mean, last year, if you look at it, their only true quality signature victory against a winning playoff caliber team was Philly, who led them 14-0 when Jalen Hurts got hurt. And then they beat Kenny Pickett the rest of the way in that game. But that's a good one. Yeah, you're 2-1, but your wins are against an 0-3 Giants team that just benched their starting quarterback, whose coach might get fired imminently, and a Raiders team that is 1-2, that has a new coach and a new quarterback and a bad defense and a terrible offensive line, and is probably going to finish last in the AFC West. That's reasonable.
Absolutely is. Now,
and I'd add to this, sorry. And you played the Packers the one time you played a game against a team that is playoff bound, and they bludgeoned you. Like, you didn't lose, you got embarrassed.
Now, we can have a conclusion like that after a bigger sample. It's not their fault that their first 3 games feature 2 teams that are going to pick in the top 7.
Absolutely. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just saying, dealing with the reality of what's happening.
100%. Here's another yeah but for you. I thought coming into the season, I think a lot of people did, that this offensive line would be a strength, given how they added Larry Tunsil. They traded for him. They drafted Josh Connolly in the first round. We're already on 2 new starters, and the guy that we thought was going to be a Pro Bowl left guard was inactive this past week. And Connolly, now, granted, he's had to go up against some really, really good players at defensive end, but a lot of teams have really good players at defensive end. It's a premium position where people pay a premium for it. This is why we're here. That offensive line is in flux and hasn't been as strong as we thought just yet.
See, I'm trending up on the O-line in a big way, especially after this week. They just dominated in the run game again this week. I mean, they completely destroyed the Raiders' front. And to Josh Connolly's credit, 0 pressures allowed for him this week via PFF. Now, there was one play where, he's blocking down and like Kroski comes across and goes and gets a sack or whatever. But 0% pressure rate it was only 23 pass snaps. There's a lot to kind of pick through here. 1, nice bounce back outing for him. 2, awesome job by Kingsbury insulating him better this week.
Yep.
Game situation helps. You're playing from in front. You're running the ball. Also, play calling helps. They ran the ball 55% of the time. It was the 5th highest run rate of any team, any game this season in the NFL. So that's a factor as well. They also did some cool things with unbalanced lines, bringing Tunsil over. They had heavy looks where, a tackle was playing tight end next to him. Like, all of these things helped Connolly out against Kroski, but it's exactly what they should have done. But to your point, Laramie Tunsil's got one of the best grades as a pass blocker in the league. And the 2 guards they elevated, yes, they've made changes at those 2 positions, so that's one way to look at it. The other is those guys both kicked butt this week. I thought Wiley was really good, and Chris Paul was a big, strong man, was very solid as well. But is the game, so you guys tell us what you are monitoring here. Yes, the team is 2-1, but what? 800-636-1067 is the number. We'll pay the bill at 5 with Jakori, Kroski, Merritt joining the show on Grant and Danny. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're 15 minutes away from Jakori, Kroski, Merritt on the show. First time today. He'll be on Tuesdays at 5 all season long. Question for you on the phones right now at 800-636-1067. Guess it's a way of talking about areas where the Commanders need to tighten up, but we're going, yeah, but. They're 2-1, but, ... What is on your mind? Let's go to Bargov in Gaithersburg. What's up, Bargov? How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing well. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, we're 2-1, but I still have some doubts about Joe Witt against elite teams. DQ as well, but I guess more so Joe Witt. I just have some fear against elite teams that he can be outdueled. Thanks, guys.
Well, they shoved it on the two non-elite teams they played.
So they've got that club in the bag, which, by the way, is not nothing.
Oh, it's important.
It's good enough.
I also, I don't even love the dismissiveness of but they only beat the teams you mean that they're supposed to beat?
Mm-hmm.
That is a huge deal. That did not happen here for a really, really long time.
You do that, you go to the postseason.
Worry about the other thing next. You can't beat the elite teams until you do the first part. And they've got the first part down. Let's go to Patrick and Only on the Fan. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. Yeah, they're 2-1, but, and you can call me crazy here, I have a feeling that this is the makings of a trap game for the guys. They're going to be playing a pretty PO'd Falcons team after what happened to them in Carolina. Terry might be out, double covering Debo. I just think that we can't have those mistakes like the fumble from Mariota, Matt Gay missing his kicks. But that's what I got. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. It would be a bad loss if you lose to the Falcons after they got beat 30-0 by the Panthers. I know it doesn't work that way. It's a week-to-week league, all of those things. You just benched your quarterback. He's got more picks than touchdowns dating back to last year. They've been so listless on offense. They don't really do play action correctly. Zach Robinson is really, I don't know, he's disappointing as a play caller, as an offensive designer, in my opinion. Everything is around the line of scrimmage with wide receivers flat-footed looking back at the quarterback. They don't take shots. This is a game defensively where you should be able to be okay. Now, I know that you're missing a lot on defense in some practices early this week, but assuming they're mostly healthy in the back end, you can't let the Falcons go hang 27, and there's no reason indoors on carpet why you shouldn't go out there and score in the mid-20s.
And that's my thought. But again, I have that haunting vision of that Minnesota game from a couple of weeks ago where Atlanta's pass rush feasted. It was a low-scoring game for everybody.
That happened,
And there are just enough playmakers over there, and Drake London and this guy named, is it Bijan or Bijan? I don't know which the pronunciation is. The running back that went 1-1 overall in everybody's fantasy draft pretty much. That dude, all he needs is a crease, and he can be a game changer.
He's back to Bijan. He said, call me Bijan, and then he decided he didn't like how it sounded, so now he wants Bijan again. Let's go to Aaron in Maryland. What's up, Aaron?
Grant, Danny, what's up, man? Look, we 2-1, but I can't, outside of the good running that we've been doing, I don't know what our true identity is on offense. I don't know if we're going to spam the screen button, or we're going to spam the Debo button. When all else fails, what are we going to go to? What are we going to do? We're 2-1, and our core starters don't have chemistry yet. That's what I got.
Sorry,
appreciate you.
Appreciate the call. By the way, Jacob Young's getting love right now on national TV on Fox for what they're calling Jacob Young keeps making catches of the year. Don't look now, but JY could win a Gold Glove Award this year.
Well deserved, frankly.
I mean, he could have won it last year and didn't, but this year at the perfect time, ballots are due, I think, now-ish. They just got sent out or something this week. So all of these catches are happening at a time where everyone's thinking about it. And now you're going to look up his Savant page and see that he is 99th percentile defensively and how amazing he is with range. His arm grades out brilliantly this year as well. This might be the year where JY wins himself some gold gloves.
You can certainly use it, right? A little positive thing, because the offense hasn't come around at all. And a lot of times they give it to good defenders who have a nice year at the plate.
The but with Jacob Young is but he doesn't hit very much, right? But we're doing buts for the Commanders right now. So if you had to pick one, what is your but overall? Mine would be but the injuries piling up or Matt Gay is a problem.
Yeah, but you can throw on them. And they've done an excellent job against running backs. They've done an excellent job, for the most part, against running games. But whenever teams have needed it, they can convert first downs, and guys are running free an awful lot. You could throw against these guys.
All right, Toby. Yeah, they're 2-1, but what do you got?
Yeah, they're 2-1, but who is catching passes? If Terry's going to miss a little bit of time with his quad injury, which I don't know why you would go get a second opinion if it's not going to be a little more serious than we thought, so he's going to miss some time. You understand what Debo does. There was a great play that he had in this game where he was open in the middle, and Mariota found him, and he wasn't able to haul in the ball. So Debo is going to kind of do his thing, and I understand that, but Noah Brown's always banged up. Is Luke McCaffrey going to step into a bigger role? Is Chris Moore going to be that guy? I would love Jalen Lane. We understand what the tight ends kind of give you, but Debo is more so the gadget guy. Zach Ertz is kind of the third down, middle of the field, got to have it, security blanket guy. Who else is catching passes?
It's a great question. I think Terry's going to play on Sunday. I think I'm in the minority. The fact that he's getting a second opinion is surprising to me and makes me think, okay, clearly, as Toby just said, you're not getting a second opinion you wouldn't think unless there's some concern.
Yeah, you don't do it because everything's fine.
I also wonder if, he's effectively got 2 seasons now here, and then he is going to be a free agent again. It's so early in that I doubt you're thinking of the big picture, putting bad tape out there. But, I mean, if there's this early thought that you can play, but something doesn't quite feel right, maybe you just get another opinion to make sure you don't come back too soon or you don't play too quick too soon, and now you miss 5 or 6 weeks or something crazy in what is, now, that's a quarter of what's left before you're a free agent at the end of next year. Ryan, yeah, they're 2-1, but.
Yeah, they're 2-1, but how sure are we about this offense line at this point in time? They played not very well against the Green Bay Packers. They looked pretty good this past week against the Raiders, but you've got a ton of really good defensive lines coming up. You've got the Eagles a couple of times in the season, the Giants again. I think the Giants are a really tough D-line to play, and also just plenty of others. Chris Jones going against the Kansas City Chiefs. Can this offensive interior really hold up with Jayden Daniels healthy, with Bill behind there? You got a lot of different question marks surrounding the offensive line.
And Daniels holding the ball longer, right? Mariota, to his credit, got the ball out very quickly. 3 steps, 5 steps, 7 steps, as designed, ball's out, back of the drop, he's throwing it. There's not a whole lot of added blocking in pass pro to be done. With Daniels, this is a gift. He's going to hold on to the ball and make a big play and move around and extend and create, but it does make your job a lot harder. I was talking to Logan on Take Command a couple weeks back about Connerly, and he said that he said this on the podcast, but he said he saw Nick Allegretti walking off the field or something, and he was talking to him about Connerly. And I think Allegretti said something or whoever, I think it was Nick Allegretti. He said something yeah, I got to talk to him about playing with Jayden because it's a little more complicated and harder than just normal or something like that. And the point was, you saw Lamar last night. He's going to drop back. He's not going to do 5 or 7 steps. That's what it calls for. He's just running around back there, and he's just buying time, basically. That changes how hard it is as an offensive lineman when you don't really know where the dude is behind you.
Totally true.
So there's something to that, I think, moving forward. And Mariota's a little bit more just in structure. Sounds like it, that's what you want all the time, but it's not. If you wanted that all the time, plays are dead with Jared Goff. Plays are dead with Cousins. They're not dead with Jayden Daniels. All right, Darius.
Yeah, the Commanders are 2-1, but the rest of the NFC's got a lot of good teams in it right now. Probably deeper than we thought it was. The whole NFC West is above 500 right now. 3 of the 4 teams in the NFC North are above 500 right now. The Bears could probably go on a little run now that they've got a little confidence built up after beating the Cowboys. And if you're not going to win your division, that NFC wildcard playoff picture is going to be pretty crowded. So, yeah, they're 2-1.
That's a great point.
I love that. I have not thought of that. Yeah, Philly's legit. Dallas and New York, probably not. NFC North, Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, Chicago are all going to be competitive-ish. We'll see about the Bears, but the other 3 teams have a chance at 2-1 to be playoff-type teams. South is the Bucs and probably nothing else. But in the West, San Francisco, L.A., you might be 4 deep.
Yeah, all flawed, but all winning records and all been pretty competitive.
No, it's a good call. Good point by Darius. Jakori, Kroski, Merritt, Commanders, running back, will join us next on Grant and Danny for our first weekly appointment at 5 o'clock on Tuesdays with him. Don't miss it.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their Week 4 matchup with the Atlanta Falcons. Some injuries coming out of Sunday's games. Terry McLaurin has an injured quad, and he's getting a second opinion on that. His status for the Falcons game is uncertain. Also, Dan Quinn called Jayden Daniels day-to-day when he addressed the media yesterday. We'll get more updates on those. Also, keep an eye out keep it tuned right here to the Fan as Jakori, Kroski, Merritt, Bill set to join Grant and Danny next for his first weekly appearance. The other news around the NFL, the Giants can start quarterback Jackson Dart in Week 4 against the Chargers. The Giants are also signing former Falcons kicker Younghoe Koo to the practice squad. The Texans are releasing safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Injuries around the league, Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans expected to miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury, and Giants running back Tyrone Tracy expected to be out 2 to 4 weeks with a dislocated shoulder. Baseball, MLB to implement the ABS challenge system next season. 2 challenges per team can only be initiated by the pitcher, catcher, or the batter. Tonight, Nationals and Braves game 2 of the series in Atlanta. 7:15 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. Hurston Waldrop starts for the Braves. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Downhill inside runners. It's a good compliment just like that.
Gets it again to the edge. Kroski Merritt is in. Touchdown, Washington.
The Grant and Danny radio program is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Merritt. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. The fellas are sending us on the road to Arrowhead Stadium for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs, and to Minneapolis, to what a lot of people feel like is the best stadium in the National Football League, to see the Commanders and the Vikings.
Little December Minnesota action as we always planned. Yeah, that's bring some long underwear and a parka.
It's going to be freezing. But the Juicy Lucy's will be delicious.
Indeed.
And hopefully the football will be competitive. Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome on to the show for the first time. Our new weekly Tuesday guest at 5 p.m. every week is going to be Bill. Jakori Kroski Merritt is with us right now on Grant and Danny. The masses are going crazy. The people are fired up.
They love it.
Jakori, thank you, man. Welcome to the show. How are you?
What's going on? I'm doing good. How you doing?
We're doing
great,
very
buddy.
good. We're excited to have you on the program. This is going to be awesome. Unfortunately, so Austin did this with us last year and was going to do it this year. When he suffered the injury and decided it's rehab time and he's got to do other things, you were the first guy we thought of, and we're fired up that you're going to be part of the program all year long, man. It's going to be fun.
No, I definitely appreciate that.
Have you felt the embrace of the fans to this point? Like, you know, Jayden Daniels, obviously, rocket ship superstar, everybody knows, the most popular dude in town. You were 5th after 4 Jayden Daniels jerseys in terms of local jerseys sold. Have you felt that kind of love affair with the fans already?
I definitely have, and I appreciate them so much. The fan base is crazy. It's great. I love them, and it just made me want to just make them happy. Just make them excited when they're out there just watching this play. So I definitely appreciate them.
When was the first time you realized, like, for a 7th-round running back, that they loved you more than is generally the case? There was a lot of reasons maybe for it. Obviously, you know, you had a really strong final game in college. There was kind of a quirky story where you weren't eligible, not your own fault. And so people liked you from that and were pulling for you. But also, there's been a long time since we had explosiveness at running back. So everyone kind of got behind you right away at training camp. But when did you start to notice, like, wow, these people really, really like me?
I would say I felt a lot of love draft day, and just going and
after training camp, that's when I say I felt it. But it's been never a good vibe so far, and I think it's more so of my story. All the things, all the adversity, and I think that's what helped it out a lot too.
So I do think that there are plenty of our listeners who are familiar with your background, but we haven't heard it from your mouth, and a lot of people probably don't know it at all. So would you mind giving people a little background on how it was that a guy with your skill set falls into the 7th round and it ends up that you only got to play that one game at Arizona?
Oh, yeah. So basically, I missed my whole senior year while I was at Arizona. I was able to play one game, but after playing one game, I still just stuck around. Did a scout team, help our guys get better, and of course work on myself. And it was, I fell to the 7th round, but I feel like that was definitely a blessing for me. I don't look at it as a bad thing because I'm a commander, and like I totally take pride in that. And I don't think I could have went to a better team.
So go back through the nonsense. I mean, the NCAA and eligibility stuff. It's you weren't the first person to get screwed over, and I'm sure it won't be the last. How hard was it? How far away did some of this feel when you're kind of going through what you went through, and how hard was it to kind of maintain that confidence that no, I can do this. I am an NFL football player. How kind of go through the hard times there?
It was definitely stressful. I mean, it's my senior year. Yeah. Like I'm coming off a great year in New Mexico. And, like, it just come out of nowhere, and, like, that kind of, like, it kind of broke me, but I knew, like, it wasn't the end of everything. Like, I had the mindset, like, I just got to keep moving forward, like, at things that's thrown at me in life. And it was definitely hard, but I always just kept faith, just stayed close to God, and it just, like, ended up working perfect for me.
Jakori, Kroski, Merritt on Grant and Danny going to be with us at 5 o'clock every Tuesday here on G&D. He mentioned his year at New Mexico, 12 games and almost 1,200 yards and 17 touchdowns, and then transfers to Arizona to get some looks in the Big 12, and that's where he only got to play the one game, the 13 attempts, 8 yards per carry, which is where he was after a week in the NFL as well, ripping off the big 40-plus yarder, which would have been the 3rd longest run last season by any player for Washington. So before we move on then, the way I understand it was you basically got eligible at the end of the year and you got one game. Was that how it happened? Like that they were like, whoops, our bad? Or like how did that play out?
Nah, I was ruling eligible after the first game.
I got you.
Like,
so you played the first game and then they said, never mind.
I played the first game, and like whatever happened in that small space between the first game and Thursday, something happened.
Wow.
And I was out for the rest of the year.
What a bummer. But the thing the Commanders have talked about, you alluded to, like you could have rolled out, I guess, at that point, right? Like you could have just gone and started training at home and you stayed with your teammates and basically became an extra coach.
Yeah, it's definitely was people telling me, man, you should go train. You need to train to run a 40, but I was like it's a process to everything. Like if I go train now, you don't want to peak too early to, you get what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like you just want to follow the process. Like it's an 8-week training process. Like it wouldn't make sense if you go train 4 months before you got to perform at a pro day. But I mean, I definitely didn't have no intentions of going home. But it was people telling me I should. But I just wanted just to be out there and just play football.
What's been the biggest difference, biggest adjustment so far playing in the NFL from your college experience?
I would say definitely the speed, the size, and just everybody being smart, like everybody being pros at their job, like just taking it like 110%. So I'll say that's been the biggest adjustment. Like everybody's out there for a reason.
Jakori, I'm not just telling you this because you're on the air and you're now our weekly guest, all right? I'm not trying to pump your tires. But after the game, when I go back and watch, like it is a blast to watch you run. It seems like there's never a run where you just kind of run into the guy who's right in front of you and you go down and it's over. I mean, it's jump cuts. It's making people miss. Like the 6-yarders could have been -2 and it's really 8. There was I want to go back through this game where that 9-yard run that you had, one of your early runs in the game. Max Crosby's in the backfield. You kind of make him miss. So then you jump cut to the right, and you basically get upfield, and then you carry the pile for 5 yards. Like, it just feels like your demeanor is every blade of grass is what you're going to fight for. Give us an idea of your mentality as a running back.
My mentality is like, first, I'm happy AP and DQ took a chance on me, and like I wear that hard because it wasn't many teams that was willing to, but those guys did, and like I like being different with the football. I think that's where that stuff come from. I like to like just show that that I belong, and I think that's where like some of those things come from. Just being an underdog my whole life. You know, I was a 0-star recruit, and like was like getting looked over or whatnot. And I was like, when I get my opportunity, like I'm just gonna make the best of it. So I mean, I just like to put something good out every time I get a chance to.
Well, you've definitely done that, and you're earning more playing time and more carries, it would appear. Jakori, Kroski, Merritt on Grant and Danny. There was a 6-yard run, again, met in the backfield, like 2 yards deep. You jump cut right, then you bounce back left into a lane, and you get like 5 or 6 yards falling forward. The vision, where does that come from? Like, I don't know how you saw that lane. How is that learned, or is there like a Jayden Daniels goggles you can wear to practice the vision? Like, how does this work?
I honestly don't know. It's a God-given ability. I watch a lot of running backs, and I just try to study those guys, just see how they move, how they see things, and like I think it's just having a feel for it, and just being going 100% at practice. I think that just makes things easier too.
Who are some of those guys that you've studied that you watch and emulate?
Like before I go to sleep, I like turn on Barry Sanders, whether it's for 10 minutes and like just fall asleep watching it. So I definitely like his film. I like Gibbs, who's at Detroit. I watch him a lot. So those are really like my main 2 backs I watch, and like I just like to get my eyes on great running backs and see how they go about things.
But only Lions running backs.
Yeah, it looks like only Lions running backs.
David Montgomery, do you fall asleep to David Montgomery as well?
Oh, definitely. I like his game too. He had like 12 carries, 150 yards last night. So definitely like his game.
But that's funny to me, though. I want to go back to that. Do you actually fall asleep watching Barry Sanders highlights every night? Like I put on The Office or something, and I'll just like start nodding off. For you, like every night.
I wouldn't just psych myself out and say it's every night, but I'll give it like 4 out of 3 days out the week. Like some days I may just fall asleep just watching something funny, just to enjoy myself and just enjoy other things. But yeah, I definitely fall asleep watching like his documentary, how he go about things, and just try to learn much as I can in this time.
So let's build the perfect running back really quickly. So I'm gonna have like 3 or 4 categories, but you can't use the same guy twice among NFL running backs right now. All right, you can't use the same guy. All right, so let's go speed.
Johnson.
Ashton Genty?
No, Johnson. A.K. Johnson.
Okay. Oh, you're going all time. Did you say Chris Johnson? Who did you say?
Chris Johnson. Oh, that's on me.
CJ2K.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. That dude ran a 4.2 and change. That's pretty good.
On me. That's on me.
Okay.
I definitely go Chris Johnson.
Okay, power.
Can they be current players?
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'll say Derrick Henry.
Can't go wrong
pretty
there.
Powerful guy.
All right,
Yeah,
balance.
I'll say Alvin Kamara. Got a crazy balance.
Ooh, I like that. One. And then vision.
Vision. Oh, hello. Can I be biased here?
Yeah.
I'll say myself.
Yeah, I was going to say Jakori, Kroski, Merritt.
Let's go.
Love it.
Bill makes his he makes his perfect running back. I like it.
Yeah, I like that guy. That guy would be pretty good, by the way. Jakori, Kroski, Merritt with us here on Grant and Danny Weekly Spot, 5 o'clock every Tuesday. So the running back room right now, McNichols and you and Chris Rodriguez, before Austin Eckler, of course, he got bumped. Did they let you guys know during the week or before the game or something how it's going to go? Because it's like it's hard for us to predict and figure out who's going to get touches, who's going to be in what package formation, etc. How much do you guys know going into a game?
No, we just know we just got to go out there and do our job whenever our number is called. So we honestly don't know, and we just gotta just all prepare the same. So I mean, all great running backs, so we can be caught up at any time.
So I know this is not the week to complain about this because you guys ran for 200 yards and everyone was great. McNichols, 60-yard home run. Rodriguez was great early on that opening drive. But it is weird to me. Like, you had the great preseason. Everyone's like, all right, it's Jakori time. And then it's a lot of Eckler in the first couple of weeks. He had like 4 carries against Green Bay. And then we're like, all right, well, Austin got hurt, unfortunately. But now it's Jakori time. And then Rodriguez goes from not activated to like the bell cow for a couple drives. I feel like this week I'm going to turn on the game in Atlanta and Chase Edmonds is going to get the first 3 drives. And I'm just like, where the hell is Jakori, Kroski, Merritt? So are you at a point now where you're like, hey, I'm ready, coach. I can pass pro. I can catch. I can do all the things you need me to do without the ball. Give me the football. Or like, how do you get to a point where they trust you enough that you just become the guy?
I mean, my honest answer is I'm just taking it day by day, and just doing whatever they have to do for me. I mean, they have a plan for me. Like, I truly believe in it. And like, I just gotta embrace my role right now. And I'm just, we're in it. We all in this together. Like, they see the bigger vision. It's a long season, and like, whatever they got for me, whatever my role is, I'm gonna do it with no complaining. And yeah, that's it.
That's a better answer from Bill.
That's a good answer. Better answer.
Good answer.
Yeah,
good
whatever
answer.
they have me. Yeah, whatever they have me doing. I mean, I'm gonna embrace it. I'm gonna just go out there and try to execute at a high level.
What do you feel like as you're getting your feet wet in the NFL? Because with the ball in your hands, Grant already talked about it, you're electric, right? I mean, it's obvious. Turning -2 into +5, etc. Right now, this minute, what do you feel like? You know what? I need to get better here. Give me something that you're trying to improve upon.
Just I can improve in just like the small things. I feel like I want to. I don't know. It's kind of hard. That's kind of a hard question. I don't really want to, say too much, but I can improve in a lot of small things. That's it. We can leave it at that.
I like that. Let's not worry about our.
Yeah, I definitely have things that I know I want to improve in, and like I think it'll get better as the season goes on.
Jakori, Kroski, Merritt on Grant and Danny. All right, one thing that you and I was kind of messing with you about like a month ago during training camp was you have the most random dog breed ever. So
I got a Schnauzer. He actually here right now. He sleep like he been working all day.
He's out cold. So what kind of dog do you have?
I have a miniature Schnauzer.
Isn't that? I just think that's hilarious.
Which ones are those?
A miniature Schnauzer?
It's a small, little fluffy dog.
Yeah, let me show you right here.
Give me a Schnauzer.
This little guy.
He's a little puffy guy.
I just don't think NFL player miniature Schnauzer. What's the backstory on my guy here?
Okay, look, I used to have a pit bull. Like, I'm a pit bull type of guy, like a little rough dog. But this is actually my first time having a miniature Schnauzer, and he's actually cool. Like, he don't do too much. He's very chill. And like my mom, it started with her. She had a miniature one at first, and her dog ended up having babies, and I just ended up getting one. I was like, I ended up just taking him. So
do you have a voice for the dog, like a high pitched voice you do only for the dog at like when you guys are hanging out?
Yeah, I have to be a little soft with them because
right.
They kind of they're not pit bulls. I have to realize that too because like I'm just used to having a pit bull, but I have to like just be a little bit more softer with him.
How much does he weigh?
He's about We're like 5-10 pounds.
Oh, he's
no,
tiny.
he's like 10 pounds.
That's just like toting the football around.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like 10 pounds.
What's his name? Is it a running back?
Nah. His name is actually crazy. It's like Cousin. I think it's funny.
His
like
name is Cousin?
I call him Cousin. You never heard of a dog named Cousin?
Never once.
Nah, this is the first.
Never once. That's it.
For sure.
That's why I want to be different, but I named him Cousin. Yeah, I think he like it.
He seems, I mean, so far he's been good in the interview. He hasn't barked or anything like that. Cousin. That's like on his birth certificate. Like you take him to the vet, they're like, Cousin, are you ready? Cousin Kroski Merritt. I like it.
Yeah.
That's not
CCM.
bad. So my thing is the Bill thing. I love that your name is Bill. Everyone seems to go crazy for it. I'm going with JCM for right now. Are you okay with JCM?
Okay. I'm definitely okay with it.
And we could do Bill if you need me to, but I just think JCM. You like to be different. You know, I kind of want to zig when everyone's zagging a little bit here.
No, you can. I like both names, so you can't really go wrong with either or.
That'll work for sure. You score a bunch of touchdowns, and you tell us what to call you. Here's my question.
No, I got you.
This is an important one here. Well, you're coming on every week. We're excited about it, right? We're pumped. You don't have to pick right this second, but it'd be nice if you did. You need a walk-up song. Like you ever go to a Major League Baseball game or whatever, it's like, now batting, Jakori, Kroski, Merritt, and then a song plays. When we bring you on, there's a song, you get to pick it. As long as there's no potty mouth or whatever, we have to like edit out the words, whatever.
We can play the clean version.
We can play the clean version if that is. Do you have an artist or a song that you like?
I like G Herbo, and his song is called Went Legit.
Can you? I've never heard of this. Say it again.
Went Legit.
Okay.
Went Legit.
And this is Herbal Tea. What was his name?
Herbal Tea?
No, G Herbo.
G Herbal.
G Herbal. G Herbo.
Okay. All right.
Justin Herbert. Okay. Justin Herbert.
Turbo Herbert
has a song named Went Legit. All right. So Darius, you're going to get on that.
Went Legit.
So that'll be your walk-up song in the future. All right. So before we let you go, then little get-to-know-you questions here. We got to pop a few questions for you just to get to know our guy, Jakori Kroski Merritt, who's going to be on the show for the remainder of the season. So we'll go rapid fire. You ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Your favorite superhero?
Batman.
Great answer.
Great answer. Excellent answer.
I am Team Batman through and through.
Favorite barbecue dish?
Barbecue dish, baked beans.
Baked beans.
You lose me there, but we'll move on.
We're on the same team. Good.
All right. Cheat meal. Any food. You're going to be as fat as you want to. You don't need to be in playing shape. What is your go-to cheat meal?
Taco salad, 100%.
Does that have the crunchy shells like crunched up in it as a topping?
Oh, no. I have like Dorito chips.
Yeah, there you go. Your crunch has to be in there somewhere, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So you crunch your own Doritos and drop them in there?
No, I just keep them as the whole chip and just eat it like that.
Smart. Yeah. Last show you've binged on Netflix or something?
Last show?
Yeah, or like the show you really watched, you enjoyed watching that you binged.
I'm definitely not a show type of guy, but I would say I like what shows?
Are you a movie guy?
I'm definitely a movie guy. I mean, I like Martin. I mean, but it's like it always replays. So I'll say Martin.
It's always on. By the way, that's from my childhood. I can't believe that you're aware. Barry Sanders highlights and watching Martin with Shanae and Gina from next door.
22 going on 42.
Crazy.
Dude, you sleep on Brother Man coming into the apartment and causing problems. What is your hidden talent?
My hidden talent? I can sing a little.
Ooh, very good. All right, last one for me. If you were going to have a teammate do like a 20-minute stand-up set as a comedian, and everyone would have to go watch them at the DC Improv, who would you nominate?
Who would I nominate? I'll probably go Devo Samuel.
Okay.
Buy that one. Yeah. Dude, this is so cool. I can't wait to do this again next week, man. You're a blast to talk to. Congrats on all your success so far. This is going to be really awesome this year, man. Excited.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me.
You got it. There's Jakori Kroski Merritt. He'll be with us on Grant and Danny all football season, 5 o'clock every single Tuesday, right here on the Fan. Next, let's go no huddle. Darius will put together some burning NFL questions for us, and we'll give you our answers on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP from my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it hits, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, take it seriously and call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons in Week 4. An update on some injuries. Dan Quinn called Jayden Daniels day-to-day yesterday. Terry McLaurin getting a second opinion on his injured quad. Status for the Falcons game is uncertain. The Giants are going to make a quarterback change. Jackson Dart going to start in Week 4 against the Chargers. The Giants also signed former Falcons kicker Younghoe Koo to the practice squad. In baseball, MLB is going to implement the automatic balls and strikes challenge system in the 2026 season. 2 challenges per team can only be initiated by the pitcher, catcher, or the batter. Tonight, Nationals and Braves, Game 2 of the series in Atlanta. 7:15 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord set to take on Hurston Waldrop. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks again to Jakori, Kroski, Merritt. If you missed any part of our maiden voyage with him, you can grab it at thefandc.com. I got a couple of tweets here. Somebody says, you guys struck gold snagging Bill for the weekly segments. Awesome first interview. And a couple of other folks here telling me that they are looking forward to next week. Melvin says, Bill is radio gold. He's going to be fun. That's going to be a big personality who... I just like, if you're personable, you open up a little bit, you tell us about yourself. Fans love that. I think he's going to do that all season long. And let's face it, I mean, we might have, been able to secure an interview with a guy who's got a chance to be really, really important. As this year goes on, his role's going to grow bigger and bigger.
Without a doubt, as he gets more comfortable with some of the pro concepts, not just because he can run the football. He's the best with the football in his hands. I think that's pretty obvious. We've gotten that through a few games. But it's that next level nuanced stuff. Pass pro, picking up the blitzer and some of the fine-tuning of maybe parts of the passing game or other things like that. You can't keep him off the field because, again, he's so effective with the football in his hands. You got to give it to him. But I think that's going to come as he gets more time in the pros.
All right, let's go no huddle, Darius. Fire up the NFL music, some rapid-fire burning questions. We'll take our shots answering these. What do you got?
Micah Parsons returns to Dallas this weekend, but the Cowboys are not honoring him in his return. Is this the right decision by Jerry Jones and the crew?
1,000%. It's way too soon to honor him. I mean, you broke up. You got a divorce 3 weeks ago. You bump into each other at the grocery store. You're going to talk about how great everything was a few years ago? Absolutely not. This guy was forcing a trade. He hates you. You hate him. By the way, everyone's telling you you're a big moron for trading him, which you kind of are. But no, he's coming back here a couple of weeks into the season. The 4th game of the year, you're going to have a big party and put together a video to remind everyone how great he is. That'll happen down the road. Today is not the day.
Yeah, I mean, he played there for 4 years and was great for 4 years. That's not in dispute.
That's another good point.
But
it's not like he was there for 15 years.
Right, but I think that's kind of my thought. Like, I thought it was ridiculous when the previous regime didn't do anything for Ryan Kerrigan, who at the time was the franchise's all-time sack leader, but then they counted all Dexter Manley's, and then he became second. Point is, he was awesome, and he came back after you didn't want him anymore. This wasn't a disgruntled Ryan Kerrigan trying to force a trade. Kerrigan came back with Philadelphia. They couldn't put together a 30-second montage saying, thank you, 91. Ridiculous to me. This is not ridiculous. This feels about right.
Baltimore, we have a problem. Derrick Henry has fumbled 3 times in 3 games. Is this just a blip, or is this a thing?
I'm calling it a blip. There's too much track record here of him not doing that. I mean, it took a remarkable play by Aiden Hutchinson, but they've all been remarkable plays where he's ended up fumbling. I don't think we have a problem. Just again, it's never happened to him before. If this was a Tiki Barber situation where he had a track record and then kind of backslid, etc., he's been one of the great players in terms of ball security. So it is a bad trend. But to me, it's a fluky one.
Fluke is the word. That play last night, Hutchinson basically standing behind him,
just a great
punches the ball out. It was awesome. But that is not a guy with a fumbling issue, in my opinion. My guess is he fumbles 2 or fewer times over the next 13, 14 games into the playoffs. Not going to be an area where we're talking about this much for the rest of the season.
We've got our first coach firing of the season, and we're only 3 weeks in as the Falcons fired wide receiver coach Ike Hilliard. Will the Falcons finish under their projected 8.5 win total?
I think so. This smells kind of bad to me. This feels rotten. Now, their schedule is not that difficult, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to be around 8-9 wins. But getting off to a 1-2 start, I think they lose to Washington and fall to 1-3. Michael Penix has not looked good. I'm not blaming him solely. I think this offense is bad. I think their coordinator, Zach Robinson, who's never been a play caller in OC elsewhere, is not off to a good start in his career there. They don't run play action very often, despite having a great running game. That makes no sense. They don't take shots down the field with speedy receivers who could do that, like Darnell Mooney. That makes no sense. So I think in some ways, even with a great running game and an okay offensive line, they're setting Penix up to fail. But he's also missed too many throws with accuracy, made terrible reads and decisions, the 2 interceptions and a pick 6 this week. So I do think they're going to really struggle. I'm going to say they finish probably 7-10. At best, 8-9, and it would still be under that 8.5.
Yeah, so I've got them under as well. I had them under before the whole season started. We're just looking at it, right? I thought they'd be 1-2 through 3 games. Tampa, who's the defending champ there, and I thought they'd beat Minnesota, who I thought would be much better than they played in that game. The fact is, or I thought they'd lose to Minnesota rather. They got destroyed by Carolina. So I had them at 1-2, but how they got there is unusual. Then it's Washington, Buffalo, on the road at San Francisco before the schedule starts to ease up a little bit. So I had them as an under team already. The operation hasn't looked particularly good, though.
The head coach of the 0-3 Titans, Brian Callahan, is relinquishing his play calling duties. Is his seat warming up?
I suppose it is, but again, I don't know what the alternative is, right? I mean, you're talking about a guy that's in year 2 trying to implement something. I think you're under-talented. You've traded away a few different pieces. Like Harold Landry's gone somewhere else and is really good. You don't have a ton of talent down there. He could be the scapegoat, certainly, for it, but you know, again, they're not making these moves because everything's going well. They're 28th in points for and 30th in points against. Other than that, how's the season going?
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is like the first of a few steps that lead to a guy having a meeting with an owner where he's trying to save his job. You give up your play calling duties. Next thing you know, you're firing a couple of coaches from your staff, a la what's going on with the Falcons, and then you're in big, big trouble. I know it's only year 2, but look at how many guys recently only lasted 1 season. Yeah. Steve Wilkes and some of these guys that get blown out after 1 year. And if you get deeper into this year and your rookie quarterback isn't putting up numbers and the offense stinks, your whole job coming there is to be a quarterback whisperer. You better start whispering.
Deion Sanders thinks that Shedeur Sanders will start a game for the Browns this year. Is he right?
I say no, because I think when they turn to a young guy, it's going to be Dylan Gabriel. And I don't know why his leash as a 3rd-round draft pick would be short enough that you would go to him and then bench him within a handful of weeks to then go to Shedeur. If I had to guess, like a month from now, we'll see Dylan Gabriel, maybe 6-7 weeks from now, something like that. And then he plays out the rest of the season, barring an injury. Now, if he got hurt, sure, you'd see Shedeur Sanders, but assuming health, I think you stick with the 24-year-old. Remember how funny that story was? Camp in the preseason, people were coming out saying, you know, reports are out of Cleveland that they're higher on Dylan Gabriel than Shedeur Sanders. The guy they drafted in the 3rd round, they're higher on than the guy they drafted in the 5th round. Tell me more. News at 11. Like, really? Thanks for that notification. I think Gabriel's the guy that gets the shot.
He's going to play. Here's the path to it, right? Coach gets fired. Owner dictates we need something to be excited about, etc. We need the hoopla. We need this, that, and the other. Interim coaches, yes, sir, absolutely, right away, sir. And you're going to see him in some sort of gimmicky, weird 15 or 16 or something like that, and he'll have a nice half or something, and then there'll be some sort of become the Jesus moment on the worldwide leader. All the shouty shows will scream, should they've been doing this all along, or something to that effect. But yeah, they're going to go through 3 or 4 or 5 quarterbacks this year. They're Cleveland. It's a mess.
Your NFL conversation on The Fan, as always, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 4 matchup in Atlanta, the Commanders and the Falcons. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day next, plus a Commanders stock report on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny Nats baseball tonight after us. At 6 o'clock, what is going on with Jayden Daniels' knee injury? That's 15 minutes out. Right now, though, a chance for a stock report on your Commanders after 3 games. They are 2-1. Let's get it going. Dorrance Armstrong, 3 games, 3 sacks. PFF said he is the NFL leader in pressures and pressure percentage on rushes 3 weeks into the season. Pretty amazing for a guy that got off to a really slow start last year. Last 6 games dating back to the playoffs, 6.5 sacks over those 6 contests for Dorrance Armstrong. Remember, he was with Dan Quinn in Dallas. They kind of sought him out. They wanted him. They thought he could become a double-digit sack guy. Maybe this is the year it happens. We wondered. Dante Fowler, another former Cowboy that Quinn brought over at 11 sacks last year, he leaves. Is there going to be someone that gets 10-plus sacks? Does that guy exist on this roster? A lot of people thought maybe it could be Von Miller. Well, what if it's Dorrance Armstrong who ends up with 11, 12 sacks?
Marcus Mariota, steady hand, cool, calm, collected. Ball is out on time. There was a particular highlight in this game that gets lost. Nobody's going to care about it. We'll look at the touchdowns to McCaffrey, long gain to Terry McLaurin, and get excited about those things. Rightly so. There was I think it was a 3rd and medium, maybe even 3rd and long, where he took the pass, immediately looked to the left, tight seam, delivered it early on time before Chris Moore, yes, that Chris Moore, even exited his break for just a thin little sliver of space, first down, chains move. You don't even think about it again. That's professional quarterbacking right there. Stock up.
Hate to beat up on him because it's been a tough week, but Matt Gay, you're going to have to start making more field goals, bud. 3 missed kicks in the last 2 weeks. Don't forget he booted a ball out of bounds on a kickoff. That was a momentum killer. You get the big return from Debo. You go on a touchdown drive at 7-0, 3 minutes into the game. It's time to pin the Raiders inside the 20, except Matt Gay kicks the ball out of bounds. They get the ball 1st and 10 from the 40 with a chance to go answer with points. 3 for 6 on field goal attempts on the season. And now, in addition to this, we're already saying you can't miss from 50 to 55 because that's like the new 40 to 45. That's been a bugaboo, right? But now we're talking about a 37-yarder. Like that's sub 40, a little longer than an extra point. Can't have it, can't coach with it, can't win with it, can't do it.
Debo Samuel, how about over 500 total yards when you add in some kick returns to that bad Jackson? A couple of touchdowns as well. A difference maker, running the football, catching the football. He leads the team in receiving yards, in receptions. He has been, second in receiving yards, rather. But he has been outstanding for this team. And I'm not going to name any names of people. I'm not going to say names of people that didn't want him here and that were angry when a 5th-round pick was given up. Like, I'm not going to say Toby's name when I bring that up. I'm not going to do it. I won't do it.
How's Toby catching shrapnel?
He caught a little shrapnel.
Why is he catching shrapnel?
Maybe that was a Toki call.
Toki, you weren't mad about
He hated it.
Debo Samuel.
Hated it.
I think that's overstated.
I wasn't high on the move. I'll put it that way.
But did you hate it? Did you say it was terrible? You would have given up a 5 for Debo.
Not the $20 million with it.
There we go.
Oh, really?
See?
Oh.
That's why.
Are you doubling down right now?
No, I mean, I changed my opinion when I saw that Debo looked more like the regular Debo when you watch him at training camp.
Yeah, I mean, he was in shape, and he looks like Debo again.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't remember you being so against it. Also, I think what Danny just did was irresponsible. And I would even say...
No, I didn't do it.
That's not what a friend does.
No, you guys are missing this. I didn't do it. I said I'm not going to do that.
Oh, then what Danny thought about doing but didn't do would have been...
Thank you.
A bad friendship move.
Thank you.
I'm going to really work him hard at our workout tomorrow.
There you go.
Oh, damn it.
You better get Danny good. I want him puking in the bathroom.
Uh-oh.
I want someone walking out of the bathroom to say to you, Toby, hey, is that guy in there with you? And then you go, yeah, and you go, I think you put him through too much of a workout.
You pushed him too hard. Oh, man.
Can I go stock up again? I don't remember what happened. Bobby Wagner. How about 2 sacks and 5 pressures on 7 blitzes for him as a pass rusher against the Raiders? In fact, that was the highest pressure rate of anybody in the NFL this season on 5 or more pass rushes. To get to the quarterback 5 out of 7 times with a pressure. He had 11 tackles to lead the team. I refuse to believe he's 35. I just do. You know how there's always this talk, like in New York, every time Juan Soto does something, they've got to come up with a negative angle, even though he is playing like an MVP.
That's right.
And so they're now like, we don't think he's actually as old as he says he is because they're saying he's older. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
I think it's the other way with Bobby Wagner. It's like a Benjamin Button bit. I don't really think he's 35. I think he just says that to get more love and fanfare. I think he's really 26. And he was really playing in the NFL at like 14 at some point.
Okay.
That's what I think about Bobby Wagner.
Ben Sinnott, one catch for 7 yards. Played half the snaps this past week.
He played great this week.
Did he? I mean, he blocked well, I suppose.
He blocked his ass off. Dan Quinn said it was his best game.
Yeah.
Did the breakdown with Logan today on Take Command, which is out and available wherever you get your audio. Logan thought he was incredible as a blocker.
Could I have a catch? Is that too much to ask from a second-round tight end that I was told was Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle at the same time? There's no receivers healthy. No one's alive over there. You got no John Bates. At some point, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not drafting a guy in the second round because he's a good tight end blocker. Like, that's not why we're here. Where is my production? It's a second-round pick. I want like 5 catches.
If you're asking me at this moment, does it look like he should have been drafted where he was drafted? The answer is obviously absolutely not. I just think it's a tough week to throw my guy into the stock down pile when they ran for 200 yards and he was a big reason why.
He was in the game when they were running. I need more than a single catch for 7 yards on the season, like you're a fullback in the 1980s.
Brandon Coleman, my guy, who I actually think is going to be a good player for a long time at guard for Washington. Here's what's happened to Brandon Coleman since the end of last football season. Adam Peters called. Hey, is this Brandon? Hey, we're going to move you from left tackle because we're trading to Laramie Tunsil. You're going to be our right tackle. All right, thanks. Click. Hey, is this Brandon? Hey, we're actually drafting a right tackle in the first round. So you're not our right tackle anymore. Now you're our left guard. We still love you, though.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Then there was this call this week. Can you go to Dan Quinn's office? Hey, man, how are you? Hold on, let me turn my hat around backwards. Hey, you're not going to miss any marks this week as a deactivated player. We're going to hit all of our marks, though.
Talk about your return to play.
Yeah, well, your return to play will be lengthy because we're benching you for former 7th-round pick Chris Paul. So you've now gone from left tackle to right tackle to left guard to being benched while healthy. Again, I'm not giving up on Brandon Coleman. I don't know what they're doing, or if they are. I don't think they are. I'm not. He's my left guard of the future. I think there will be a Pro Bowl in his future. I really do like the player. His size has led to him struggling a bit with big, strong defensive tackles at guard. His height, maybe his length, some of that stuff they get underneath of him. It's hard to get lower, all of that. I think he better fits with his size at tackle. But I thought he played okay at tackle. I think he could play right tackle. He could be a guard. I'm not giving up on him. Danny, am I giving up on him?
I don't think you are.
I am not.
You're not.
But stock down.
Still not where I would like him and where I think they need him to be, but Frankie Louvu had his most active game this past week. You noticed him, right? He popped it. No sacks, and we still haven't hit the quarterback near enough, to be quite frank with you. A number of times he rushed the passer, but you could sort of see it kind of getting his sea legs underneath him a little bit. Wasn't particularly good or impactful in the first couple of games. I thought this was his best game so far, and I think some of those productive numbers are coming.
Chris Paul. Let's end this show with Chris Paul here, huh? Stock up for a guy. First time in his career, 4 years in, everybody's healthy, and they said, you're the best option for the job. Had not happened. He's gotten some starts when everybody was hurt, but this time they said, Coleman's available, Allegretti's available, Paul's available. We're going with Chris Paul. Different regime, too.
Yeah.
He has earned everything.
Pretty incredible, man.
He is getting. There's your Commanders stock report on Grant and Danny. What is going on with Jaden Daniels' knee? And the New York Giants have made a quarterback change. Among the headlines we will hit as soon as we return. We'll also tell you who's getting sent home and who's getting immunity. You've got 6 minutes to vote right now at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Polls close at 6 o'clock for Commander Survivor. Here's the good news. If you're in line at 6 o'clock when polls close, they have to let you vote. They must let you vote. Do not go home. Darius, get the word out to the people that are in line at the polls. They must let them vote. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons next Sunday in Week 4. Some injury updates. Yesterday, Dan Quinn said that Jayden Daniels is still day-to-day with that knee injury. Terry McLaurin injured his quad in Sunday's win over the Raiders. He's getting a second opinion on whether he's going to be able to go for Sunday's game against the Falcons. Other news around the NFL, the Giants are going to make a quarterback change, going with a rookie. Jackson Dart going to start in Week 4 for Russell Wilson. He'll make his first career start against the Chargers. Giants also signing former Falcons kicker Younghoe Koo to their practice squad, and the Texans have released safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Injuries around the league. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans expected to miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. Giants running back Tyrone Tracy expected to be out 2 to 4 weeks with a dislocated shoulder. In baseball, Major League Baseball is going to implement the automatic balls and strikes challenge system in the 2026 season. 2 challenges per team can only be initiated by the pitcher, catcher, or batter. And tonight, the Nationals continue their series in Atlanta against the Braves. 7:15 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord goes for the Nationals. Hurston Waldrop for the Braves. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Been a fun show so far. Got 30 minutes left. We'll take you up to 6:30 and eventually pregame ahead of Nats baseball. I told you, though, we wanted to get to our poll of the day brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. The question we're asking you through the first 3 weeks of the Commanders season, who has been their best player? You went with Deebo Samuel. I went with Dorrance Armstrong. We also provided the options Bobby Wagner and Daron Payne. 31% went with Armstrong. 38% went with Deebo. 24% went with Daron Payne. It's interesting to me. Deebo Samuel is clearly the focal point of their offense.
Yeah.
He's their most targeted receiver, and he also carries the football at a rate that is comparable to that of some of their running backs at this point. But if you look at touches, he's got 20 of them through 3 games, leading the team. He's a fixture. This is a featured member of this offense. He's 29. It's a contract year. He'll be 30 this time in a year and having been paid or walked. I wonder what they're thinking.
I do too.
Where are they headed here? You just made this big deal about not paying Terry McLaurin based on his age, who had been ultra productive and super durable. Deebo last year had a year where he was super down.
Yep.
Terry hasn't had one of those, and he's way less durable. Not because of anything necessarily he does, but his violent collisions lead to injuries, and he just constantly misses a game here.
The way he's used at his best leads to more contact. There's more collision, and he takes that on. He's so good at it, but that would scare the hell out of me.
But how do they pay him after they didn't pay Terry? Or do you do something similar where if you got to have like this big knockdown, drag-out thing where you franchise tag him or whatever, it goes into camp and you give him a year, kind of like they did with McLaurin, where you could keep him around for a year or two now? Is that a possibility?
I wonder what he'll settle for. I wonder what the market is. I mean, there's so many variables there. So he's the one of those classic cases where it's almost like in fantasy, where you'd go, I love to have him when it's going well, but I know it's going to cost me. I know there's going to be that marquee matchup or that big week where I need him to do the Swiss Army knife thing and he'll play for 2 plays, or he'll be inactive or something. Or my opponent has him, and that's the week he does the 14 touches, 113 total yards, 2 touchdowns, kick return, or a punt return in there too. Like, he's a buyer beware kind of guy. And it's not because he's a bad person. I'm not saying because he's some sort of malcontent or thing like that. It's just his playing style. Getting to 30 and north of would scare the hell out of me as a GM. But my God, is he valuable when he's available.
So I think the usage right now and who they target and how involved they are and their offensive look tells you that they are higher on Deebo Samuel than they are Terry McLaurin as just a member of their offense. Do you think that that's a hot take or overstated?
No.
I mean, you've got 21 targets for Deebo and 17 for Terry McLaurin. And in terms of catchable targets, like actual throws, short and intermediate, it's not even close. Right? Deebo's got 6 more catches, 16-10. And he's got an additional 5 carries, I guess it is, or whatever. And Terry doesn't have any. So from a touches standpoint, he's doubling them up on the season right now. If you just watch it, there's not been a single quarter, a single drive where you feel like it's going through McLaurin. Like he is the focal point. And that happens with Deebo pretty constantly. I bring that up to say, based on what they're doing, it would not be that crazy to me if they went out and paid Deebo after not being willing to pay Terry, even though Deebo's going to be a little bit older. But man, would that be an obvious referendum on what they thought of McLaurin and his overall worth, because they could do the age thing all they want. But if you pay a guy that's a little bit older 1 year later, whose greatness was not even in your building after just one season with you, it tells us it really wasn't about the age that much, was it? It was more about what you thought he was worth. And you look at how these guys are used. Again, it's a 3-game sample. We'll see over 17 and
how sustainable is it?
Dealing with an injury. But you get what I'm saying.
Of course I do, yeah. So, but it's also in this offense, it's going to be different, right? Whereas in San Francisco, when Deebo was full Deebo, you also had Kittle at full Kittle. You know, you had McCaffrey at a time as full McCaffrey and options out the yang and great running games and everything. So there'd be weeks or months even where it's, you know, we don't need him for 7, 8, 9, 10 touches, but you'd have those months where you did. Here, I think he's going to be in store for more volume because he's not a down the field type threat, right? He's operating in that really short zone area where last year you had a hybrid of Olamide Zaccheaus and Jamison Crowder and a bunch of other Jags, frankly, getting those touches. This is all kind of close to line of scrimmage type stuff where he's operating within the first down chains. So I think he's in store for a lot of touches because of that. So it's not necessarily about volume to me. It's we're going to keep gut punching you so we can get to something special. Maybe it's tear downfield or something like that.
So I agree with you. How I'm going to say this, though, is to me, this is just a feel thing. It's a look thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you've watched this offense through 3 games, it goes through Deebo Samuel.
100% does.
Like Cliff Kingsbury's plan when he sits there to put together on a Microsoft Word document how he's going to attack the opponent starts with Deebo Samuel and involving him.
So let me phrase it differently.
It does not start with Terry McLaurin at any point.
Agreed. Let me phrase it differently. The most important player that they think the defense is looking at is Deebo Samuel. So
facts.
So the reason I say it that way is this: when he's in motion, the whole point is we're sending him in motion because we think you're going to react to that. Respectfully, when Jamison Crowder or Olamide Zaccheaus or guys it feels like I'm picking on were in motion, defenses will go, "Hey man, do you want to get that one? We can banjo it." I'll go with him. But this is everybody's waving their arms, everybody's pointing, everybody's hysterical because that's the key. That's the top of the scouting report. So if it's not going to him, they want you to think it is, right? I mean, that's the dude that scares the defense right now on this offense.
I mean, I think we're kind of talking past each other. Yes,
saying
what
the
you're
same thing,
saying is accurate. What I'm saying is I don't care what the defense thinks or who they're prioritizing. I think if you ask Cliff Kingsbury with Truth Serum, who is your best player on offense, he would say Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Not Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
And so if that's the case, if that's really how they feel, then it stands to reason that they might be willing to pay Deebo Samuel at the end of this year when they weren't willing to pay Terry McLaurin, who's kind of been a get-in-where-you-fit-in guy. Now, I'm trying not to make too much out of 3 games because it was just last year where Terry was incredible. But that was not, as you said, Deebo wasn't here to take some of the looks away, to have the offense go through him. Think about it like basketball. I remember when I had Shaq on my fantasy team back in the day, I would watch like a lot of Lakers games or whatever. And the first possession of every single game, the Wizards did the same thing with March and Gortat for a while. Every single game, they'd set up in their half court, wall comes down, Lakers come down, it was like Derrick Fisher or whoever, and they would dump the ball into the block to Shaq, or here it would be Gortat. They would do this little back down thing, and then they would throw up like a little baby hook, and that was their first possession of every single game. It was clockwork. It was like every night, Gortat would get the ball. He would attempt 4 field goals all game. but it was always the first possession of every single game for like a season where they just dump it in, everyone stands around, he ISOs, and then you get like a 4-footer. And on a night where he scores, you're like, maybe Marchand's got it tonight. The offense went through big men like Chris Webber, right? Mm-hmm. Their offense is like a Deebo Samuel operation. If he weren't there, it would look very different. We saw it last year. Yes. They were elite. They were never punted. They moved the ball. They scored constantly. They were one of the 5 best offenses over the last couple of seasons in DVOA, I think. And they did that going through Terry mostly. I'm not saying they can't go through Terry. I'm just saying this is what they've chosen to do through 3 games. So,
do you think that's going to continue as Terry gets his sea legs underneath him?
Yeah, I do. I think they traded for Deebo. They inherited Terry, and when they had a chance to pay him, they made it the biggest fight of his life to just get a 1-year extension.
Yeah.
They went and got Deebo, paid him $20 million for an extension, which is basically what they did with Terry, and they gave up a 5th-round pick. So yeah, I think they think Deebo's the dude on the offense.
I do too, to a degree, and I think also they turned what would have already been a high fader even higher without Eckler. Because a lot of those like underneath type looks, might have gone to Austin Eckler to take some pressure off Deebo Samuel. But I think just because he's not under contract in the future, I hate to think of it this way, but I think they're gonna ride that horse a little bit. You know what I mean? Where it's like it's already spent. We don't know anything beyond the future. We don't have to worry about kind of long term. And I know coaches don't think this way necessarily. Organizations don't really. You're getting through seasons and weeks at a time, but they're going if. We kind of run him into the ground. We don't really have to worry about it as bad. And not to be, cruel or flippant about it, but I think that may be a consideration as well.
We'll come back to the Commanders because I want to talk Jayden Daniels and his knee injury in a second. Toby's been mentioning this in the update. We haven't talked about this. In a different world, there's a multiverse out there where I would like to talk about this for 4.5 hours. We are getting a automated strike zone, partially, in Major League Baseball next year via a challenge system. You got to have you got a better one than that, right? That's like
that's the tepid applause.
Give me like the everyone going ham sandwich falling all over each other.
Like Al Bundy zings Peg back in the day.
Right. You got to announce it again. The people need you to announce it.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball. They announced today, after a week in which there were 1,025 calls that were wrong at home plate between September 15th and September 21st. 1,025 ball strike calls were wrong during that week. They have decided that they will allow teams to challenge balls and strikes calls for the first time ever next year.
Yeah. That's that Oscar stand-up.
You guys smell that? Smell deep. Breathe in, Danny. Smells like progress.
Here we go. The times they are a-changing.
Smells like correctness. Smells like calls being accurate.
Oh, yes.
The way Dad did it, the way Grandpa did it, this time around, not the way we need to do it, people. 1,025 calls were screwed up and wrong, many of which changed innings, which changed games, which changed outcomes, which could change who gets into the playoffs and who doesn't over enough baseball games.
Rubes know that as what's called the human element. The human element.
This romantic thing, which actually just means the ability to screw up calls.
It means wrong.
I'm watching a video from Umpire Auditor here of the 10 worst calls of the week. I mean, some of these are absolutely laughable. Like, what are you thinking? Pete Crow Armstrong standing here looking at the ump laughing like, you closed your eyes on accident, right? Like, you just weren't paying attention. Just say you weren't paying attention, and I'll just go back to the dugout. I know we all have bad moments. That was a really bad moment.
You guys are all so young. You don't remember the 90s, dude. You don't remember Tom Glavine getting a foot off the outside corner and Eric Gregg just doing the Liam Neeson bit from Naked Gun, just ringing people up.
So the only thing better than this would be a full automated strike zone, obviously, where every call's correct. But we will take this because it is growth, it is progress, it is a meeting in the middle, and this is actually going to add something to baseball. For those of you that pay attention who have seen this in the fall league or the minor leagues or the all-star game at the big league level or spring training, been in these ballparks, they put on the screen the technology of the strike zone, very zoomed in and large for everyone to see, and the ball where it comes across. And so then you see in real time on the screen if the umpire was right or wrong, if the challenge is a won or lost, and everyone reacts in real time. They cheer. It's going to be the coolest thing ever. It's going to add to the game, in addition to just getting more calls correct. So on behalf of Darius and Toby, and especially Ryan.
Mostly Ryan, yeah.
The Grant and Danny radio program would like to congratulate Major League Baseball on a job well done. The first of a couple of steps to getting balls and strikes calls correct. This is a big deal, people. 2026 coming to a ballpark near you, 3 blocks from where we're sitting.
The most important part of this to me is an end of umpire tyranny. And what I mean by that is there needs to be accountability, which will never actually happen, right? Because whether that's the union's too strong or otherwise, but the I don't know, you could pick your Hirschbeck or Marty Foster or any horse's ass that's like looking to get in a fight. And they think every time someone's yelling at them, they're the weird one. They're the wrong one. But it's somehow you that's always being yelled at, CB Buckner. It's at some weird coincidence, Laz Diaz.
Yes.
It's not. It's you. You're the problem. So the more we can take away the power, the more we can take away their undue influence on the sporting event, the better it is.
So it's so funny that I forgot to tell you this, because this actually should be like a lot more content for the show than it's about to be, especially because we got to get back to Jayden Daniels. I think I may have gotten ejected from a high school football game this past week.
Excuse me?
For like arguing with a referee in a sense. So again, there's a lot more to this.
Wait, what?
Yeah. It probably shouldn't have come up at 6:16. I have not thought about it since Friday night. I have not. So I was at a high school football game. I occasionally go down to the sideline of the high school football game.
Okay.
I'm down on the sideline, and I behave all the time. I see bad reffing all the time. Not a big deal. This side judge was the biggest goose. He was yelling at the ball boys. His demeanor was awful. He's like trolling people. I mean, he could not have been a bigger jerk, in my opinion. Just his general demeanor is the reason I thought about it was what you were just talking about.
Yeah.
He's like picking a fight with Bryce Harper, right? Like
he's Marty Fostering it.
Multiple times he's like running down the sideline, and he like, anyone's within 5 feet of him, he's like telling him he's going to throw a flag on him, get back and all this stuff. But his whole demeanor was just, he stunk, this guy. Just watching him, I was like fuming watching this guy. Mind you, he was terrible also, okay? But it's high school football. I'm not going to be that guy.
Sure.
Until I was.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I didn't think much of it. But I'm like 15 feet behind him. And they make a call, and it was a really bad call. They call an offsides when the quarterback took a full step back in shotgun for a snap that didn't come. And so like he takes a step back to get the snap, and then the end like jumps across the line and is basically offsides. Because the quarterback moved, which is
the quarterback
illegal.
moved to prompt.
So the guy calls like an offsides, okay? This is the 8th time I've seen him just make a terrible call. Mind you, he's treating everyone like they're an ant, okay? And I've just had enough with this guy. Now, I'm nobody, and I shouldn't be on the sideline, and I'm just, not. I should go back to eat a hot dog and sit in the crowd. And so the coach says to this guy, he's like, the quarterback moved. And he's like, another word from you, or, whatever he says.
Yeah, sure, the normal thing, yeah.
Not the normal thing at all, but the normal thing for this
his
guy
normal thing,
who's incapable of realizing that he doesn't need to be a jerk to everyone. And so I'm 10 feet behind this guy, and I just go, that is so bad, 146, or whatever his number was. I don't know what his number was. But loud, so he could hear it. Thinking, what's going to happen? And this guy turns around at me, and I'm like, that was brutal. Just straight looking at him.
So once he looks at you, then you follow up with that was brutal?
I go, that was brutal, but loud, yelling kind of.
Oh, my God.
He goes, get in the coach's box. And he points down to where the coaches have to stand. I'm not a coach. I'm not supposed to be in the coach's box. Now, there's a technicality here. Why am I there?
Yeah, then
what am I supposed to be doing? We don't need to get into that. I said, he goes, get in the coach's box. I said, I don't need to go to the coach's box. He's like, well, get off the sideline. I said, I'll get off the sideline. Why don't you do your job better? Just like that. Okay, now should I have said that? No. Was I being a jerk? Yes. This guy stunk on ice. I cannot stress this enough. He just treated everyone like this all night long, and now he's yelling at me and being a jerk to me. And so I took it as come on, guy, do better. And so he's like, get out of here. And he's pointing at me, and I'm like, watch the game. And I pointed at him to watch the game. Now they're about to snap again, and he's still chirping me as I'm leaving. Now I didn't have to leave the field, I don't think. He didn't make it a point, but I'm also not supposed to be there really. So I'm just gonna go find another place to sit.
Yeah,
probably eat some popcorn. So I'm not wearing it. I'm feeling okay about it. But he's like keep going, keep walking. And I was like, keep watching the game. Watch the game, dude. That's your job. Don't worry about me. Watch the game. And we're pointing at each other, yelling as the play's going on.
How have you not communicated this there's a whole weekend. There are hours and
I didn't
days.
Think about it. I didn't think about it.
You didn't think about it?
No, I did not think about it.
You had a run-in in Northern Virginia high school football with an official, and you got kicked out of a sideline you're not supposed to be at.
That's a technicality.
He technically told you to leave the sideline.
Well, he told me to get in the coach's box.
Then?
I told him. I said, I'll go leave the sideline if you start doing your job. And then I started walking away. He starts yelling at me. I told him, do your job.
Oh.
Just a bunch of times. Just kept yelling, do your job.
My God. You
and
Belichicked him?
He kept yelling at me like, get off the sideline. I'm like, watch the game. Maybe that would help you. Do your job. Like that. And we just were back and forth for and then I just got around stood leaning over the fence now, 5 feet further back from where I was.
Right.
No longer on the track.
Because that fixed it. That solved it.
Everything's fine.
Right.
And then I was just like, I'm not going to wear this guy out anymore because he's just a high school referee. But at the same time, stop treating everyone like you're so much better than them. I just couldn't. And I've been down there for a bunch of games. I've seen so many bad refs, so many good refs. Never said a word.
Oh my
This guy
God.
though, it was the MLB umpire thing.
Yeah.
It was not even that he was bad. That's a side effect to. Please treat people with a little decorum. He's yelling at the ball boys like, "What's the matter with you, kid? Get over here!" And I'm like, "Oh my God, you bully." He was just such a bully. I was like, number 215, or whatever.
Whatever his number is.
I don't remember. But yeah.
The part there's a lot. Oh my God. First of all, oh my God.
Yeah.
Second of all, it's when he turns. You've already made your. You're reacting because that happens all the time. At sporting events where it's like, oh my God, no way, quarterback moved. It's obvious. That's so bad. When he turned and looked at you.
Yeah.
And you said that's so brutal.
Yeah. Well, what do you want me to do?
I don't know. Because I'm terrified of that, by the way.
Again, I think if he was a reasonable guy who was treating everyone with the normal decency that you have, it's like, oh, we're all in this thing together. Let's talk. The coaches and I are talking. The players and I are talking. That was not his tone.
No.
Then it's fine. But when you're just above everyone and you're just
you stink at it
butchering things. So I just was like, that's brutal. That's a brutal call. The quarterback moved. How did you not see that? And he did not like that.
No, he didn't.
Get in the coach's box. I didn't want to go through the whole deal, but
I'm actually, technically, I don't belong here.
Technicality guy.
Yeah.
I'm not really a coach. So I didn't want to go there because he's like, what the hell are you doing here? And I don't have a good answer for that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Exactly right.
Oh my God, dude.
So I told my wife I kind of got ejected, but I didn't really. Ejected would mean you got to leave the premises. He just didn't want me near him anymore.
You got removed from the sideline.
But if you had a video of it, you would I just kept it was just back and forth. Where the whole way off, he's like, this is how you know. Also, I'm walking away. He's kind of wearing me out as the game's going on. So that tells you everything you need to know.
Of course.
But I just kept going watch the game, man. Do your job. Just do your job. That's all I'm asking. Do your job. Just back and forth with him the whole time. So yeah, not my best moment. But also that guy can kick rocks.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Let's get you a Commanders survivor on this Tuesday. All right, let's get after it. Let's see who's getting immunity. Last week, it was Zach Ertz. He's not eligible this week. He will hang around moving forward. Darius, who's getting immunity.
Immunity is going to a Hall of Famer, and that is Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner, you are immune going into next week.
Let's go. Love that.
Yeah. You have a couple of sacks, a couple of tackles for loss, some pass breakups, partridge in a pear tree. That's a game.
Love that. Very well done. All right, Darius, who's getting sent home?
I think we called this one earlier in the show. I came in, I said, guys, it feels like a day where Marshawn Lattimore's going home. Marshawn Lattimore, you've been dismissed from the island.
You called your shot.
I called my shot.
You had that right.
Like Babe Ruth pointing the barrel of the bat to the outfield seats.
And he ripped it.
Been doing this Survivor thing for about 5 years now.
He knows what it's about.
I think I know the people.
You got to feel for it.
Was it close? Was the voting close? Was anybody else was up there?
At all.
Well done, I think, by everybody. I can't be overly surprised by anything. I don't know that I would have kicked off Lattimore, but I don't have a better...
Yeah, who would you have voted off then? That's who I voted for.
I think that's kind of a lifetime achievement award here, too.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. You get banged up. He didn't do anything overly negative, I didn't think, in this game particularly, but yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to take issue with that.
Felt like it was time. Yeah, once the other injured guys have kind of been weeded out, the kicker, long gone after missing a couple chippies. This is who's next. It's harder when the team's good. I always say that when you're losing 14 games, it's you can't wait to kick someone off.
It is time for the leadoff, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
He is pitching. Brad Lord on the bump. Nasim Nunez leads off playing second base. James Wood in left field batting second. Abrams batting third, playing shortstop. Dalen Lyle, your DH, hitting fourth. Luis Garcia Jr. at first base tonight, mind you. That's a first base positioning for Louis. Dylan Cruz in right field, hitting sixth. Riley Adams hitting seventh, doing the catching. Brady Hoos at third base, hitting eighth. And Jacob Young in center field, hitting ninth.
We will have to save our next installment of the What's Going On with Jayden Daniels knee conversation for tomorrow at this point.
Indeed, sir.
But there won't be any more intel between now and then, I wouldn't think, the way it's coming out at this point. Dan Quinn speaks, I think, before our show. We're probably going to get another day-to-day situation.
Day-to-day.
Day-to-day is lingering into week-to-week at this point. Big thanks to our producers, Steris, Ryan, and Toby, working hard as always behind the scenes. For Danny, I'm Grant, saying so long. Thank you for listening to us on The Fan. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Remember, Friday in Reston, the Field Trip Friday show, we're going to be at Charbar, which is in the JW Marriott in Reston. Nats baseball on The Fan tonight.
Thank you for coming.